Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend.
Did I miss last night? I know there were a lot of double headers last night.
Yeah.
Is there a chance, tell me, Sean, that I missed that there was an Astros doubleheader and that they actually did clinch in the second doubleheader?
Yeah, they played. They're like, you know what? Tomorrow's a good day to just do nothing. Let's get this game out of the way, and then we'll come back here on Wednesday. That would be great.
I was so excited I had it all set up. I was going to watch the Bills game on Monday Night Football because they're playing the Jaguars, the Texans' next opponent. I was excited to see how wrong I was about Josh Allen, et cetera, et cetera. I sat down, I turned the game on, and it's 14-0 already.
Yeah.
13-0.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize, I forgot about the whole doubleheader scenario last night.
Do you like that? Do you like the Monday night? Do you like the Monday night doubleheader? Like the way they do the doubleheader on Monday night? It used to be that there was a first game that was early and there was a second game that was late. I remember back in 2013 going to one of the late ones because it involved the Houston Texans back in 2013. There was an early game, and then the Texans played the then San Diego Chargers. Kids, at one time the Los Angeles Chargers played in San Diego, and the Texans played a late Monday night game. Now, for whatever reason, they start one of them at like 6:30. Like I did not know that the Bills and the Jags were starting earlier. I knew there were two games, but I didn't. I guess I had forgotten or I didn't check. My brain was all over the place yesterday. I didn't check, and I turn on ESPN, and yeah, it's already 13-0. It's like, oh, okay, well, this Buffalo is doing to Jacksonville what it's done to its other two opponents to start the season. So I like it. I wish they staggered the games so I could pay attention to both games. You know, I wish they'd start the early one, maybe even start it a little earlier. Started it like that fuss, and then start the late one at like 8:30, and I'll catch the first half of that one and go to bed. But do you like the old doubleheader?
I don't like it at all. And as a matter of fact, I think that I struggle to wonder exactly why they're doing it. Can I ask you, who was in the booth with Orlovsky last night? Was that Louis Riddick?
It was Louis Riddick, yeah.
I felt the energy was off. That was one of the bigger things. Was all right. If it's Monday Night Football, let me tune in and get a Monday Night Football experience. And I felt that I was robbed of a Monday Night Football experience last night.
Do you like Orlovsky?
Yeah. What's that?
Do you like Orlovsky?
I like Orlovsky. Yeah, I like Orlovsky. You got to kind of separate, like, okay, hot take Orlovsky that you see on ESPN, where I feel like they try a little too hard sometimes. But I think Orlovsky, the broadcaster, I admire his enthusiasm. I think he gives you an informed take on things, all of that. But there's some kind of mismatch there with the energy. And then who's doing the play-by-play?
Fowler. Chris Fowler.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Fowler?
Yeah.
Yeah. I found myself wanting more. I don't know. And I used to like, or maybe it's the mix of the play-by-play and Louis Riddick and Dan Orlovsky, because I used to like Louis Riddick paired up with Dan Orlovsky. It didn't work for me last night.
Yeah, Fowler. It's a little like Herb Street on Amazon. I just equate Fowler with college football. And same with Herb Street.
There's something Fowler. He was making some really good points. I thought he picked up some good things in the moment and everything. But the college guys doing a pro game where they just don't have the same level of familiarity with what's going on, and it bleeds through. I don't think it's even a technical thing or anything. I think it's just the way it ends up sounding. It's remember when you're did you ever have a moment where the principal would come in and teach a class like in an emergency situation?
Yeah,
they couldn't find a substitute.
Yeah,
I was always kind of like, This is not his thing, man.
Oh, yeah.
This is not his thing.
This is
There's
the guy
just
that's
something
leading.
a little bit.
This guy that's leading our school, huh? What's going on?
Well, I know there's Mr. Almonsberger. I liked him. I thought he was a bright enough guy. I think he was good in what he did. But just when it came to being a substitute teacher, it wasn't his deal.
Yeah,
that's how I felt with Chris Fowler on NFL football.
I'll tell you my big takeaway from this Jags-Bills game last night. And for those if you're just waking up, the Bills, just destroyed the Jaguars. 47-10, the final score. They scored touchdowns on their first 5 possessions. They had 5 possessions in the first half. They scored touchdowns on all of them, the Bills did. Trevor Lawrence was awful. Trevor Lawrence threw one of the worst interceptions, maybe the worst interception of the season. Just completely sailed the ball to a wide-open Brian Thomas. DeMar Hamlin gets an interception. So it was a bad game. The other game, Washington beat Cincinnati 38-33 in Cincinnati. Cincinnati's 0-3 now. So to me, there's honestly, Seth. To me, there's takeaways from both of these games relative to the Texans. Cincinnati being 0-3 makes me thankful that the Texans are 2-1. Like, you can play bad football and be 0-3. You can play bad to mediocre football and be 2-1 like the Texans are. The Texans have not played great football, so they've survived these first 3 games, unlike a lot of teams. Look at the list of 1 and 2 teams, and it's got a bunch of teams that think they're Super Bowl teams this year. But the first game, the Jags-Bills game, man, I'm watching this game and I'm going, the Texans better win this Jags game on Sunday because this Bills team is a machine. Like, if you imagine if the Texans lose this game on Sunday to the Jags, which would be just a disaster, losing to an 0-3. By the way, the last time Trevor Lawrence beat an NFL team as a starting quarterback, Week 12 last season in Houston. So the Texans are the last team that Trevor Lawrence has beat. They beat the Texans to move to 8-3 on this season. They went 1-5 the rest of the year, and the only win was C.J. Beathard starting that game. Trevor Lawrence has not won a game since that game against the Texans last year. You lose to an 0-3 Jags team this Sunday, and if they play like they did the Texans, like they did on Sunday against the Vikes, they will lose to a bad Jags team if they play that way.
They will. They're capable of losing.
They're capable of losing.
It's possible, yeah.
If they lose that game, now you got the Bills coming to town, and they look unstoppable right now. And then after that, you got 2 road games. You got at New England and at Green Bay. And don't tell me right now that the way the Texans played this past Sunday that they're not capable of losing either of those games as well on the road.
They were very much, after that Bengals game, it's hard not to think, wow, have they made any progress at all really since their playoff loss to the Ravens? Because that's what it looked like. It looked like they were completely out of their weight class. And I'll go back to the Jeff Van Gundy quote, do not ignore in victory what you would address in defeat. I think there was a lot of that going on in the first 2 weeks because you commit 12 penalties in the second week versus the Bears and manage to win. And maybe you delude yourself as a team a little too much into thinking like, yeah. So look at how good we are. We play sloppy and we're fine. We still win. We still have a victory. I think this is the week where hopefully as a team they realize, man, we got to dial it up. And I hope we know the offensive line doesn't watch football on television, or at least Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, because it took them completely by surprise that the illegal formation by the offensive lineman is a point of emphasis this year, where most of the football viewing public learned that on Thursday Night Football, the first game of the season.
Correct.
So it was a surprise to them. Let's leave the offensive line out of this right now, because we can talk multiple times today about how Laramie Tunsil absolutely needs to be benched for at least a game. But the team overall just can't shoot itself in the foot like this and have any chance at all of beating the Bills.
Right.
I mean, they will get embarrassed to an extreme degree if they go out and play the same way they did on Sunday versus the Buffalo Bills. So maybe in the grand scheme of things, it worked out for the best that the Texans had some reality injected into their veins this past week. Get right versus the Jaguars. Play your asses off. Have a complete game. Beat a team emphatically, and then you can. But yeah, this team has to make an improvement starting today or tomorrow at practice over what they did over the first 3 weeks if they want to have any chance at all versus the Bills.
Yeah, this Jags game is massively important on Sunday just because of what we watched last night. You've got it. That's a bad Jags team right now. That's a team. The Texans could get Doug Peterson fired this weekend if they play their A game. If Jacksonville has looked horrible the first 3 weeks, Jacksonville coughed up a huge lead in week 1 to Miami. They lost to Deshaun Watson in week 2, and they got embarrassed on national TV last night. This is, across the NFL, like I said, there's all these 0-3 and 1-2 teams. That's a bad 0-3 team right now. Like, that is a bad football. You have to destroy them on Sunday.
You must.
Yes.
You must. You have no choice.
Yes.
But to resoundingly defeat them and get your run game going somehow, some way.
Yes.
All of this talk about cover 2 defense and how much there is around the league, et cetera, et cetera. This is not a hyper analytical, just any kind of discussion about new age play calling versus old. This is a story as old as time. When defenses show you cover 2, run the football. That's what the analytics nerds would tell you. The ones that hate runs, just run the football. And yet the Texans are incapable of running the football right now. And that goes back to, man, I sent you a clip last night of Laramie Tunsil on one run play where Cam Akers was tackled by a guy that...
Dude, it's infuriating.
Laramie Tunsil simply just on a
it's
run
infuriating.
Play.
It's offensive.
He just stopped flying. And then the biggest thing with Laramie Tunsil, you can tell by his body language, zero embarrassment or shame over the fact that his guy just got a tackle because he simply stopped blocking. I don't care how good he is as a pass protector. At this point, put Blake Fisher in there, sink or swim Blake Fisher. Give him a chance to impress or something because
like this.
Laramie Tunsil is it's cancerous. Yeah. It's cancerous when that's a guy who's a captain, the guy that's other guys on the team are supposed to be looking up to. He has zero accountability for, going back, this is years now. This is ever since he showed up. He doesn't care about the fact that he has these false starts. Even, he's trying to make this... He tries to make this argument after this last game that it's about how he wiggles his ankle and sometimes officials allow it. I'm watching the game. I'm like, dude, this had nothing to do. This was not one of those.
You're just leaving early.
Yeah, it wasn't one of these moments where he left like a millisecond before the snap and maybe there's some judgment involved. Like, no, nobody else was moving. You took a kick step. It's just this was not a photo finish type of false start call, either of them. And then he's just lazy. He's just lazy.
Yeah.
And he has no appetite for run blocking. It's just astounding. I honestly, obviously Blake Fisher was drafted because they want to replace.
Long term, yeah.
You can't be the guy moving forward. Yeah, I think I hate to put it in the Jose Abreu category because Jose Abreu at least tried.
Yeah.
I think Jose Abreu felt I think I don't know if embarrassment or humiliation is the right term, but you could tell that it weighed heavily on Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
That he was not the player that people expected him
went
to
to the
be.
rookie complex to try to get it fixed.
Laramie Tunsil just checks his bank account and realizes, like, oh, no, I'm everything I need to be.
Yeah.
My bank account is inflated. That's good. Yep, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Yep. Well, we'll get to DeMeco talking about Laramie and talking about the offensive line in the next segment. Also, an update on Jordan Alvarez, and I am not feeling good about this. I will tell you that right now. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Boardroom Salon.
Boardroom Salon. Oh, boy. Boardroom Styling Lounge is just an incredible place to go, not just to get a great haircut. And you will get a great haircut. Their stylists, they don't mess around, man. They have pros in there. But the experience, aside from that, is just a great experience. You show up, they offer you a beer when you first get in there. You can have I had a Coke Zero the other day instead of a beer. But you enjoy it while you're sitting in a leather chair, and then you
the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to DeMeco Ryans' press conference yesterday. He had a lot to say about the offensive line play on Sunday and moving forward. We'll get to that. Probably the biggest concern right now, maybe for me in Houston sports, is this Yordan Alvarez knee injury, whatever it is. Not a ton of clarity on what it is. It sounds like it's a knee sprain, but as far as how long he's going to be out for, he suffered it sliding into second base over the weekend. Here are two Joe Espada. By the way, the Astros lose 6-1 to the Mariners last night, so we're still waiting. Champagne is still on ice. We have not gotten a division championship celebration yet.
The Caleb's let us down last night.
Two
Caleb
Calebs.
with a C,
Yeah.
Caleb with a C and Caleb with a K. Caleb Ferguson and Caleb Ort just came in and destroyed all of Hunter Brown's good work. After 6 innings of one-run baseball, they just decided to make everything more dramatic as we go down the stretch here.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the thing I'm least worried about. Like, we got Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and Yusei Kikuchi pitching guys. As far as Yordan goes, because I think they're going to clinch the division at some. Framber's going tonight, so hopefully tonight is the night that they clinch this thing, and then you can start to get things set up for what looks to be a wild card round, because I don't think they're catching the Guardians. Here's Joe Espada before the game. Yordan Alvarez was going in at 3 o'clock today, or yesterday, I should say, to get an MRI. And so here was Joe Espada talking right around that time to the media yesterday.
So, you know what, he's actually right now getting more tests done. He's got an MRI start at 3 o'clock, so we should be getting some more results here in the next hour. Yesterday we got some x-rays and there was some inflammation in the area, so we want to make sure that we go in there and we check all the boxes, so he's getting some extra testing done right now. I spoke with him this morning, and he woke up pretty sore. I was expecting him to praying that he felt better, but that wasn't the case. So we'll see once we get these results once he walks in here.
All right, that was before the game. Now here, after the MRI at 3 o'clock yesterday, here was Joe Espada after the game last night with an 8-second update on Yordan Alvarez.
Right knee sprained.
And what is his prognosis for the remainder of the regular season?
He will not be available for this series.
Okay, so not available for the Mariners series. So if they're going to clinch the division, they're going to do it without their best offensive player, Yordan Alvarez.
This is already turning into something that it feels like much more than just a simple contusion, either a bone bruise or something like that. As the Astros will try to figure out from their Soviet-produced 40-year-old MRI machine that they have, whatever what was the name of the car back in the Soviet Union? Was it the Gaz or something like that? They don't know what they're doing. So this could be a week. This could be 3 years. We have no clue at this point.
I just look at who the player is, okay? And this is why I'm not going to beat a dead horse. This is why I get nervous anytime Yordan Alvarez gets involved in any kind of hard contact with a wall, with a base, with the ground, with another player. This is why I say things about Yordan that sound a little silly, because his tolerance for hard contact and injury is a little silly. I will point out that in 2022, the year they won the World Series, he missed several games down the stretch because of a hand injury. He missed a bunch of games last year with an oblique injury, a bunch of games. He only played like 115 games in 2023 because a lot of them he missed because of an oblique injury. He had a mysterious neck injury that kept him out for a 4-game or 5-game stretch earlier this year. Remember, Yordan, and he's in the dugout and he's just hanging out in there and he's laughing, but he's got a neck injury. It's a neck.
I always used to say I'm glad that they didn't play American football in Cuba, because then the Astros, I used to say, I used to think, Yordan would have had a hell of a tight end or outside linebacker or something.
Dude.
No, he would have been like Lonnie Bam. This guy, you knew had great potential, but he was injured all the. Remember Lonnie Bam?
Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah,
we'd
back
see
in
him in camp and he'd be like, man, this guy is talented. Whoa.
Yeah.
But he was just always injured.
Yeah.
That's by the way, though, I don't know. I never know whether you're exaggerating or not.
What's that?
Because when you say that Yordan should only have base hits or home runs, Like what was he supposed to do in that double? He should have slid in that situation.
No, he shouldn't have. There was nobody. The second baseman wasn't even standing. There was nobody standing next to the base.
But the ball was coming in. There's a chance he could have gotten tagged as the ball was.
I got to go back and watch. I got to go back and watch. But the guy wasn't even on the base preparing to catch the ball.
Right, but he caught it like as Jordan was going by him. He couldn't have.
No. For a normal player, then sliding is no problem. Jordan. The reason I say these things is because Jordan is different. He's different. He clearly has a lower tolerance. His body has a lower tolerance for that type of stuff. So, am I being tongue in cheek when I say he should just get singles and home runs? Sure. Am I being tongue in cheek when I say he shouldn't slide into second base on plays like that where there's really like a 10% chance of you getting tagged out? I'm dead serious about that. Serious.
I would say at third base when Gary Pettis can give him the slide or no slide, maybe Gary Pettis should be, obviously very, very careful about it.
Yes.
Second base, it's all up to Jordan's judgment, and I don't know if I want him making any more judgment than he already is or is not. Whether he could just as easily get injured by trying not to slide as by sliding.
That's fair. He gets injured doing anything. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to accept that. All right, man. This is just who he is. Look, it was smart for him to sign the extension he did. It was smart for the Astros to give him that extension because his injuries are always going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Because it's not even. He doesn't seem like one of these guys that needs to switch up his regimen or anything. I think he's just built that way.
Yeah.
That his injuries are always going to be an issue.
Yeah. History is on my side in how I feel about this. Like, he's suffered a lot of injuries that seem like petty. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's a hand, it's an oblique. Oh, it's an oblique. He's out 3 months. I think. And it's not even an insult to Jordan. Some people are just built a little differently, but you're absolutely right. If he had tried football, he'd have been out after the first week. I'm going to get back to baseball.
It's a bad look for Cuba. Bad look for Cuba.
It is.
I'm going to stop being so pro-Cuba all the time. Take down all my Castro posters, everything. Yep. My God. Whatever that shirt. What was the shirt Colin Kaepernick wore? I bought like 10 of those things. Wear them all the time.
Take them to Goodwill.
Going to various rallies and whatnot. No more. It's made me rethink this whole communism thing.
Someone said, I love how Pendergast is yelling, and Seth is the calm one during this segment. It's because I'm dead serious about Jordan and all the the plays that are injury inducing with him. Let's get to DeMeco.
I take that as an extreme insult. That somebody's like, wait a second, extremely irrational. Hyperbolic Seth thing. Okay.
Let's get to DeMeco Ryans. This is DeMeco Ryans yesterday, a little Q&A with the media on the slew of formation penalties that they had on Sunday.
With the penalties of lining up, we have to be better. We have to align right. It's clear with the rules of how we should line up, so we have to line up correctly, and that starts with us.
The different penalties and the illegal formation penalties that you all have occurred, as well as some of the leaks in allowing pressure to get to CeeDee Stroud.
Yeah, we go to the drawing board and we fix it. We got to line up right, which I know we can do. We have to line up right, and we have to protect as best we can up front. Just 5 guys just working together, or if it's 6. 6 guys in particular, we all have to work well together, and we have to play relentless. We have to swarm up front, and we have to get the guys blocked.
Okay.
I just, again, I don't know how much progress they can make when, honestly, your alpha in that room is Laremy Tunsil. And there's just so many examples of Laremy Tunsil when he allows guys to make tackles based off of nothing but sheer laziness at times. When he's on the backside of a play, he does the bare minimum. And sometimes the guy, he doesn't even attempt to block a guy that ends up making the tackle on the cutback lane or something. This is in the run game. And so what do they do? What do they do in meetings? I mean, do they hold them accountable for that? What kind of example is being set for the younger guys when the highest paid guy on the team doesn't practice, doesn't care? He plays in such a way that it looks like he doesn't care. And you're telling the young guys, like, hey, no. You've got to play your ass off and know your responsibilities and assignments and actually give a damn. But we'll let Laramie sit out for the next couple days. And don't worry. We'll probably, got to be careful what you say to Laramie. Don't correct Laramie too harshly.
Those players you're talking about elected him captain.
Exactly.
Exactly. They elected him captain.
Exactly, because they don't know any better, man. They just don't know any better.
So
and that's a problem. That's a problem.
So these questions kept getting asked yesterday to DeMeco about the formation penalties and correcting them, and DeMeco's just going to give generic answers about correcting. We need to correct it. We need to do it better. Blah blah blah. I'll give credit to John McClain. He finally invoked Laramie Tunsil by name in a question, and here was John asking about Laramie Tunsil.
Do you have to practice with Laramie out of here? Practice him lining up, or is he just supposed to know where he lines up?
Yeah, we know where the line. LT, he knows where to align, and we just have to do a better job of getting it done.
Okay, John tried.
Titus's alignment where wasn't nearly as egregious. I could see where Titus might have been frustrated in his penalty. I mean, Laramie was out there in outer space on at least one of the ones that they called on him, and then just not checking with the officials in general and having communications with them. That should be your standard operating procedure here. Honestly,
is that the coaching point?
Yeah.
Something you can at least bring up in a meeting, like, hey,
that's
every
a week
play,
to week. Yeah. Especially because this crew, the lead official Clint Bleekman there. That was the same crew as on the opening game of the season where they were hyper vigilant about it.
Yeah.
That's something, and I'll put that on DeMeco too. Like, that's something you got to be aware of going into this game. That this is a crew that you want to be sure that you're talking to them, that you're checking, you're checking with the official as you're lining up, all of that. And the Texans seem to have been completely caught by surprise by it. It's just simply. There's no excuse for it. There's just no excuse for it. Maybe in week one there's an excuse for it. There's no excuse for, after the third game of the season, the offensive line talking after the game like, golly, did you see what they're doing now with the illegal formations?
They took it. The problem was that the offensive line, Laramie Tunsil in particular, took it next level and made it seem like they were being singled out for it. They're making us an example here.
The guy who's been penalized more for false starts than anybody else in the last several seasons somehow thinks that the issue is that they're being targeted.
Right.
Yeah, they're watching you, Laramie. You know why? Because you're really, really bad at this. You're you're the league's worst at not getting flagged. You're absolutely horrendous at it. And you show no actual commitment to the run game whatsoever. It's really bad, man. All the lists haven't been harsh enough about this or 100% correct. You're right. I've been way too lenient with DeMeco and Nick Caserio, and it's trying to establish this swarm mentality that you're allowing this cancer to exist on your team. You know what you're doing? You know what you're doing? You're somebody that's completely foregoing any kind of advice from your doctors on cancer treatment and saying that, and instead calling a psychic up on a 1-900 line. You're like, no, I'm going to let Lady Cleo handle this one. We won't worry about the cancer we won't worry about the cancer because we've got Lady Cleo on our side.
Hey, can I read you a quote? This is, I'll let you guess who this quote is from. Laramie, he's played very well, but he's had too many penalties. He would be the first one to tell you that. We've got to try to fix it. We've got to continue to try to help him fix it. I think nobody feels worse about that than him. He's a great guy. He's a great player, but we've got to fix that, end quote.
Yeah, I have to credit Paul Gallant on that quote because he went back and dug up the Bill O'Brien quote.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Paul went back and found the quote on how bad Laramie's penalties have been back in what year was that? 2000.
It was December 8th, 2019. I just googled while you were talking. I googled 2019 Tunsil false starts just to validate that this is something that's been going on a while. And this is the article that came up December 8th.
Okay. I sent that to you late last night.
You did? Okay. I may have been in bed. I didn't see that. Yeah. I saw I just Googled it now, and it says Texans coach, the headline, Texans coach Bill O'Brien, we have to fix Laramie Tunsil's penalties.
Yeah, it's.
When Paul Wayne got that?
I went, you know what? I went and I just did like a 15-minute live stream on my YouTube channel after the show. And it's funny because, people like non-Texans fans that watched that video were like really PO'd about, the Vikings fans were upset that I wasn't acknowledging the Vikings and their greatness. Like, all right, well, that's not going to happen. But people were like, why are you fixated on this? Like, obviously there was other stuff that went on in the game. Texans fans were like almost unanimous, like, hell yes, that's what you should be talking about. You don't understand, if you're not from Houston, the misery that we've had the entire time Laramie Tunsil has been here with how sloppy and inattentive to detail he is when it comes to penalties. And it all came back to roost, man. It all came back to roost. If you want to be a great team, you've got it. You've got one of the highest paid guys on your team just flat out does not care.
Doesn't care.
Does not care.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll get to the Texans. DeMeco Ryans, I'm bouncing back from a big loss. The Astros last night, they'll get another crack at trying to clinch the division tonight after losing last night. We'll get to that. Monday Night Football, doubleheader, some injury news around the NFL. Got a lot to get to in headlines coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. If you're, it's probably a great time driving in.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Let's get to it. Today's headline. Let's start with the Texans. We'll get to the Astros in a second. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. What's he learned about bouncing back from losses in his time as a head coach?
For myself, what I learned, I just tell the truth. Like, I just put the film up and I tell the truth so guys can actually see what happened and why we lost the game. And everybody would like to blame, one person or put it in one person, but I show everybody that it's not just one play, it's not just one person, it's not just one thing. It's a collection of a lot of different things that had to go bad for you to lose the game. Now it's all about each man owning up to it and fixing it the next week so the same thing doesn't happen again.
Okay. Well, at least two of those men were pointing fingers at the officials after the game. They were victims in all this.
And Laramie Tunsil, honestly, I'll go straight to the Jose Abreu example of that. Sometimes it's more than just the one part. And however much that weighs into the sum of all parts. Abreu, to his credit, and this is where I feel bad for Abreu and even making the comparison between Jose Abreu and Laramie Tunsil. Jose Abreu at least felt bad about it. Jose Abreu at least knew that it was a bad situation. Laramie Tunsil sets such a bad example for your young offensive linemen in his inattention to detail, in his complete and total lack of any commitment to doing things the right way, to really seemingly only caring about and his bank account, that, man, it is very much a barrier to actually capitalizing on all of the talent you have on that team. Because, Sean, so many examples in that game of him just not caring on the run. He just stands there and lets defenders run to the running back on run plays on the backside because he just doesn't feel like blocking for more than 2 or 3 seconds. He's got his mentality is very much like, I did the right thing for 2 seconds. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not on me anymore. Right. And then he just lets guys run past him.
Yeah, no question.
So that's not even the injury. That's not even the penalties we're talking about. But it is that same carelessness where he just does not care. He's going to have false starts, and he just does not care. Leave the whole illegal formation stuff out of it. He had 2 false starts in that game that were drive killers, and he doesn't care.
That's the big thing. They're drive killers. They 3 of the penalties he had in the first half came on 3rd down, 2 of which negated big chunk plays that would have gotten first downs. The other one pushed them out of field goal range. Like I don't know what the analytics say he cost them in terms of points, but in a game where you're trailing 7-0 and 14-0 for most of the first half,
yeah,
he if there were a gateway to get to the chance for points, he basically just walked up to the gate and locked it, put 3 padlocks on it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, did Laramie Tunsil lose the game for the Texans? No, 4-7. Did Laramie Tunsil negate any chance of the Texans putting game pressure on the Vikings in the first half? Hell yeah, he did. Hell yeah, he did.
Yeah, and there's honestly the offensive line run blocking in general. They showed potential in week 1, and remember we talked about it. They showed a lot of potential in week 1. There were still a lot of things that I was pointing out that they needed to clean up. They've regressed. Their zone blocking, the thing that's supposed to be the staple of this team that sets up the passing game and everything, it's really bad. Yeah. It's really bad. They've just got so many miscues, missteps, poor technique, everything along the line that if you're going to live in this world this year where teams are just going to say, all right, we're going to do everything we can to take away these top 3 receivers or limit them, the answer to that is, whether you're old school football or analytic dude or anything else, is to run the football, and they are completely inept in that right now. It's and I this can't be just, we stay the course, we do everything that DeMeco is saying that they'll do. Laramie Tunsil has shown no evidence of being a guy that will respond to any of that, and I think that filters down to the rest of the guys on that team. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating.
All right, let's get to the Astros. They were frustrating last night. They lost to the Mariners 6-1. The magic number to clinch the division remains 2. That's the combination of Astro wins and Mariner losses that clinch you the division. The good news is you play the Mariners the next two days, so you got 2 more chances. And they better get it done in these next couple days because then you go to Cleveland to face them for 3 games, and the Mariners play the A's. So if you want to feel a little bit of angst going into the last weekend of the season, the Astros are on the verge of possibly making that happen. You got Framber Valdez going tonight, so you feel pretty good about your chances there. The big thing right now is Yordan Alvarez and this knee injury, because even if you clinch the division and go to the postseason, you ain't going nowhere without Yordan Alvarez. Here was the prognosis after the MRI yesterday afternoon. Here's the diagnosis from Joe Espada.
Right knee sprain.
And what is his prognosis for the remainder of the regular season?
He will not be available for this series.
Okay, not available for this series. I would say too, Seth, the other thing this does, and this is problematic for the Astros if it's a knee sprain, is that maybe he gets back, but he can only DH. That all of a sudden takes some flexibility out of your lineup. That forces you come postseason. And I know I'm getting way out in front here, but we're talking about a guy where injuries seem to linger longer with this guy than they do with other guys. So let's play it forward here. If Yordan is taking up the DH spot, that means you're having to play one of these guys in left field that is a subpar offensive play. You can't do the thing where you get Yordan in left field and you can DH, you can rejigger some things with Yiner and Caratini and get better bats in the lineup and whatnot. Yordan in any capacity in the lineup is a must for the postseason, but that's something to keep an eye on. Is his knee going to be good enough to where he can run?
A sprain is a ligament. So I know sometimes people use sprained as an all-encompassing. A sprain is a ligament, and sometimes it's something you can play through. It's an MCL or something, but sometimes it's a torn ACL. Sometimes it's whatever. So this does put it into the category of, all right, chances better than not that Yordan is going to end up being full-time DH through the playoffs.
Yeah,
there's a chance. There's a very good chance of that, or he might not be available at all.
Yep.
So yeah, this is It escalated very quickly, damn it. Which is not a surprise.
No.
I'm not saying I expected it to escalate very quickly, but this isn't a surprise, but it's very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, and none of Joe Espada's media availability since that slide have indicated a manager that's super optimistic about the future of this injury here.
Even if he were super optimistic, we know that
we can't believe it. Yeah, great point. Yeah, Monday Night Football last night, real quick, because we got to get to Ross Tucker. Buffalo 47, Jacksonville 10 in a battle of the Texans' next 2 opponents. The Jags, of course, coming up this weekend. Buffalo the following weekend. Ross was at that game. Ross was doing Westwood 1 coverage for that game here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk about that game with him in just a minute or two, about 5 minutes. Washington 38, Cincinnati 33. The Bengals a very unlikely 0-3 to start the season. As far as injuries around the NFL goes, Sam Darnold, no structural damage to his knee on the Danielle Hunter hit to his legs on Sunday against the Texans. Javon Hargrave goes on IR for the 4. He's headed to Germany to have somebody look at his Achilles over in Germany. So take that. Yeah.
Wow.
Take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, get whatever amped up treatment they have over there experimentally. Hey, we've only done this on monkeys.
Yeah.
And Christian McCaffrey. Go do that.
Our baseball talk this segment is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. Up next, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. We'll get his thoughts on last night's Monday night game, which he was in attendance at, Buffalo and Jacksonville. We'll get his thoughts on offensive line play and trying to fix formation penalties and false starts. Where would Ross Tucker go with the Laramie Tunsil situation? We'll get to that coming up next.
If you are listening to this show and you're thinking about popping the question, you're probably thinking about
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, and it is 7 o'clock on a Tuesday, so we know what time it is. It's time for our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker.
This is a guy who, despite being on the call last night for the Buffalo Bills game, has already done his film study on the Texans' offensive line as he comes on with us. Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
Do the Mayo thing.
Yeah, I got to get the Mayo read in here. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious.
Mm-hmm.
So you...
Ross, this welcome in. How are you doing? You got like 2 hours of sleep in you?
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, I would say 6 out of 10, Sean, on the Mayo read there.
Okay.
You know, I mean, like, you did it, but you didn't say it like you meant it. So I'll give you a 6 out of 10.
Well, the good news, hey, Ross, the good news is I get to read it 2 more times between now and the time we cut you loose. So I'll do better, I promise.
You know what I think would be good? I think I will grade you on every mix of the season.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I probably slept like 4 hours.
Nice, okay.
I think I slept like 2 to 6. I am in Corning, New York. So nobody listening driving in Houston cares at all. But I live in Hershey, Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania. It's 4.5 hours from Buffalo. So if I do a primetime Buffalo game, I usually don't try to drive all the way back.
That's
so
smart.
I drive like 2 hours to Corning, New York, sleep for a few hours. I've already done the Power Rankings Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I talk to you guys, and I'm going to record the Even Money Betting Podcast. Then I'll drive the other 2.5 hours back to central Pennsylvania.
Boy, you are a grinder, man. I respect it. That is that's quite the schedule right there.
So Ross,
you know what? I'm kind of used to it. Next couple weeks, I got double headers. Next week, I've got Browns Raiders on CBS. I might end up getting a Texans game this year, which would be awesome. But
sweet.
I got Browns Raiders CBS on Sunday, and then Titans Dolphins Monday night, which does not look like it's the best game on the slate.
Yuck.
So Ross, this is Laramie Tunsil, not a popular person in Houston right now, and a lot of that, it's, you know, he committed some penalties, took no accountability for it after having 5 penalties in the game on Sunday. But this morning, I've been trying to focus more on the fact that he does not look to give a single damn about doing things properly as a football player either. Plays some particularly bad examples, and you responded immediately. Already seen them. Tell me just your overall takeaway on Laramie Tunsil and him being the leader of this offensive line and one of the captains on this football team.
Well, okay, so when I said I already seen them, I've seen the plays you sent me. I watched what you sent me. Yeah, I didn't watch every snap of the Texans' offense or offensive line. Obviously, I watched some of it. It was ugly, really ugly. I will say, in fairness to the Texans' offense a little bit, the Vikings' defense has kind of made every team look like that so far. I mean, you know, after the game against the Niners, Brock Purdy said to their D coordinator, Brian Flores, "Your scheme is crazy, man." And right now, Brian Flores is by far the best defensive coordinator in the NFL, and that showed up again on Sunday. In terms of Tunsil, we can talk through the plays that you sent me, but the biggest frustration is the penalties, and he's trying to, with the false starts, he's trying to get an advantage, right? And I respect that. He's trying to time up the count like Lane Johnson does. You know, and you know this, Seth, because you played D-line, but especially on offensive line, the initial quickness, how fast step, and I would actually argue as an offensive lineman, your second step in the ground means almost everything. Like if you go back and watch all of my bad plays, and there's a lot of them, I usually did not get my second foot in the ground before I engaged with the defensive lineman. So these guys have all gotten way better at timing up the count and maybe false starting, but it being so close that the refs can't call it. But obviously Tunsil has taken it too far. It's not okay. I think on some level, these guys look at it now like they don't care if they get called for 1 or 2 false starts if it enables them to jump the count the rest of the game and never get beat and be able to say they don't give up any sacks or hits on the quarterback or whatever. I really do believe that's how some of them look at it. Now, specifically I think the penalties by Tunsil are unacceptable. He's making too much money. He's too talented. He's too good. He should have 0 penalties, right? Like, he doesn't need to try to jump the count that much to still be successful. You know, the plays you sent me are frustrating on some level for a guy that was like a try-hard guy like me. What I will tell you is that, like, the first play, he kind of accomplished what he was back to linebacker, which is what his goal is on the play. Would I have liked to have seen him finish it better? Yes, but he won the gap. Like, he won the backside B gap against that linebacker and was not expecting the running back to cut it all the way back.
But then he stopped. But he stopped blocking. Like, he had him blocked. But you're right. But Ross, it's a zone run where the cutback is like always a possibility, and he just stopped blocking. You know, like, and then that guy had a potentially.
It's not a good look. What I would tell you though is, like, if the linebacker is running all the way behind you and you've cut him off, and it's like outside zone to the right, the back should not cut it all the way back that he runs into the linebacker. What I don't care for is Tunsil's sort of body language and manner. So listen. Sometimes the really gifted guys and the really good players, they're not finishers. I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand how you play football the way some of those guys do. It drives me nuts. I never thought just blocking people was fun, right? Like, trying to finish them into the ground and smash them into the ground, that's like the only thing that's cool about being 320 pounds and playing offensive line. Tunsil does not play that way. The next play, you know, it seems like he and the left guard were not on the same page in terms of how far they needed to go. I think the left guard needed to maybe get the pinching D end, and that Tunsil might have been right on that one.
Yeah.
It depends on how they're taught. And then the last one, he is taught to take the most dangerous of that backside, like, safety coming down or the end man, and he kind of was torn as to which guy was the most dangerous to the play, and he kind of got caught in between. So I would tell you is none of those are as agreed. Like, none of those, Seth, bother me actually as much as the penalties do.
Oh, really? Yeah, just well, and the other reason I sent you that, too, was there were other examples of those 3 plays I sent you. There was bad blocking all along the entire offensive line, too, which is the other part. Like you said, like, Cam Akers isn't expected to cut back as far as he did, and yet he had to break 2 tackles or miss 2 guys to get back to where he did, because it wasn't just Tunsil, it's the entire offensive line is out of sync. Like you said, on the one with like, Tunsil was probably supposed to give Kenyon Green an out call, and maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But it was either Kenyon Green or Laramie Tunsil right there. Something getting screwed up all along the way on those plays.
And what I would say too, and I think this is important, I think culture really, really matters for a football team, and in particular for an offensive line. And Laramie's been a terrific player, and he's had and as a 4 offensive lineman, I have great respect for how he's he's probably about the highest paid offensive lineman ever, right? The way he's handled the business of it, but he definitely plays the position like a guy that's made a ton of money and doesn't have to give full-out effort all the time and doesn't have to finish. And I think that that's a bad look. Like he's playing next to a really young player in Kenyon Green. All of these guys want to be Pro Bowl players. They all want to get the contracts that Laramie's gotten. And so what I don't care for, and what I would say to him if I was DeMeco Ryans is, that play, and I know the linebacker ran around it and you cut him off, but look at your finish on that play. You're setting a bad example for the other guys. The Juice Scruggs and these guys, like, you're setting a bad example of, like, that's how you handle yourself if you're the $20+ million man. I think that would be my that would be my pitch to Laramie is like, listen, you've made all the money in the world now. We actually have a good enough team to try to go to a Super Bowl and win it. We need a different level of leadership and effort from you than you're showing with these penalties and some of these plays.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. How'd I do?
I'd say 7.5, 8.
7.5. I'm getting better. Okay, we're going to do one more. Yeah. We're going to do one more. Hey, Ross, really good breakdown on Tunsil. That was good stuff. I'm curious, two things before we cut you loose. One, it sounds like you did your power rankings. Where are the Texans in your power rankings? And they play Jacksonville. You just got done watching Jacksonville up close last night. Is this a good get-right game for the Texans after the loss to Minnesota, or should the Texans be nervous that Jacksonville is probably coming in super desperate to get a win?
Yeah, I think that the Texans dropped like 2 or 3 spots. I think I have them at 6. I didn't drop them that much. I mean, it was a bad game, but it's one game. It was on the road, and the Vikings right now are the best team in the NFC. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Vikings in the NFC and the Bills in the AFC have easily been the most impressive teams thus far, easily, which is interesting. And then for the Jags, that was about as pathetic of a performance as I've seen from a pro football team in a long time. I got to be honest with you guys, I was shocked, right? I said this on the Even Money Betting podcast, really every podcast. I knew that there would be more 2-1 and 1-2 teams than there would be 3-0 and 0-3, right? So that's why I wasn't surprised that the Broncos beat the Bucs. This is the NFL, right? This is how it happened. The Panthers won against the Raiders or the Giants against the Browns. I took the Jaguars getting 5.5 points last night against the Bills. I really thought the Jaguars, they had been very competitive their first 2 games. They should have beat the Dolphins week 1. They know the deal with teams being 0-3. I thought they'd come out and play their best game, and it's Monday Night Football. It's prime time. They were lifeless. I mean, they came out like a team that had no interest in playing. It was right from the first series. I said to the play-by-play guy, this could get ugly. I mean, it was like they didn't even care to be there, and they gave up touchdowns on their first 5 drives. It's 34-3 at halftime. And I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL, and Seth knows this. I'm telling you, I don't know what the fallout will be, but primetime game blowouts are when people get fired or when changes are made, because the owner is usually so embarrassed that they got a primetime game and they laid that much of an egg. I don't know if it's a coordinator or if they make some personnel changes or what, but that was an absolutely embarrassing performance by the Jags in a big spot. They're 0-3, and the way they approached last night's game, the energy, I don't know how you could have any faith that they come out and play differently or better against the Texans. I mean, they have to. No NFL team plays that terrible multiple weeks in a row, but I certainly will not be picking the Jaguars to beat the Texans. That's for sure.
That's Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
9.
Yeah,
that was better than that.
Thanks, dude.
Probably like 8.5.
Okay, that's fine.
I did one last night. I mean, people really get into it. It's 8.5. I can't give you 9, 9.5, or 10 unless you say it like it's the most important thing you've ever said in your life.
Okay. There's always next week, Ross. It's a long season. You know what I mean? Like I'm like the Jags. I can bounce back next week. So, hey, Ross, we appreciate you joining us as always, man. Appreciate the time. Safe travels back to Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff. Ross Tucker joining us. That was as good a radio breakdown of Laramie Tunsil on video that a lot of our audience probably hasn't seen.
Yeah,
I was listening to it through that filter, and I'm like, okay, if I'm listening in my car right now, am I okay with listening to breakdown a video I haven't seen?
You know, the one thing I would have said was to push back against what Ross had said a little bit about, yes, acknowledge that the Vikings defense is really good and they've made offenses like the 49ers look kind of inept. The 49ers were still able to run the ball against the Vikings defense. The game flow didn't really during much at all that the 49ers could run the ball because the Vikings got off to a lead. But they were able to run the ball successfully. Their offensive line didn't look like inept morons and fools trying to run block versus the Vikings. The Texans, it was quite the opposite. It was really bad. And it wasn't just Laramie Tunsil, but Laramie Tunsil in his lackadaisical manner about things was the most glaring thing when it comes to, all right, what am I getting, how much bang am I getting for the buck here, and what kind of a tone am I setting for everybody else? But like even there's a play, I've seen a lot of people pointing out the one play where a defender comes unchecked between Kenyon Green and Laramie Tunsil. That was probably on Kenyon Green unless Laramie Tunsil didn't make the right call. But we're seeing that all the way down the line, from left tackle to right tackle. Guys just simply not being on the same page on assignments and passing defenders off and all of that. It's bad. For a team that's supposed to be able to hang its hat on the outside run, they don't know what they're doing. They're just completely inept. And you're not getting good play out of Shaq Mason, your high-paid offensive lineman. You're not getting good play out of Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard, and the tight ends is a whole another scenario. They've got to figure out some way to get a lot better at that very, very quickly.
How fixable is it? Like, are these just mental errors? Are they five dummies on the offensive line? What are we doing?
This is really the test for Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach. It's fixable if you've got you don't have to have have guys. Go back to the Gary Kubiak days and Mike Shanahan. Before him, you can take nondescript offensive linemen and turn them into Pro Bowlers or all pros if they're coached up right. And I don't mean to take any of the pressure off the players at all, especially Laramie Tunsil, who just sometimes it's just simply that he's a diva more so than anything else. They're not playing like a well-coached offensive line right now.
Yep.
And this is Bobby Slowick's big test is, man, you will have no excuse for not running the football this year if you're facing defenses that are going to concede the run basically and you still can't run the football. They're basically saying, go ahead and take it. Just take it. We're going to concede it. Just go ahead and take the run. We want to stop Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell as much as possible. If you can't run against that, then you're not a genuinely good offensive coordinator. Yeah. And you're certainly not a good offensive line coach.
Yeah. Well, and if we're looking long-term with Slowick, why would I hire you as my head coach?
Right.
Like, is Bobby Slowick this culture setter that you can just say, no, he'll delegate the OC? No, if Bobby Slowick gets hired to be a head coach, it's because the Texans have a top-5 offense that's balanced. That's not all – because he ain't bringing C.J. Stroud with him wherever he goes. It's one thing to have an offense that's top 5 because C.J. throws a cape on every Sunday and throws for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's another thing to have a top 5 offense, and you do it because, hey, one week Joe Mixon's running for $160 and C.J. throws for $230. Yeah. There are some weeks where they're taking everything away. They're putting 8 in the box, and now C.J. makes them pay. I'm not saying like Bobby Slowick's got to do it with massive injuries, and he's got to show that he's this guru or anything like that. But when they go make moves to go get Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs in the offseason, and this is your second year now where you've had this this system in place and the same position coaches and everything else, it's got to look better than it's looked the first 3 games of the season. That's for sure.
Look, man, this is where I feel like it's coming to roost in a lot of ways. There's such a mismatch between DeMeco Ryans' whole persona and the way he operates. Yeah, DeMeco Ryans, ultimate football dude. C.J. Stroud, ultimate football dude. Texans offensive line, they care a lot about Instagram and fashion, man. It's the position group that you would hope is the most just barroom brawling, dirty, grungy, poor personal hygiene dudes. That's what you want out of your offensive line. No. And that's certainly not the culture of the Texans offensive line. And I don't put Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green into that category. I used to put Shaq Mason not into that category. I think Shaq Mason's been infected because Shaq Mason, the right side of that offensive line is probably about 60 pounds overweight right now.
Yeah, they're fat.
They're like neither of them are moving athletically the way that they should.
Yeah,
and it's kind of embarrassing to watch. I mean, Titus has not been as bad as I think people feel like he's been, but he's not living up to his capabilities. Man, that dude came back big.
Yes,
and he does not move the way he's capable of moving right now. And I just flat out, it's hard for me to watch them on film, the veteran offensive linemen on the Texans, and feel like they actually give a damn. And I don't want it to infect Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green.
No.
I think those kids give a damn.
I do too.
I think they want to do things the right way.
No,
I think if Kenyon Green had Trent Williams next to him, he'd be just soaking it all in.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I want to go out there and, physically destroy guys. All right, yeah, let's do this. But that's not the example that's being set for him.
And your fear is that he is soaking it all in, but it's soaking in the Laramie Tunsil experience.
Yes.
That's the fear, yeah.
I fear that Kenyon's going to start caring more about Instagram and fashion than actual football.
Yeah, seeing when Coachella is and things like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You going to the Super Bowl? No, Coachella for sure, though.
See Kenyon Green with a tiny backpack.
right.
Some music festival or something, that's guzzling down water because of all the mollies had that day. That's not what I want.
No, and that's where it's headed right now.
Kenyon Green with a tiny backpack and big Elton John glasses,
Yes.
just looking spaced out of his gourd.
Oh my God!
I need him to be just doing an internship at a beer distributorship.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Old school.
Poor hygiene. I hope you stink, Kenyon Green. Not as a player, but as a person. Literally, you smell. All right, we got a bunch of texts. This has triggered probably the biggest reaction of anything we've seen. Like the way he's played so far this season, certainly the way he's played on Sunday, and I think his reaction to it, I think, pointing fingers at the league about the illegal formations, pointing fingers at his teammates about the false starts. There's no other way to construe that. He's been blaming
the centers through multiple different centers. Well, none of the other offensive linemen have had an issue with the centers. Yeah.
Somebody asked the question at the press conference yesterday. I couldn't tell who it was, but they're like, what do you think about they asked DeMeco, what do you think about all your players taking accountability for the loss? How do you feel about that? And I was like, dude, did you not read the quotes from Laramie Tunsil and see the cuts of Titus Howard? Laramie Tunsil's done the opposite of that.
Those guys, sometimes those guys have they're scared to bring up specific names or something. Yeah. That's right. The one day at camp, because I just went, and finally I went over to the tent just so I could actually say Dameon Pierce's name.
You got a good answer out of it, too.
I'm like, just ask the name specifically.
Yeah.
Well, Sean, it's why it's hard for me as a former player sometimes because there's a lot of team events and stuff that I'd love to do, but I don't want to be friends with these guys. Mm-hmm. I can't be objective if I'm friends with these guys, and I don't want. I mean, I would love to if my job wasn't doing this stuff and everything, but sometimes you gotta just check yourself away from the personal associations. Yeah.
Yep. Text messages, slew of them coming in. So this is 1428. How many games has Tunsil had with 0 penalties? I don't know. 1428 across the. What I tell you, nobody's had more penalties since Laramie came into the league as far as procedural pre-snap type penalties.
Yeah.
along
They're
the
not
offensive
even aggressive
line.
penalties.
No.
They're not holds or anything.
Or face masks or unsportsman. Do something unsportsmanlike, Laramie. You're doing the most sportsmanlike thing, which is conceding 5 yards to the other team on important plays. Quite sportsmanlike. But I can tell you this season, no games yet with 0 penalties.
Well, and Ross brought up a good point about, and you know what, I'm glad a couple people, Luis asked me this on KHOE the other night, and I was glad I hadn't been hearing the questions properly when people ask, like, well, why is he doing this? What's wrong? And I forget sometimes that it's as simple as, I forget to explain, the reason that offensive tackles will get those false starts is, like Ross said, they're trying to time the snap count perfectly so that they just get that extra little bit of that millisecond that helps them get their second foot in the ground quick enough to be able to respond to anything. But you got to be good at doing it. And Laramie is really, really, really bad at doing it. If you think about pass rushers have that same attitude sometimes where, like, all right, I'm going to get an offsides every now and then, but the sum total of it is worth it. So you got to find that balance of, like, okay, I'm getting a good jump. Every now and then I'm going to get an offsides. So really good offensive tackles, every now and then they're going to get a false start. Laramie's just bad at it. Yeah. And he's been bad at it with multiple different centers. Yeah. And Laramie does it when he's worst at it is in the most critical of situations. He so often starts in crucial moments in the game when it ends up being a drive killer for the offense. So he's really, really bad at it. And yet he doesn't seem to care. Yeah. And I don't think apparently nobody on the Texans seems to hold him accountable. The other thing, too, and you brought this up during the break, Sean, I've seen multiple people say, well, this is the last holdover from the Bill O'Brien era. No, this is Nick Caserio. Caserio gave Laramie Tunsil a new contract last year. Yeah. I mean, this is a Nick Caserio re-up, basically. That was the next text I was going to read, actually, was the one from Middle Screen, actually. Coach Middle Screen, loyal listener, says Tunsil and Howard, too, and he's not by the way, Middle Screen's not the only one pointing this out, that these are B.O.B. Titus drafted in 2019, Tunsil traded for in 2019, back when Bill O'Brien was essentially the GM of the team. Well, Brian Gain was still there for the Howard pick, but at any rate, they were Bill O'Brien guys. Middle Screen, Tunsil and Howard, two of the few holdovers from the B.O.B. era, and it shows. To Seth's point, it's no. Once you give a contract extension to somebody, you are putting your stamp of approval on those players. So these aren't Bill O'Brien guys anymore. They're on second contracts that were given out by current, but that were given out with both Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans in the building. I think it's becoming evident, though, too, that if I had to guess, Blake Fisher getting drafted in the second round was not a best player available type of scenario. That was, all right, well, for one, just on the pure math side of things, we've got a couple highly paid offensive tackles. At some point, they're going to have to pay CJ. Let's get a younger guy in here that can take some of that off. But then, two, DeMeco inherited both those guys. DeMeco inherited Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. And I don't think either of them are really a DeMeco culture fit. Yeah. And man, I'm more than ready. I'm more than ever right now. I'm ready to, like, all right, sink or swim, Blake Fisher. Just get in there and let's see what you can do. At left tackle or right tackle? Yeah, left tackle. Yeah. I think Laramie's a bad influence on those dudes, man. The guy just doesn't care. I mean, it's not like there's nothing you can tell me that shows one bit that he cares about actually the team or doing things in the run game, especially the right way or setting a good example for other players. I think he just wants to be the highest paid offensive tackle in football, and he knows that being really good at pass protection is what gets that done. And even if you harm the team in the moment with all these false starts, that as long as it shows that he didn't give up any sacks, then there you go. Right. You know? It's PFF He's going to be grade. The highest paid guy. Yep, PFF grade was good. His pass pro was good. If you had to guess, if indeed it wasn't a best player available when they drafted Blake Fisher with the 57th pick in this past draft, who do you think they had one of the two specifically in mind for Blake Fisher to step in for sooner rather than later? Or do you feel like it was maybe a hedge going, okay, we're probably not going to – I mean, because for all we said about Tunsil, he's clearly been a better player than Titus Howard has. And he makes more money than Titus Howard at the same time. I think Titus still has has the potentially good, solid right tackle in the league, and making whatever he's making, that's fine.
It's not tippy top of the market.
Yeah. I would think that, honestly, if I'm DeMeco, and this is one of the things that's still, I'm curious about all of this and how DeMeco really feels about all this, that you've got a diva left tackle that doesn't seem to care just about eliminating any of the glaring weaknesses either in his leadership or his game, that it infects younger players. Like, it's a horrible example to have as one of your highest paid guys. Think about all they gush about the other guys and how they do things the right way, how hard they practice, all those things.
Yeah.
Laramie's a guy that just hardly ever practices. And CJ, remember in the offseason last year, CJ was doing that interview about Laramie Tunsil and how he's super vet, doesn't do anything extra, doesn't do this, like he's super vet. He was 29 years old, as CJ was saying that. And that's the way that Laramie Tunsil had operated when he was 28 years old, 27 years old. You're not super vet yet. You're still a relatively young player. And I can't imagine that that's what DeMeco wants on his football team. And right now, it is gumming up a lot of other things too. And I don't care how good he is in pass protection. It's keeping you from being the type of football team that you want them to be. I've fought it forever, and I've kind of made excuses here or there, but man, him not taking any accountability for it and him acting like he's the victim in these penalties, and him done before over these past several years, I don't understand what part of that fits in with DeMeco Ryans' culture. It's a huge gap between what they're telling the team. DeMeco can say all the things he wants about establishing culture and everything, but it's a blemish on DeMeco right now, the fact that this is one of the guys that you're paying more than anybody else and that is a captain on your team and all of those other things.
It sounds like you would start Blake Fisher at left tackle this Sunday against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
I would, just go ahead and do it and see what happens. I don't know. It's if you genuinely really want to be a really good offense.
Yeah.
I mean, and then or at least send a message to the rest of the team. If you want to be a really genuinely great team, if you want to capitalize on all this talent you've accumulated, then yes. If you genuinely believe your own propaganda. Because it just feels like empty propaganda. It starts to feel like empty propaganda if one guy's getting a pass on everything. He keeps getting a pass, but we're going to hold the rest of you accountable.
God, this is where I wish we could talk to every guy that voted for Laramie to be a captain of the team and go, why did you vote for him?
That's the thing, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, these young guys and everybody else on the team, they feel like, that is, okay, this is who we need to emulate.
Yeah.
This is the guy that I want to be like. I want to be like this guy that doesn't seem to actually give a damn.
Right. Text message, have they ripped the C off his jersey yet? Listen to the show. That's how Seth and I advocate the removal of stature from somebody is to rip the letter off of their lapel.
Like you would in a war movie.
Right.
You just go up and rip it off.
Fashion,
either that or make him wear a backwards C.
Upside down.
Yes.
Backwards, yeah.
Upside down doesn't work with the letter C, but backwards,
true.
yes, backwards C.
I meant pointing down.
Pointing down. Rotate it to the right.
Looks like a tunnel. Yeah. Why do you have a tunnel on your jersey? Okay, if someone text message, if someone calls you about Tunsil, what is a fair trade price for him? Boy, that opens up Pandora's box, because I'm guessing that you take a massive cap hit if you trade Laramie Tunsil, because all that bonus money gets accelerated onto your cap this year.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. It's a tricky one too. But there's ways you can manipulate that and maneuver it. And as long as it ends with Laramie Tunsil being the highest paid offensive tackle again, Laramie's going to be open to it. Laramie would be like anything. Yeah, do whatever we got to do to be sure I'm the highest paid offensive tackle.
His dead cap hit is $50 million right now. Laramie ain't going anywhere, man. Laramie, and let's be real. Laramie ain't getting benched either. I know you. I respect your idea to do what you're talking about with Blake Fisher, and I completely understand where you're coming from. You and I are on the same side of this thing. But the reality is he will be the left tackle for this team, not just on Sunday against the Jags. I don't know, how many weeks of ball starts would it take for DeMeco to bench him? Not for Seth Payne to bench him, for DeMeco to bench him, do you think?
I would say this game where, again, man, it's the whole way he operates. If he gets those penalties again, I mean, Sean, what do you do if he goes out, if he went out and did the same thing this week that he did last week, where he's just getting penalty after penalty in the first half? Was it 4 penalties in the first half?
4.
And then
yes.
one in the
second half.
Slowed it down and only got one in the second half.
He improved in the second half. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe he heard the message in the second half, and
maybe they were losing by 3 scores, and he stopped caring about getting out quick on his pass protect, on getting that second step in the ground, like Ross Tucker said. He just we're trailing by 3 touchdowns here, and I'm good. I'm done. I don't know if that's a great question. If he gets 4 penalties within, and it was 4 penalties within like 20 minutes of game time. You know what I mean? Like it was like it started midway through the first quarter, and the last one he got before the 2-minute warning of the first half. Like it was on 4 consecutive drives.
It was, and to me, Sean, I've been pretty good about eating pretty clean over the past 6 months or so. And so on game day, I let loose a little bit, It's not a cheat day, but I have a little bit of fun. And we were sitting up there in the lounge watching the game, and our boss, Parker, had brought in some kolaches. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I'm going to have a couple kolaches. Yeah. All right, This is living. And I spit kolache out on the ground after that second false start because I was as angry as I've been in maybe 5 years in that moment. And very good. I lost half a kolache that day, Sean.
Yeah.
Half a kolache that I felt like I'd earned. Laramie Tunsil might as well have smacked it out of my hand.
You didn't pick it up off the ground and just throw it back in your mouth? The old Seth would have done that.
I had to pick it off of Andy, the engineer.
The engineer's head?
Sure, yeah, he didn't even realize I had spit kolache on him. I felt awful about it.
You were mad.
Could have been a very degrading moment, but luckily Andy didn't realize that I had spit on his back.
You were so mad. Oh my God! Let's give away these U of H tickets.
I appreciate though too that I could tell that you guys were trying hard not to laugh at me.
Yeah,
because I was so angry.
Sorry, I said U of H tickets. Texans tickets. Sorry about that. Yeah, Texans tickets. Ben's getting in my ear while I'm listening to you talk about your half-eaten, gnarled kolache. Let's give away these Texans tickets. Yeah, you want to go watch them torture the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend? Get back on track? Well, be caller number 5 right now. If you could be at NRG Stadium sitting in the front row, think about that in your head. If I could just be there. Well, you can. Just be caller number 5 right now, and you win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. That's caller number 5, 713-572-4610. You'll have 2 more chances to win today. Just make sure you're listening in the noon hour and the 5 o'clock hours for your chance and your cue to call. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on your home of the Texans, Sports Radio 610. We're giving U of H tickets away too, right, Ben? Later in the show?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What time are we doing that? You remember? Clock out. Okay, so there you go. All right, yeah, Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. So be in that bullpen. Phones are ringing. Caller number 5 is the winner of those tickets. All right, let's do a quick check-in, if we could. There are some coaches that are on thin ice right now. So we're going to check in on our head coach death pool and see who's in line to win this thing between me and Seth. How are the 4 selections each of us made before the season? How are they faring right now so far this season? The head coach, and who's at the top of the odds board to get fired first? I don't know if I'm buying this one, but we'll see. We'll share that with you coming up next.
Boardroom Styling Lounge is the original expert on men's grooming, and it is a
West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, let's take a look. My guess is these odds for first head coach fired probably shifted last night. These are as of yesterday before Monday Night Football. Mike McCarthy's number one on the list right now. We'll go through the picks that Seth and I had before the season in a second and see how our guys are doing on here, because that's what we do on this show. We have pools about when people are going to get fired from their jobs. Somewhere they probably have a pool on radio personalities in town and when we're going to get fired. And if that's the case, then that is just karma for us. But we had a pool on which NFL head coach would be fired first. We'll get to those. We'll reset that in a second. But Mike McCarthy is a 3-1 favorite right now to be the first head coach fired. Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. As of yesterday, before Monday Night Football, Seth, Doug Peterson, Jacksonville, was number 2 on the odds board at 4-1. Was last night's piss-poor effort by the Jags enough to bump him ahead of Mike McCarthy on the odds to get fired first?
I think it should have been already, just because Jerry Jones quick to fire his head coaches.
I agree.
You know, it's going back to like Jason Garrett was there for 10 years, and it seemed like every year, like, well, this is the year they finally pull the trigger on Jason Garrett, and he just doesn't do it. He waits and waits and waits and waits. So I think I would have already put Doug Peterson up there. Boy, the way that Trevor Lawrence played last night, that interception to DeMar Hamlin was just ugly. Ugly. Really nice moment for Damar Hamlin and just I think people in general. That was a heartwarming moment that Damar Hamlin got that pick.
Yeah.
But boy, did Trevor Lawrence gift it to him.
Damar Hamlin had a much better Monday night last night than he did a year or so ago.
Yeah.
A year and a half
was
ago.
Was it only a year ago?
No, it was towards the end of the 2022 season, so it was
That's
almost
right. Okay.
Yeah, so it was about 21 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was ugly, man. And as Ross Tucker had pointed out, because Ross Tucker was there at the game, calling it on the radio, and it just seemed that was a classic. Man, remember when Gary Kubiak got fired after the Jaguars game, ironically enough, when the year he got fired, there was something about the team that just looked like they didn't show up ready to play, and that at least ended up being the Texans put up a fight in that game.
Yeah.
Bearded Schaub came in.
T.J. Swearinger put up a little too much of a fight. That's ultimately what got Gary fired, probably.
The Jaguars put up zero fight in that game at any point, right from the get-go.
It was
that's
bad.
That's the kind of performance, especially in a primetime game, that if it doesn't get the head, you could totally see the next week being the cherry on top and the rubber stamp on the decision. So I think there's a very good chance Doug Peterson, if the Texans show up and just put in a competent performance versus the Jaguars, they should win. And Doug Peterson might get fired on the tarmac at Hobby Airport.
He might, and which would mean neither of us would win our head coach death pool. Seth and I pick 4 coaches before each season, with the goal being to pick the one that gets fired first. You and I have tied for third place on this list. You have Brian Daboll. I have Kevin Stefanski. I think those are 2 pretty solid picks right now.
Yeah.
And they just went against each other this weekend up in Cleveland, and Daboll won that matchup. That's still a bad Giants team, and it's obviously not a great Cleveland team either.
Yeah, I don't think any fan base or owner or GM or anybody else thought now that's the Giants team that we wanted to see.
Exactly.
But it is boy, who might get Stefanski fired specifically? Follow me through on this one. Joe Brady, the new offensive coordinator for the Bills, who was getting all kinds of praise on the broadcast last night, and rightfully so, because Josh Allen looks like he's reborn this year. He looks like he's a genuine, bona fide NFL quarterback, distributing the ball, doing all those things. Joe Brady took over for one Ken Dorsey last year with the Bills offensive coordinator.
Yeah, we're seeing that.
Who's the offensive coordinator for the Browns? Ken Dorsey.
Yeah.
If I'm the Browns, if I'm the owner for the Browns, I'm looking at this and saying, why is the guy who was obviously a big part of any kind of perceived problem in Buffalo, why is he now our offensive coordinator? Help me understand this, Kevin Stefanski. Why is this the guy you wanted to bring in to help you with the offense?
Well, if I'm the owner of the Browns, I'm Jimmy Haslam. And other than his bank account, I have no other reason to want to be Jimmy Haslam. But at least in this moment, if I call Jimmy Haslam.
Haslam doesn't do it for you?
No.
Stir the juices.
God, no. Getting it on, and then all I'm hearing about is counseling the whole time. No. But Stefanski gets called into the owner's office and just pulls up that 5-second clip on the internet of Ken Dorsey murdering an iPad. Remember that? Like the Buffalo didn't convert on some third down or something, and he just takes the iPad or the Surface Pad or whatever it's called and just starts slamming it like multiple times like a maniac. I would just play that and go, why did we hire this guy right here?
Dude, if we did a power ranking of NFL owners, the male NFL owners, which wives would you want to be married to? I feel like Hannah's probably up in the number 1 right now.
Yeah, Cal would be pretty high up that list.
I don't know. It's a power ranking I don't want to do on the radio because it's just too easy to be. We would end up being a crossover hit into, this is what men are. This is what scum men are, and everything. And yet, I feel like for multiple reasons, people would definitely pick Hannah. Compared to
I'll say this: I don't know any. I can't rattle off who the wives are of all 32 NFL owners, or 31. I know Green Bay is different. I can't rattle off who the wives are, but I would blindly just take Hannah and say, okay, you get the other 30. Now keep arguing against me here. I would if it were a debate, I would take Hannah in that debate blindly against any of the other wives.
Well, and I'll say it because on multiple fronts, because, if we want to just be dirtbag dudes about it or whatever, Hannah's a very attractive lady, right?
Yeah.
So there's that. She's going to be, without looking at all the other NFL owners, she's going to be very, very high in that category. But are you telling me, and she's going to make you way better at your job, too?
Right.
So...
Oh, dude.
Instead of somebody who's a bane on your existence and you wonder, oh, my God, this is... no, she's actually she's gonna make you much better at your job.
Yeah.
And, I feel like I can't think of anybody else out there right now that would be higher than Hannah.
Good job, Cal. And Hannah. Good job, both of you. I have Antonio Pierce in our death pool. I actually feel good. We'll hear from Antonio Pierce in the Pettycast in the next segment. Antonio Pierce of the Raiders. I have him. I have Dennis Allen. I don't feel great about him being fired first. They're 2-1. You have Nick Sirianni. The Eagles are 2-1, but it is a shaky 2-1.
Shaky 2-1. I'll tell you, I've only watched the 12-minute YouTube highlight package of that Saints-Philadelphia game, but my first impression of it was, man, those two teams came out for blood in a good way. Yeah. That looked like, just from watching the 12-minute highlight reels, it looked like those teams came ready to play.
Yeah.
And, a lot of times with a defensive battle, it's more a matter of the offenses playing poorly. The impression I got was that those two defenses came out and were playing old school football. And so from a Nick Sirianni standpoint, obviously there's still some things that they're not doing as efficiently or as well as they were doing a couple of years ago. But that looked like an Eagles team that was tough and gritty, et cetera, et cetera. And that also, my other impression of that game was, man, Saquon Barkley is definitely a good look for paying running backs right now.
Yeah. Saquon was great in that game. You have Robert Saleh. I don't think he's in any danger right now if this is the version of Aaron Rodgers we get. I have Todd Bowles. They didn't look good against Denver, but I think Tampa Bay is going to be fine. You have Sean McDermott, which is basically like the equivalent of just like crumpling up your ticket at a horse racing track and throwing it on the ground.
No, Sean McDermott, I think maybe
there's a better chance he wins Coach of the Year right now.
the way the Bills have played. And as a defensive-minded head coach, one of the big tests is not just having a good defense, obviously, but how do you help develop this young quarterback? All the reasons people say you shouldn't get a defensive-minded head coach, he had Brian Daboll originally, who was really good for Josh Allen. And then without Brian Daboll, it looked almost like Josh Allen was still very good, but had kind of gotten stuck at a certain level. Now he's got an offensive coordinator again that seems to be taking him to a new level.
Yeah, Joe Brady.
And they're doing it without Stephon Diggs on.
And the Texans still can't really get out of second gear with Stephon Diggs on their roster right now.
Yeah.
There's that. And it's not Diggs' fault. It's just, it is what it is. Pettycast. We do it every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. We get super petty about things going on, things going negatively for people around the league. Deshaun Watson, Will Levis, Bill Belichick, Antonio Pierce, Micah Parsons. We'll hear from them coming up in the Pettycast, coming up next.
You've been, you want to get petty because you've been injured in an accident? It's not petty. You deserve compensation. So just go ahead and be as petty as you want, but call Mo Karam Law to help you do it and get that compensation you deserve. You slip and fall, auto accident, ride share accident. You were just...
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. At 8:25, we will list out the areas where our faith has been most shaken in the Texans so far through 3 games. Areas we thought were going to be good, maybe we're not feeling so hot about right now. But in the meantime, every Tuesday, 8 o'clock, now that the book is closed on week 3, we can go back and look. And, yeah, sure, the Texans lost 34-7 to the Vikings. We'll see how much the faith was shaken amongst experts at 9 o'clock when we power rank the power rankings. But this is not going to stop us from getting petty. We get petty on Tuesday this time every week. We take a look around the league, make fun of things that are worth making fun of. And typically, if anything goes wrong with Deshaun Watson, this is the segment, this is the bucket that it'll get plunked down in here. The Browns are 1-2. And they have massive injuries along the offensive line. They might be without 3 of their starting offensive linemen. So it kind of gives Deshaun an excuse. I hate that because I think he's bad with or without the offensive lineman. Here was Deshaun trying to get work done against the Giants on Sunday.
Watson audibilizing at the line on a 1st and 10 at the Giant 44 with 7:50 to go. Giants up 21-15. Another draw, fumbled by Ford. It's loose, and the Giants say they have it. It was a bad exchange between Ford and Watson, and the Giants say they have the football. Do the officials say they do? Yes.
Yeah, Deshaun, he averaged 5.3 yards per attempt in that game.
And that was the one I think that Ford basically put on Watson at the end of the game, did he not? That it was. I
can tell you, Deshaun skirted the hell out of it in his press conference. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the funny thing about Deshaun since he's been in Cleveland is that he's had so many sloppy plays or sloppy turnovers. Almost comical at times that I don't recall him ever doing when he was with the Texans. To say nothing of how he's played as a quarterback or excuses he could have made, this, that, or the other. The play last year when DeMeco Ryans, who at the time was with the Titans, was sacking Deshaun, and Deshaun just turned around and threw it backwards like 10 yards further behind the line of scrimmage and missed the running back. The running back was able to scoop it up to keep it from being a complete tragedy, but just really comically bad football plays by Deshaun Watson. There's nothing about his performance, I think, that a Browns fan would look at and say, well, yeah, he's right on the brink. He's just like, okay, we just got to figure this out or what have you. He looks like he's regressed back beyond something. It's not even a regression. I don't think he's ever been as bad at these comically bad football plays as he's been.
Well, and people are questioning his love of football. Does he even want to be there? He seems more like an Instagram influencer than he does a football player at this point.
Yeah.
In Cleveland, I can tell you, I listened to some Cleveland radio on Mondays just to see how things are going up there, especially after losses. And Ken Carman's the morning host up there, and his whole thing on the Open on Monday was, we got to stop talking about Deshaun, like 2020 Deshaun walking through that door. Like the Deshaun that had a bad offensive line, traded his best weapon, all these things, and he still threw for almost 5,000 yards. Like, that guy's not coming back. He's not coming back.
It's got to be. It's almost like now he's turned into one of those nondescript quarterbacks that you wonder, like, all right, well, can we get by with this guy?
He's Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, right. I almost wanted to say, except this would be an insult to Andy Dalton to an extreme degree. You know, Andy Dalton, for a long time, they had that thing called the Dalton line, which was that quarterback that, like, all right, he's not really great, but you're winning football games with him, and he seems to get the job done. He's not even up. Like, it would be aspirational to say that maybe he could be as good as Andy Dalton when he was at his best. It's just, he's nowhere even close to that.
Because guys around that line, you debate about paying them. Right now.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, right now, they're regretting that they paid Deshaun. Like, that's the big thing.
He's not even early stage Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Right.
You know,
he's just bad.
He's just not a good quarterback.
Here's Deshaun after the game saying, do not bash his love for the game.
I'm never concerned. Like I said, I'm going to step on the field. Whoever's out there to foul, I'm going to keep working. Sometimes it might go our way, sometimes it's not. But if I'm standing up, I'm going to keep working, regardless of what people think, what people say, who's out there, whatever it is. That's one thing you're not going to bash me with is my passion of the game and my work ethic. And the way I.
He's got such rabbit ears, man. Like he hears everything. Like he's
That's what happens when you're on social media all the time.
Dude, he's so attuned to what people say about him. Like it's
if you equate him to other, like for what Deshaun could have been. All right, Kobe Bryant got himself into a very dicey situation as a young man when he was married, and it changed him after that, and yet he remained the Kobe Bryant who was very much fueled and motivated to greatness.
Yes.
But also, had to be sure he did right by his wife after that.
After
Deshaun, it seems like he's doing right by his girlfriend as hard as he can.
To an extreme degree, yeah.
So supports her in all of her social media career endeavors and everything, and yet on the football side of things, just completely falling apart.
Unbelievable.
You, sir, are no Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
No,
he is not. He is not. Will Levis, he threw a pick six this weekend.
From the 31, here's the snap. Quick throw, right sideline, intercepted. Down the left sideline, Jair Alexander, high-stepping, end zone, touchdown! Jair Alexander, and the Packers lead it 16-7. Holy cow.
All right, man.
You know who's still committed to Will Levis is Pete Prisco. He's convinced that Will Levis is just he doesn't have any talent or support around him, and that's why this, that, the other thing. There's no excuse for some of the stuff that Will.
No.
He does so many stupid things with such regularity that many other good quarterbacks have not had ideal circumstances, and they manage not to do 7 stupid things per game. I'm
awesome.
Baffled, honestly. I don't know what it is, if it's personal pride or ego or something. Some people want to stick by their pre-draft assessments of Will Levis, but man, every bad thing that Will Levis could have been by his pre-draft assessment, I feel like he's showing it in droves.
No doubt.
You got to let it go, man.
No doubt.
I hope the Titans don't let it go. I hope they continue to see good things.
Dude,
in him.
I hope they Trevor Lawrence him and give him a second contract. Do it. Bill Belichick, as we get petty. This is as petty as it gets for me. But if you're going to make fun of a former employer, and I know Bill Belichick was only a New York Jet employee for like 24 hours before he shifted gears and said, nah, I'm going to go coach the Patriots instead.
Wrote his resignation on a napkin.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, he did, literally.
Did he really?
I thought that was the story. Yeah, he basically wrote it on a napkin, his official resignation letter. Yeah.
This is Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, talking about Sam Darnold, and tries to take a shot at the Jets here.
But I'll say this. Everybody has liked Darnold except the Jets. The people at Carolina that I talked to, they really liked him. He was, at the Rams and not for very long. They liked him. I think they want to re-sign him. He was looking for more of an opportunity than to play behind Stafford. And then Kevin and some of the coaches in Minnesota, they really like this guy too. So it seemed like the only people that didn't like Darnold were at the Jets.
Yeah, okay, I get it. That's a little subtle shade at the Jets. You guys, you guys have probably had a thing going for 20 years now. If you're going to throw shade, old man, you got to get your facts straight. Like Darnold, you're thinking of Baker Mayfield. When he said the Rams and he backing up Matt Stafford, that was not – Sam Darnold has never been a Ram.
Right, but he was still talking about Sam Darnold the whole time. He just mixed up that little part of it.
Yeah, a little part of it where he was definitely –
but you know what? Honestly, I think he meant the 49ers. I think he probably –
He said Matt Stafford.
Right, yeah, I know. But in his mind, he was kind of like conflating like the whole –
I'm not going to let you take up for Belichick in the Pettycast. You can do it at 8:30.
His large point, he didn't completely confuse the player. In his, I'm going to listen, Sean. Belichick and I, our brains operate very similarly. People say that all the time. It's in your mind, you're thinking of like because Sam Darnold went out and was a backup to Purdy with the 49ers, and that was good for him. In Belichick's mind, he has that in the bucket of the Shanahan tree out there in L.A., and he just kind of, or out there in California, and he just kind of flipped it in his mind for a second.
I know what he did.
The overall argument was okay.
I know what he did, but if you're going to do it while throwing shade at the Jets, you got to get it right. Like I'll allow it just through the course of the show when he's on with McAfee, but if you're going to do it while you're trying to make a joke about the New York, I will not stand for him making fun of the New York Jets. and conflate field with Sam Darnold.
January 4th, 2000, Bill Belichick, as he approached the podium to be introduced as the Jets' new head coach, Belichick grabbed a pen and a napkin and scribbled a note, "I resign as head coach of the New York Jets."
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad. Like, that's a bold move right there.
And then he gave up. It was a long press conference, too. Yeah. I went back and revisited this a couple years ago. I remember it was a crazy moment in NFL history.
It pops up. I think it pops up in that Dynasty like docuseries they did on Apple TV about the Patriots.
Yeah.
Because that's how he wound up there with the Patriots. All right, two more here. Pettycast. Here's Antonio Pierce after the loss to the Panthers. They got blown out at home by the Panthers. Imagine that. A week after beating the Ravens in Baltimore, you come back home to Vegas and you lose to the Carolina Panthers. Granted, it was Andy Dalton, not Bryce Young. But here was Pierce about his players after the game.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions. And we'll make business decisions going forward as well.
All right, so Antonio Pierce, I mean, that I think, honestly, Seth, I think that's what people wanted DeMeco Ryans to say about Laramie Tunsil. You know what I mean?
We got guys out there making business decisions.
Yeah.
We'll make business decisions too. DeMeco's trying to establish a culture, says things that he genuinely and truly believes, and yet at the same time, there's one guy that, man, just does not fit the culture of the DeMeco Ryans Houston Texans, and it's Laramie Tunsil, who you also choose. DeMeco Ryans didn't choose to reward Laramie Tunsil financially the way he's being rewarded, and yet, man, it's a big glaring issue when you're trying to establish a culture.
Yeah.
And it's an issue on establishing a culture on an offensive line that right now is completely and totally inept in their run blocking.
A lot of people saying that Davante Adams was who Antonio Pierce was referring to, because apparently he was moping on the bench throughout most of the second half and late second quarter, and during the second half of that game, Davante Adams looked like he wanted to be anywhere other than in a Raiders uniform.
It's the hard thing about pro football, though, too, is that, man, like it is with the Texans and Laramie Tunsil right now, it's, all right, boy, you'd love to live by your credo and everything, and you'd love to, if Antonio Pierce wanted to cut Davante Adams or somebody on the spot, then that might be the right thing to do in his mind, and yet you're financially constrained.
Big time.
It's really hard to do those things.
Big
Laramie
time.
Tunsil, if you want to make an example out of Laramie Tunsil somehow, it's a $50 million dead cap hit, and it's just about damn near impossible to do, or you'd have to get really, really, really creative. It's hard to always make what you want to do based on your ideology.
Yes. Last one here, Pettycast. Micah Parsons. He loves the Texans. This was Micah on his podcast last week.
They're playing elite defense as well as elite offense. I mean, Coach Ryan, what he's doing over there, he's special, bro. I've been watching them, man. Them young cats is hooping. But they got Stingley. That Texans team is going to be a deep playoff run team, man. Especially how CJ's playing, that defense is playing. It's going to be special.
Okay, I know it sounds like he's Anchorage style. There were graphics on that video, which were Micah, stay the hell away from the Texans. You said that before this Vikings game. I'm putting this Vikings loss on Micah Parsons. They're hooping, all those young guys, and DeMeco this and DeMeco that. Stop campaigning to be on the Texans. We've got two defensive ends already. Their names are Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Honestly, of all the I don't want Micah Parsons anywhere near the Texans. For what it would cost to get him, no.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, and there's no way. I mean, the Texans, it's not like there's no way they would trade for Micah Parsons or something right now.
No chance.
Because now, a Micah Parsons trade is very much in the cards if the Cowboys don't turn it around real quickly. Because it's really hard to pay three top guys top of the market money, and they'd have CeeDee Lamb already under contract. They've got Dak Prescott under contract. The Cowboys probably are not going to pay Micah Parsons, and if they're 2-6 come trade deadline or something, I think there's a really good chance he gets traded. The Texans already have so much money and draft picks invested in their defensive line. I don't think they're going to do it.
No, yeah. I mean, I know he'll never be a Texan. I just don't need him talking about the Texans. He was out there.
No, I do think he genuinely believes all those things he just said. He spent the entire offseason palling it up with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
I think CJ gave good word of mouth on the Texans.
I agree. Text message. More than sweet tickets, because we just gave away Texans tickets in the previous hour. More than sweet tickets, I would love to watch a game with Seth. That would be pure entertainment. and someone. You're pretty quiet back there on your sofa during the game the other day. Other than your Kalachi incidents.
I'm trying to. It's hard. Football's a hard. Sean, you know the problem with my brain. I was joking, obviously, about it being like Bill Belichick. Is that my brain is a constant battle to pick one of 20 thoughts that I'm having at any given moment. It really, really is, and it's really hard.
The metaphor for your brain is one person chasing 20 chickens at the same time.
Yeah, and it's really, and they're usually, I would say 18 out of the 20 ideas are brilliant ideas, but you got to choose one.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me. So when I'm watching a football game, and you've got 22 players out there all doing these things. For me to just try to figure out exactly it's hard for me. You don't want to watch a game with me. You don't want to watch a game with me.
I disagree. I'll be honest with you. The most fun thing in this job, like there's so many times in this job where I'm like, man, there are people who would pay like in an auction to do these things that we get to do sometimes.
Yeah.
The one big thing is when I would watch games with Ted when he was here. I watch games with Clint. You and I watch games together from time to time. Like, I love watching games with former football players because you get their perspective. It's like watching a director's cut of a game. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's so fun, man. Like, that's my favorite thing. I know you're corralling all these things in your brain, but for a regular dude like me, that's why I tell people all the time the game day stuff is my favorite stuff because I'm sitting in the press box with you watching the game on home games. I'm watching with Clint up here in the theater room that we've got during the road games and stuff. Like, it's super fun for me.
You know what? It's hard, though. I think it's hard watching the TV copy because you're trying to figure out exactly what's going on, and it stinks because the more high-profile a game it is, the harder it is to figure things out because they've got more cameras. They tend to be, like, focused in on an even smaller area of the field. And there's times where you're like, oh, my God, I wish I could see what they were doing in coverage right now because you have no idea whether the quarterback's making the right decision or not, you know? So it's really frustrating when you're watching on TV to know who to get angry at.
Yeah.
I just want to know who to be angry at here, but I can't.
It's easier at home games. It's easier at home games where we're watching with our own eyes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the Petty Cast. We'll do the power ranking of the power rankings at the top of the hour. How much has the faith been shaken with the Texans with the national media? We'll find out in about 40 minutes. How much has our faith been shaken with specific things with the Texans? We've got the list. We'll go through it with you next.
So you guys know, as we were just talking about, I have a hard time pinning one thought down to focus.
Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Where has our...
Real quick apology. I did it again. I didn't stay petty throughout the whole Pettykast. I apologize.
Yeah,
Multiple
that was
people pointing that out. I'm sorry.
No, it's you got lost in the moment of defending Belichick, which you constantly do. It's very annoying off the air. Seth is always defending Bill Belichick. No, you got to stay petty during the Pettykast.
Belichick is on a podcast with Michael Lombardi right now. Michael Lombardi, who blocked me on X, and
whoa, what?
I think he blocked me. I don't know. I was going through every now and then. I go through who I've blocked, and sometimes, man, I get a hair trigger on game days. Some days I'm just like, somebody says something that just like mildly annoys me, and I'm like, screw this guy, and I block him.
Yeah.
So I go back through and be like, oh, wait a second, why did I make this decision? And I realized that. I blocked Michael Lombardi, but I think it's because I realized that he had blocked me at some point.
Okay.
So I don't know why.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you used to have him on your old Deceptively Fast podcast back in the day.
Yeah, something went. You know, when he put out the report that the Texans might fire Nick Caserio. Or however he had framed it a couple years ago.
Yeah, was it fire, or was he talking about Caserio maybe leaving and going back?
He might end up back in New England, whatever it was. Yeah. I think I kind of had a hot. It bothered me the way that all went down, and I think he probably saw what I had tweeted out, and then
okay.
So I get it if he blocked me, but I counter blocked him just in case he ever.
No, that's a good job by
you. In case he ever wants to come back and follow me, it'll be sitting there waiting there. Yeah,
that's right. Where has our faith been shaken with the Houston Texans 3 games in? Now, granted, they're 2-1. You know, there's a lot of teams around the league that would be that are envious of the position the Texans are in. 2-1, and you got Jacksonville coming to town this weekend, so they should be 3-1 when next Monday rolls around. Where has your faith been most shaken in the Houston Texans, Seth?
I guess
first 3 games.
Okay, if we're talking about this is a faith-based exercise, This is tough. I have the least faith in the offensive line right now. So I guess but I didn't really trust them that much. I was excited about them after the Colts just suck.
Yeah.
But I was encouraged by the performance by the offensive lineman in the first game. But I would say I think I went from agnostic to atheist on this one. I was agnostic about the offensive line, but now I'm just flat. I'm full-blown atheist.
Right.
If they put in a bad performance versus the Jaguars, I'll be a damn Satanist, man. What the hell, offensive line? And some people will point out, as Ross Tucker did earlier, that, hey, that Vikings defense has made every offensive line look bad. The 49ers didn't seem to have any answers for that Vikings defense. The 49ers did run the ball. They were able to move the ball versus the Vikings defense. The Texans' offensive line looked pathetic, paltry, putrid, any P word you want to use, piss poor, all of those things. They were really bad in run blocking, and just Laramie Tunsil having 5 penalties in that game. I am a downright atheist about the Texans' offensive line
atheist,
right now.
So your faith has been shaken to atheism when it comes to the offensive line. Where is your faith with C.J. Stroud right now?
I'm speaking in tongues. I'm a snake handler. I'm flat out. Yeah,
you're still devout. You're a devout.
I am devout. I am like almost to the lunatic fringe on it. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with CJ. It's a slow start. They're trying to figure out exactly how to handle all these things. CJ bears responsibility for the run game as well. It's one of the challenges of a young quarterback is becoming more incorporated into the run game. He needs to be a taskmaster himself in some regards. Coming back will fix a little bit of that. But as far as CJ long-term and overall, yeah, I'm a faith healer.
You are okay. So you're seriously devout with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
DeMeco's been catching some over the last couple days from people wanting DeMeco to hold the offensive line more accountable, specifically Laramie Tunsil.
I burn them at the stake for I challenge them to a witch dunking, and then they'll burn them at the stake.
The people questioning DeMeco?
For questioning the power and authority of the church on this one, yes.
I like it. I have
consummate faith. I have consummate faith in DeMeco in this regard, and I do think that one of his challenges right now is that DeMeco 100% believes the church doctrine and his culture and everything that he preaches, but he's got this one member of his flock in Laramie Tunsil who, I don't know, maybe he donates the most money to the church. The coffers are full because of Laramie Tunsil.
He does.
And DeMeco's kind of stuck in this position where, like, all right, well, how do I handle the richest member of the congregation who's also just the least worthy? Yeah.
DeMeco sees him on a daily basis, and he sees that he's not a bad person. He's worth saving. You know, like this.
But
Laramie
he doesn't want to be saved.
Yeah.
But as far as my faith in DeMeco, I think it's just this is one of these the challenges that a young coach is going to have is you go through some blips like last week's game.
I got to tell you, I didn't see a witch dunking coming in this segment. We are, witch dunking.
I'll put them on the wheel and see if they.
Where are you on your former position, the defensive line, right now?
Defensive line, I feel good about. I think they just need to. They haven't finished their studying for their confirmation yet.
Okay.
What do you Catholics do when you get confirmed? Don't you have to go to don't you have to get ready for your confirmation somehow? You got to learn a bunch of stuff.
It takes a really long time, man. I know that. I remember that. It takes a really long time. Yeah.
What do they do before a bar mitzvah? Don't you? You got to do a bunch of studying for you got to study the Torah and all that.
Yeah.
They're right there. They're right there. They're about ready for confirmation.
Okay.
But there's not quite. They gotta nail a couple of things before you can completely confirm them.
Yeah.
The one play, the touchdown throw to Jamar Jefferson, where I know people were upset that Eric Murray was covering Jamar Jefferson on that play. Did I call him Jamar? Justin Jefferson.
Jefferson, yeah.
Justin Jefferson. That Sam Darnold threw that ball 6.2 seconds after the snap.
That's a long time.
Yeah, because the defensive line didn't contain Sam Darnold. It was one of my worries. About that game was that there's a tendency to look at a guy like Sam Darnold, and I don't know why. Can't imagine the reason for it, but you underestimate his mobility. And there he goes, breaks out of the pocket, extends it, and throws a touchdown because you can't expect anybody to cover Justin Jefferson for 6.1 seconds.
Are you worried about that this weekend with Trevor Lawrence at all?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I think it'll be a good day for the defensive line.
Okay.
And I think, honestly, DeMeco, the numbers on Justin Jefferson's numbers when somebody challenged him near the line of scrimmage compared to when he didn't, when he had cushion versus when he didn't, was pretty glaring in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised they were as careful with I don't want to say careful because it's almost like conceding that he's going to get a bunch of stuff underneath if you play Justin Jefferson with a big cushion. But I think they're good enough to be more aggressive than that.
Yeah, I agree with that. These are interesting texts we're getting. DeMeco seems very buddy-buddy with the players, less authoritarian. I'm guessing they see a different DeMeco than we do, like out of practice. And
I think he's very. I think DeMeco is the perfect balance between, like, hey, you don't have to be an a-hole to be a tough coach,
right?
But you gotta hold guys accountable, and you got to be very, very attentive to detail, and you have to be a taskmaster. You hear the stories from players like Aziz Alshire was saying when he was a young player, he used to butt heads with DeMeco all the time because DeMeco is just so demanding in terms of his expectations.
It's a good example.
I've told you before, Sean, too. Usually the genuinely toughest coaches to play for in my career, there was almost zero correlation to their personality. I had some tough coaches who never raised their voice a single time, but they were so demanding in terms of their expectations, hard they coached you on the finer aspects, that it was brutal playing for them.
It felt,
I had other coaches that would MF you up and down who were horrible coaches because they were sloppy in their attention to detail themselves. So I don't worry about DeMeco's personality or how friendly he is with the players. I know that he holds them to a high standard.
Yep.
And it's just, and I think he tries to handle guys on a case-by-case basis. Some guys respond to tough love. Other guys need to be coddled a little bit more, and you got to figure out who responds to what.
I agree. Most faith shaken about, this is a text message, my faith has been most shaken about the secondary out of position too much, and something isn't clicking with CJ. I'm not worried about CJ Stroud. Not yet. 3 games in, I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. Now, I am worried that the offensive line might get him killed in a game this year. That part I'm worried. I'm worried for C.J. Stroud. I'm not worried about C.J. individual in a vacuum. I'm not worried about him as a player. Secondary out of position too much. Where's your has your faith been shaken on the secondary?
I think some of that comes down to the play calling again. I think that they could have been more aggressive than they were in that game. And I think, look, when you're playing zone versus Justin Jefferson and the quarterback has time to throw, he's gonna find openings. He's gonna find spots. And the egregiously out of position stuff wasn't as bad in the second 2 games as it was in game 1. So I'm not overly concerned about that. If anything, I think DeMeco can trust his secondary perhaps more than he did on Sunday. That game a little out of whack just because of the game flow of everything, and the offense just continually shooting themselves in their own foot, that it put extra stress on the defense.
Many people pointing out this segment had a distinct Pope Zaza feel to it, that this wasn't Seth Payne necessarily doing this segment, but it was the venerable Pope Zaza doing this segment.
Pope Zaza would have been more, I should have either condemned people to hell.
I was going to say, I think Pope Zaza would have been doing a lot more chastising, I think.
We've never really built up the Pope Zaza personality the way we probably should have. We had a good idea a while back. Part of it is that it was inspired by Laramie Tunsil's counsel, Saint Omni. So we decided, okay, I need to come up with a name that's based on a religious position and a luxury hotel. And we came up with Pope Zaza.
Pope Zaza.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Payne and Pope and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday.
I'll get is one of those robes or something. We'll have to do a segment where I'm Pope Zaza and I rule on things.
You need the hat, too. The big...
I don't want to offend anybody's, religious faith or anything on too much level. So we'll try to do a hodgepodge from different religions.
All right.
I want one of those Russian Orthodox hats.
Yeah, something like that. I think that would be.
I'm guessing we have very few Russian Orthodox listeners.
No, but if you go to Amazon and put in Russian Orthodox hat, I guarantee you could have one at your house by 2:00 today.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right. The Astros are trying to clinch a division. That is not the most with the Houston Astros. This is. We will tell you what that is coming up next. But first, this is the most important thing I've got going on over the next few days, and it is our next college football flight by Yingling.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we will power rank the power rankings at the top of the hour.
We do have at least one Russian Orthodox listener. He says, well, Seth, I'm one of your Russian Orthodox listeners, and there are quite a few of us. So I don't know. I'll have to go visit I'm going to have to go take in a service at this Russian Orthodox church.
Yeah.
If outsiders are allowed. I have zero clue about how it all operates. But apparently I've got this is good. You know, I love learning about people's faiths and their own little.
You do.
Their own little tweaks on the good word.
Yeah.
That's nice. All right.
Let's do a remote.
I didn't know I was big in Russian Orthodoxy.
Yeah, let's do a remote at the Russian Orthodox Church here in town. 6 a.m. Let's do it.
We could do that. We could do just start doing remotes at various churches around town, take in a little bit of the different. I like that. Boy, I enjoy it. I enjoy communal things.
Yeah,
it's part of human nature.
Yep.
It's sometimes in this online world that we live in, whether it be faith-based or not, just sometimes it's good to get around in a big group of people, for wholesome purposes.
Yep.
Not to go chase down Frankenstein or anything, but just a nice communal feel to things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Here's Joe.
The Russian Orthodox Church. What if it? I don't want this to be something though that ends up, I don't want to reevaluate things at this point in my life. If it really speaks to me something, and
that
then
would be a good
3 months
thing.
from now, I've decided to leave my job because I need to pursue the life of a.
No, don't do that. But if you feel like it strengthens your purpose, that's not a bad thing. But don't strengthen it to the point where you don't want to do this show anymore. Just a proper amount of strengthening of your purpose in life. I think you're pretty good. I think you're good.
I remember I had that conversation with a guy a couple of weeks ago who basically is basically gets into arguments with his pastor because his pastor, they sound like they're pretty fundamentalists with this church he goes to. His pastor doesn't think people should watch sports at all. But meanwhile, so my friend, not my friend, but this listener who I'm surprised even has a smartphone, he it sounds like he's kind of consuming sports radio in secret.
Oh wow, because he
against he has to hide it from his pastor.
Yeah. Like he's committing major sins every Sunday by watching the Texans.
You and I are basically Kevin Bacon and Footloose.
Yeah, kind of.
For this kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. We're going to dance our asses off.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros, they lose last night to the Mariners. I'm not worried about them not winning the division yet. Now, Fromber loses tonight. We're going to come in with a different tone tomorrow. The magic number's 2. So we need a combination of an Astros win and a Mariners loss, and beating the Mariners either of the next 2 days accomplishes that. I am more worried right now about Yordan Alvarez than I am the Astros clinching the division. I don't know when that'll shift. I hope it doesn't. I hope they clinch it tonight. Here was show a spot a game on Yordan Alvarez.
So, you know what? He's actually right now getting more tests done. He's got an MRI start at 3 o'clock, so we should be getting some more results here in the next hour. Yesterday we got some x-rays and there was some inflammation in the area, so we want to make sure that we go in there and we check all the boxes, so he's getting some extra testing done right now. I spoke with him this morning and, he woke up pretty sore. I was expecting him to, praying that he felt better, but that wasn't the case. So, we'll see once we get these results, once he walks in here.
No sugarcoating going on before the game, like he doesn't feel good. The knee doesn't feel good. They did the MRI, and here was the spot after the game yesterday.
Right knee sprained.
And what is his prognosis for the remainder of the regular season?
He will not be available for this series.
Okay, so the question becomes, and under this you have to assume they win the division, okay? So I'm not putting the cart ahead of the horse. I'm merely analyzing this situation. Sprained knee, and to what degree? He just said sprained knee, so we don't know what degree it's sprained. But I will remind people the wild card round starts a week from today. A week from today is when the playoffs begin.
Yeah, and so a sprain could be anything from a torn ACL to just a slightly, minutely torn MCL or something. So something maybe you could play through, or maybe it's devastating. Sprain doesn't tell you a whole lot other than that it could be really, really bad.
Right.
So we have zero reason for optimism at this point. and I'm not even blaming the Astros for not giving out enough information or anything, but once the word sprain gets introduced into the equation, it could be really, really bad. And even if it's minor, it's something that could affect him. So I'm emotionally braced right now for Jordan very potentially not being available for the first series, and then I'm in denial about anything after that.
Yeah, man. And if he ain't available for the first series, it might not matter about a second series because that wild card round is 2 out of 3. So who knows? Espada just said he's not available for this series. If the Astros win tonight, then it doesn't matter if he's available for the Cleveland series because it's all about the wild card. You know what I mean? Like get the division clinched. And if they clinch the division, and I don't know what the magic number is for them to catch Cleveland, but I don't think they're catching Cleveland. Like the Astros are going to be playing, in all likelihood, massive likelihood, they're going to be playing they're going to be the 3 seed playing against the final wild card team. Once they take care of their business in the next night or the next 2 days against Seattle, win 1 out of these 3 games, then it's all about getting your pitching lined up. It's about getting guys healthy. It's staying sharp.
The interesting thing with Jordan is in a 3-game series especially is that, all right, let's say that it's a sprain and it's hard for him to play, but he goes out there and they DH him. Jordan has pitchers and defenses even when he's not hitting the ball well. We've seen Jordan when he's slumping, or at least his version of a slump where he's not hitting with power, where everybody's still got their heels at the very back of the dirt in the infield. All of the outfielders are backed way the hell up.
He demands respect.
Right. So I think especially in a 3-game series where there's not enough time for people to really realize, like, okay, yeah, he's just not the same guy or what have you, that just having him out there at all could pay dividends, and it's gonna make it tough to manipulate, who you move to DH and who's at first, et cetera. But for a 3-game series, it doesn't matter as much.
No. Well, I mean, I would be shocked if when he comes back, he's running around in the outfield. So my guess is that if he does make it back,
that's true,
it's going to be as a DH. So he's going to be the DH. So that hurts your lineup flexibility. If you get into the postseason and you want to start Caratini at catcher, I suppose you put Yiner at first base, but you're weakening yourself defensively at first base to keep Yiner's bat in the lineup because you can't use DH because Jordan is using it. And you're probably having to start somebody in left field that is not a great – they don't have great offensive players other than Kyle Tucker in the outfield right now. So Jordan being pigeonholed into being a DH is a negative for this team in terms of the lineup flexibility that they have. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to the 9 o'clock hour. We talked about where our faith may have been shaken with the Texans. I think we're still feeling pretty good. How does the national media feel? The Texans were in the top 4 in every media that we use on 9 o'clock on Tuesdays when we power rank the power rankings. They were in the top 4 of all of them last week. How far did they fall due to the loss to the Minnesota Vikings? We power rank the power rankings coming up next.
Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as maybe you spent planning your summer vacation? There's a really good chance that the answer is no, and there's reasons for that. You shouldn't feel ashamed of yourself. It's that sometimes it's just too overpowering, and you start thinking about, man,
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast as we go into the 9 o'clock hour with you. I need to get a new computer. It's just
why?
My computer is slow and it's old and it sucks and it really makes
How old is it?
Too old. I don't know exactly how old. It's too old. You know what, Seth? It's old enough to where the little black rubber things on the bottom on each of the four corners that help grip it to a table have all fallen off. They're all on here with Scotch tape.
That's what most IT professionals would tell you. It's like it's the same way a horse trainer can look at a horse's teeth and know how old the horse is. That's what the IT guys will do. The old crusty ones, you know, the ones that walk in with a big chaw of tobacco, and they still just old school IT professional. They'll tell you like, don't look at it. I don't need to look at the diagnostics. I can tell by the wear on your little rubber grippers.
Yeah, it's just Yeah, like, something that should take like 12 seconds to put together during a break takes literally like 3 minutes because my computer just pauses and I type in a word and I type in, a sentence and then I sentence get put on our dock letter by letter for the next minute and a half. You know what I mean?
Have you emptied your cache?
Do I have to do stuff like
gotten
that?
Your updates and everything?
Probably not. It's probably on me. I just know it's old, and so anyways,
get a new one, man.
Yeah, I just got to get a new one.
Money bags. Your kids are all out of college.
Okay. Doesn't mean they're off the payroll, although they are. You're right. I should go buy myself something nice today. All right, so power rank the power rankings. Let's do this. And before I do this, can I just tell NFL.com, could you please get your power rankings up before 9 o'clock? Like, what the hell? You're the representative of the ESPN can get them up there before 9 o'clock.
Lazy SOBs.
CBSSports.com. Oh, because you had 2 games last night instead of 1. You can't get the damn power. I'm going to stop using your power rankings, NFL.com.
Hey, NFL.com, maybe pay attention. They've been firing a boatload of you people over there at NFL Media over the past several months. Step up your game, okay?
We're just asking you to rank the teams 1 through 32. We're not asking you to split the atom. My God. All right, so NFL.com will not partake in this. So usually it's 5. Today it'll be 4. The 4 foremost authority power rankings, ESPN.com, SI.com, The Athletic, and CBSSports.com. So let's rank these in order of how we think they did ranking the Texans. Number 4, ESPN.com, DJ Bieneme's employer. And DJ writes the blurb about the Texans. Biggest issue on offense is the category that the power rankings sum up this week. They have the Texans 8th. Texans 8th in their power ranking. So the Texans dropped from 4th to 8th in the eyes of ESPN.com. DJ says this, biggest issue on offense? Offensive line. No way. The Texans' offensive line isn't playing well enough. The Texans have the 14th highest run stuff rate and aren't consistently creating running lanes, as they're tied for 15th in yards before contact. Damn it, they're the middle of the pack in anything. Feels pretty good, actually. I'm not going to lie. But although a lot of that's probably very heavily weighted and skewed because of the Colts game. The
Colts game, they ran the ball a lot, too. So, yeah, it was versus a really bad run defense. Yeah. So if you take that out of it, yeah.
Last two games have been bad. Quarterback C.J. Stroud has been sacked 11 times through 3 weeks and is on pace to be sacked more than 55 times, which is as big a concern as the run game. So I think that matches up. Texans 8th, and the offensive line being a huge issue right now.
Yeah, and the offensive line, and look, it doesn't have to be highbrow football analysis. Teams are making it really difficult to pass efficiently, and dinking and dunking your way down the field is really hard to do if you don't complement it with a good rushing attack. And they're simply not taking advantage of these opportunities to run the football right now because they don't block well. So that's going to be the challenge for this team. You can talk about modern football all you want, and it's still, if you're incapable of running the ball, then you're left an impotent. It's just too easy for teams to focus on the pass and not have to worry about the run. So that right now there's just no counterpunch to teams taking away inefficient passing attack right now. They got to figure that out.
Next on the power ranking of the power rankings, ESPN.com was 4th, 3rd, SI.com. Sports Illustrated also has the Texans 8th. Here's what they say about the Houston Texans. The Texans were throttled by the Vikings on Sunday. Out of the 3 quarterbacks who have played Brian Flores so far this year, C.J. Stroud was not the worst. That distinction belongs to Daniel Jones.
Yay! C.J.'s better than Daniel Jones.
Not the worst out of 3. And he was definitely not the best. That distinction belongs to Brock Purdy. His minus 12 EPA and 2 interceptions were par for the course, but also a needed jump. I'm assuming par for the course going against Brian Flores, not par for the course for C.J. Stroud. But also a needed jolt for a team that could possibly benefit from an early season pantsing. Houston is a good team, loaded, but it's time to evolve. Yeah. I like that analysis right there.
Again, maybe that was the best time to get depantsed. Yeah. Week 3, man, all right. They needed a reminder, or at least confirmation, what I'm guessing DeMeco's been telling them is like, hey, yeah, you won these last 2 games, but we can't win consistently playing the way we did in those 2 games. You're not going to get to face Anthony Richardson. Ooh, you held him with less than 50% passing in that game. Yeah, you know what? That's what he's done in all 3 of his games. Yep. Caleb Williams, it's not like Caleb Williams has lit it up against other defenses. So beating genuine teams with quarterbacks that are functioning NFL quarterbacks, you're not going to do it. You're not going to get away with the way you played in the first 2 games. So I'm glad that if they had to get depantsed like this, that it happened now instead of further on down the season after maybe things wouldn't have been as correct.
Yeah, definitely. And yet I look at last year. I thought about, as that game was winding down on Sunday, Seth, and they lose 34-7, I did think about last year, and in week 14, which I think is after Thanksgiving, they did lose 30-6 to Zach Wilson and the Jets, late in the season. And if you had asked me that day, how are we going to feel about the Texans at the end of the season, I certainly wouldn't have said, this sure feels like a team that's going to sign Danielle Hunter and trade for Stephon Diggs and bring in Joe Mixon.
Well, after the Browns game, which is even later. I know CJ was injured, but it was a complete non-contest in that game.
Right. But you come back, CJ gets healthy. You beat the Titans in week 16 or 17, and you go on the road and beat the Colts in week 18. Oh. Then the big thing is you get a home playoff game and you avenge that Browns loss.
Right. And I think that those were all good learning lessons last year too. So it is. It's not. God bless you, all the people who 3 hours after a game on Sunday need to remind everybody that it's early in the season and it's not like everything is over. Yeah, I get that. Thank you. Thank you for that. I had never realized that week 3 loss isn't a death knell to your season. But very much still optimistic about the Texans. It's just that right now the glaring issues have really been brought to the light, and they need to fix those things. And as we've been saying all offseason with Bobby Slowick, the thing that he hasn't done yet that he needs to prove is that he can put together a rushing attack. If he's a genuinely good offensive coordinator, you got to be able to put together a rushing attack, and that's the biggest obstacle on this team right now.
Yep. All right, power ranking, the power rankings. ESPN.com was number 4. They had the Texans 8th. SI.com was number 3. They had the Texans 8th. Number 2, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com. The Texans are 6th. They fall from 3 to 6. Here's what Prisco has to say. He's a man of few words. They lost for the first time as their offense was dominated by the Vikings. Now we get to see how C.J. Stroud and company handle the response to a bad day. Okay, let me just stop right there for a second. They went 10-7 last year. They had a chance to respond to a lot of bad days last year, you know. But I'm optimistic.
7 specifically.
Specifically 7 bad days, and then who knows what they did after the playoff loss, you know. But they, you know, they responded to the loss. Look, they responded to the loss to the Colts at home in Week 2 with 2 blowout wins early in the year, right? Jacksonville and Pittsburgh. I'm going through this in my head, so forgive me if I get some stuff wrong. They lose to the Falcons in excruciating fashion. What do they do the next week? They come back and beat the Saints at home. You know, they lose to the Carolina Panthers. Ugh, gross. They beat they put up 500 to Buck next week. You know, they needed a last minute. You know, they needed CJ to put the cape on, but they've generally responded to this stuff. I would say for a quick turnaround rebuild team, pretty well.
Well, and I do think too. I mean, some of the balance of running the ball versus passing the ball. Bobby Slowick talked about this last week during the press conference. You've only got so much practice time and meeting time to really focus on things, and in modern football, there's a lot of time devoted to the passing game. I think that you've really got to make this a run-focused week in practice. And sometimes on offense and defense, there really is sometimes in the NFL, you got to get into a back-to-basics mode when it comes to fixing run defense or run offense. And it's more walkthroughs with like really going through the specific decisions and responsibilities and everything and focusing on the things that really, really matter. And that takes time away from the passing game. Right now, the passing game in total is not what's holding you back. It's your inability to run that's making it easier for defenses to focus on the pass and make the whole offense gummed up. So whatever it takes this year, it's a come-to-Jesus moment about getting the run blocking fixed.
They generally responded well to losses. Like the only time they lost 2 in a row last year was in weeks 1 and 2. You know, they went 0-2 to start the season. Every other loss last year, they came back with a win the following week. So they, you know, if we're looking at that as some sort of metric to, you know, how well do they go back and correct things or maybe focus a little harder. You know, generally speaking, they did that pretty well over the course of last season. All right, last one, power ranking, the power rankings. Number 1, and I feel like they've been number 1 for most of the year. Boy, the Athletic is just vibing the Texans, man. They don't care about the fact that they got blown out 34-7. They've got the Texans 5th right now. They've got the Texans behind only the Minnesota Vikings at 4, the Detroit Lions at 3, Kansas City at 2, and the Buffalo Bills, number 1 in the Athletic Power Rankings. Here's what they say about the Texans. That what they have set as the category is what's the surprise for each of the teams. The surprise for the Texans, C.J. Stroud is human. The Texans' second-year quarterback had the second worst game of his career as measured by passer rating on Sunday. He threw multiple interceptions for just the second time in his career. That'll destroy your passer rating, by the way. Getting running back Joe Mixon back from an ankle sprain whenever that happens would be a big help. Mixon had 159 of Houston's 326 rushing yards this season back in Week 1. In his first full game on the bench, the Texans had 38 rushing yards on 2.7 yards per carry, and Brian Flores blitzes rattled Stroud, which we were beginning to think was impossible. So that's the breakdown.
I'll tell you one thing about Brian Flores' defense, and I think the one egregious thing about this power ranking by the Athletic that I would feel disrespected on behalf Vikings but Texans. I feel like those two teams right now are just a little bit further apart than wherever their specific numbers are. I can't put the Texans as anywhere close to the Vikings right now. But watching the Vikings defense, one thing I noticed as I went around and watched other games over the past couple days, lots of defenses in the league now are doing these sim blitzes where you got 8 guys up at the line of scrimmage on defense, and then 3 of them bail out or 4 of them bail out right at the snap. Nobody does it as quickly and violently, the bailing out part, as the Vikings. Like, it's impressive. The speed that they operate with in their disguises and all of those other things, it does create just this like tracer bullet effect where there's just the missiles flying past each other all over the place. It's impressive. I wonder how teams are going to evolve in playing it. And the Vikings were doing some of it last year, but this year it just seems like they've ramped it up to an extreme degree. I thought CJ did a good job, honestly, of at times finding the soft spots underneath when you do have guys who are sprinting to get back to their spots. I thought that he did a pretty good job of it. It was just that whenever they were moving the ball in the first half especially, they shot themselves in the foot. 3 of the first 6 drives were completely done in by penalties, and it's really hard to get a rhythm going when you're doing like that. I'm not sitting here saying CJ had a great game or anything, but I thought he actually rode respect. It's just there were too many people that were they were pot committed to sabotaging the team on that day.
You know who is a dead man walking, I think? Matt Eberflus. Think about this. I'm just going off of the athletic power rankings. But
head coach of the Colts, yeah.
Yeah, head coach of the Bears.
Excuse me, yeah.
Head coach of the Bears.
Same team.
Former DC for the Colts. But Eberflus, and I'm just going by the athletic power rankings. I closed up the other ones, but I'm guessing it's a similar dynamic. 3 of the top 7 teams are NFC North. Detroit Lions are 3. Minnesota, who nobody thought was this, is 4. And the things Minnesota is doing feel sustainable, too. Defense, don't put too much on Darnold's plate, run the football. Green Bay is 7th, and this is without Jordan Love. They're doing it with Malik Willis at quarterback. Chicago is 26th. They're 1-2. Their only win is over the Titans, with Will Levis literally handing them the game. And they have yet to play anybody other than an AFC South team to begin the season. Chicago's played 3 games against the Titans, the Texans, and the Colts. They're 1-2, and they have not played any of the Vikings, the Packers, or the Lions yet.
Yeah.
And Caleb Williams looks overwhelmed. I know he threw for 363 yards. He threw 2 picks. They lost to the Colts. Okay? So the other thing is Jaden Daniels is looking pretty nice right now.
He is. I'm going to give it time. As any Arizona Cardinals fan would tell you in the NFC West, give Cliff Kingsbury's offense time.
Started out 7-0.
Yeah, what's that?
He started out 7-0 back in the day.
Yeah, and then but like over time you're like, okay, he's doing the same thing all the time. His secondary receivers just look completely checked out, and we'll see exactly how it goes. But I like Jaden Daniels, and
I do too.
I do. I think he was a little bit of a victim of a. No, I shouldn't say victim. He got drafted high and everything. But I think people have slept on him a little bit just because of it was one really good year, and he did it with really good receivers in that offense. But I think there's a lot of potential.
You mean like Joe Burrow?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, he's 0-3 right now, but I think a lot of teams would. I don't think it's Joe Burrow's fault.
I think Jaden Daniels has the potential to not be as bad as Joe Burrow.
As Joe Burrow, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So power rankings. Texans still viewed as a team, for the most part, in the bottom quartile of the upper quartile of the league, I would say. If I had to say this thing.
The upper quartile of winners were in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
There you go. Thank you, Jim. All right, up next, DeMeco Ryans speaks on the offensive line issues for the Texans. Are we cool with these answers to the questions about the Texans and their play on the offensive line, particularly coming off of one of the worst games we've ever seen a Texans offensive line play against the Vikings this week? And that is coming up next. But first, around us. And it was cool getting out there last week and
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, a little back and forth with the media on the slew of illegal formation penalties.
With the penalties of lining up, we have to be better. We have to align right. You know, it's clear with the rules of how we should line up, so we have to line up correctly, and that starts with us.
And the different penalties and the illegal formation penalty that you all have occurred, as well as some of the leaks in allowing pressure to get to CJ Stroud.
Yeah, we go to the drawing board and we fix it. We got to line up right, which I know we can do. We have to line up right, and we have to protect as best we can up front. There's 5 guys just working together, or if it's 6, 6 guys in particular, we all have to work well together, and we have to play relentless. We have to swarm up front, and we have to get the guys blocked.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. I think some people have given the Texans a partial excuse, or they've given the Texans' offensive line a partial excuse by saying that Vikings defense is really good, and they've made other offenses look bad this year so far. All right, well, they made the 49ers offense look bad, which so have other teams so far this year.
Yeah, they're 1-2.
The 49ers offense and defense is not quite what they typically are, at least not yet. But the 49ers offense without Christian McCaffrey was able to run the ball effectively versus the Vikings defense. That wasn't the issue in that game. Especially in the first half of the game, they came out and they were kind of trucking them in the run game, but they were also still, unable to really do much against that Vikings defense. The Texans offense never had a chance, or really, despite a couple of early nice runs by Cam Akers, that was a whole lot of Cam Akers making something out of nothing. The offensive line was completely inept in their run blocking in that game. So on the run side of things, yes. The pass protection side of things, I'll give them a little bit of a pass in that Vikings defense is operating at a really high level. Their blitz packages are really, really hard to figure out and pick up. And yet, some of the mistakes they made in pass protection were the same things the Texans have been doing against lesser defenses, or just not even exotic looks. Some of the blitz pickup stuff, some of the fundamentals of offensive line play, both in the run game and the pass game, they've looked really lost.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of sloppiness, and that extends on into the formation stuff. It's that, this is a sloppy inattention to detail that's offensive line right now.
Yeah, the notion that, hey, it's the Vikings, it's a good defense, they're going to do that to a lot of teams. I know I'm adding things on to what you were just saying here, Seth. That resonates way less with me now, because this is a team that is clearly, the Texans that is, this is a team that's clearly going all in to win a Super Bowl this year. This is a team that's making Super Bowl moves, that going into that game was being viewed as a Super Bowl contender, and you're going to have to beat good teams doing what they do well. Whether it's defending Patrick Mahomes, whether it's defending Josh Allen, or whether it's your offense going against the Vikings defense. I can take any other good team, pick what it is they do well. If you are trying to get to a Super Bowl, you're going to meet 2 of those teams in the AFC along the way, easily, maybe 3. And you're going to meet one in the Super Bowl if you're fortunate enough to make it that far. That doesn't resonate. That would resonate with me last year, when 9-8 would have felt amazing in week 3,
Well, no, and I'll tell you another thing, too. Regardless of whether it's a great defense that you're facing or not, it's like with Titus Howard at right tackle. I mean, he is not moving with good technique or with the athleticism that he is capable of.
Right.
And I don't know if he's just 35 pounds too heavy or what, but there are a lot of times in that game where, we've seen multiple instances this year of Titus Howard, frankly, getting manhandled. And it happened to him in this game on a blitz where, because he had bad footwork at the beginning of a blitz, a linebacker comes in and just jacks him into CJ's lap. It's just physically not operating the way it is. She looks like he's about 20 pounds too heavy, which is impressive given that I never thought he was quite at his ideal body weight.
Right.
The veteran offensive linemen on this team that are supposed to be the leaders of your team, they're simply not moving the way they should be moving. Aside from just getting the scheme stuff correct and everything, it's a sloppy, just haphazard mess out there at times.
Yeah.
It's really ugly.
Is there a fix? I mean, what, do we just have to hope that
they'll push away from the dinner table for one?
Yep.
And then, I think Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, they need to be really dialed in and focused on getting these things coached up right. Because there's just way too many. There are way too many tackles for a loss that are simply because an offensive lineman screwed up.
Right.
Because whether it's Kenyon's fault or Laramie Tunsil's fault on any given situation, they both leave a defensive tackle at the same time, and there you go, tackle for a loss. We've just seen that in multiple instances. Just confusion at the beginning of a snap in pass protection where it seems like one guy's sliding the wrong way from everybody else. And it's, when I get frustrated, Sean, is when I send the O-line plays out to various offensive linemen that I played with, and I get the dreaded, I honestly can't tell you what they're supposed to be doing here because, if this guy is doing this because the call was this, then it's just clear that it's clear that not everybody's on the same page.
Yeah. Another thing that happened quite a bit on tight ends, getting tight ends basically being set up one-on-one with edge rushers. We saw it happen multiple times with Cade Stover, rookie tight end. Here was DeMeco Ryans when he was asked about that dynamic.
When you have different protections that are called, you mix up the protection scheme. Sometimes you have tight ends, blocking the edge. Sometimes, they're chipping out. Sometimes they're single one-on-one. But you mix it up as much as possible, and our tight ends ended up one-on-one in a few matches, and they got us on a couple of the rushes. We had to be better and block it up, and we got to get rid of the football.
It is now. It does happen a lot. People don't notice it. It's kind of like a three-man pass rush. Like usually, people don't notice it when it's going according to plan. But when it doesn't go according to plan, it's the dumbest thing in the world. With a three-man pass rush, you drop a defensive tackle off into coverage, and people barely notice it. It happens a lot. But it's when all of a sudden that's the issue, or that defensive tackle screws up, then it's the dumbest thing in the world. Likewise on the offensive line, it's not that infrequent that you do have a tight end blocking a defensive end, but there is a method to the madness in trying to be sure that it's not something that can blow an entire play up. I think the thing that usually when it's a tight end on a defensive end, it's from a play action where the tight end comes across the field and that defensive end at least has a little moment of indecision where he's not sure whether it's run or pass. That play, the first play where Grenard got a sack, there was nothing on that play that really would have kept Jonathan Grenard from blasting Cade Stover as hard as he could. Just from really going at him. So I do, in the manner in which they did it on that play, I question the wisdom of that, especially when it's Cade Stover and not George Kittle or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Or even, Dalton Schultz.
Even Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz is, when you're a veteran tight end, you at least master the art of not getting destroyed immediately.
Getting in the way.
You know you're not going to win the matchup, but you got to try to, you hedge your bets a little bit.
Yeah.
Where Cade Stover hasn't learned that lesson yet.
Yeah. Well, Jonathan Grenard talked about that after the game. I read some quotes. You and I were talking about that, I think, yesterday, about how maybe he felt a little disrespected. I saw some quotes after you and I got done. He felt disrespected.
He said he felt it's disrespectful to put a tight end on me. And again, that's almost, it's by the alignment in that situation. It's that, all right, they had, Cade Stover was lined up there before the snap.
Yeah.
And that H-back position, off ball behind Dalton Schultz. And, I mean, you're almost there hoping that you're hoping that the extra distance between John Grenard and the quarterback helps you more than the actual blocker himself. And, it's different when a guy comes out and tries to make it look like it's a run play and he's kicking you out, and then there's some indecision. There was no indecision to be had there by Jonathan Grenard.
Here's DeMeco Ryans.
Now, the other thing I will say, though, too, if the Vikings hadn't blitzed, then Cam Akers would have been helping. So that's the other part of that play there is that the blitz is ultimately what did them in.
Yeah.
Because Cam Akers could have been helping Cade Stover on that play. It's just the Cam Akers had to pick up the blitz.
Cade Stover on Grenard was a ripple down effect from everything else going on
from the
in
blitz.
Play.
Yeah.
Here's DeMeco Ryans when he was asked, does he still have confidence in the offensive line?
For sure, our offensive line, they'll get it going. They'll do exactly what we need them to do. They had some really good reps in the game. Everybody likes to talk about the negative reps. We had a lot of good protection in the game where we completed a lot of deep passes in the middle of the field. We had a lot of explosive plays that were made, and we had really good protection. So I don't let a few bad plays dictate of who we are. I know who we are, and I know how our guys will respond. So I'm excited about our O-line and what's in front of them.
I would say you're right, and I think that's the appropriate thing for him to say in terms of supporting his guys and everything. But who you are at this point is a team that makes way too many bad plays and too many mistakes. That's who you are also, and it's the classic, the offensive lineman who loves to say, well, yeah, I actually had a really good game on 57 out of 60 sacks, but everybody wants to talk about the 3 sacks I allowed. Like, yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Because those have an outsized impact on the game.
Kind of impactful.
So you are not, it's not a letter grade in terms of how many, as an offensive line especially, it's not how many did you do well. It's also how many did you do egregiously bad. And you just had way too many really bad plays. And some of it only partially an excuse is that you're facing a really good defense there. But when you're facing a really good defense like that, one of the things that helps you recover from how much stress they're putting on you is using appropriate footwork, is in making good decisions, all those things. And they just put themselves in bad positions way too often to where there's no way you're going to recover from it.
Text message, Sean, did you ever address your Davis Mills is better than Sam Darnold take? I can't imagine you still feel that way. Yes, I mentioned it on the show yesterday, and I mentioned that I was probably wrong about that, at least currently.
Well, I don't know. If you put Davis Mills up there in that situation, I think it's impossible to say.
Maybe. I do think Darnold's athleticism is better than Mills, and that really helped him in the game on Sunday.
I would say it's functional athleticism.
Yeah.
I bet Davis Mills runs a faster 40, but Sam Darnold has functional athleticism.
Right. And Sam
Davis had a chance to make himself some money at the end of the game.
He did.
And he did not.
He had a chance to make bettors on over 43.5 a lot of money, too, and he couldn't punch it in.
I liked it. It made me feel better about C.J. Stroud at least.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, C.J. hasn't been able to be peak C.J. here but you can see, all right, C.J. was actually doing something with the opportunities that they had in that game, even though they were few and far between.
Yep.
Whereas Davis Mills was actively turning them down.
Let's give away some football tickets here. Call 713-572-4610 right now. You know that song. That's a Cougar fight song right there. Caller number 5 wins a 4 Saturdays U of H versus Iowa State game. 713-572-4610. We've got U of H tickets to give away every day this week. So keep it tuned right here to Sports Radio 610. We had Monday Night Football on the station last night. A Monday Night Football game that to most of America was just a blowout. Actually has big ramifications for the Texans over the next couple weeks. We'll talk about that coming up next. As long as we're talking about the Cougs, though, and U of H football, let's give you some of the details in case you aren't caller number 5 to the show. Let's get you the details that will allow you to get to that game because it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time out there on Saturday night as the Cougs take on the Iowa State Cyclones. Saturday, September 28th, 6 p.m. is kickoff time. It's family weekend, and this is the Hispanic Heritage Game as well. So it's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments, and the Family Night Special. You ready for this? 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80, and you're on your way to a Big 12 football game. How about that? Come out early. The Cougar Walk is at 3:30 p.m. Plus, they're expanding the Bud Light Backyard Beer Garden. New features, food, drinks, tailgate games. So get on out there and hang out before the game in the beer garden. And if you want to get tickets, you want to take advantage of that 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Easy. uhcougars.com/tickets. That's uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red.
What was the story in a tough 30-40 7 Self-inflicted wounds.
We didn't do anything to help ourselves. Way too many penalties again. That starts with me. Turning the ball over. There's a lot of miscues today, and you can't do that and then expect to win.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your traffic report is sponsored by Indeed. An accident still slowing you down to 90. Heading eastbound right as you approach Eldridge Parkway on that left shoulder, and a stalled vehicle on 225 westbound at Tidal Road sitting on the entrance ramp. Mostly sunny this afternoon. Slight chance of thunderstorms, high of 93. Right now, partly cloudy. It's 84 degrees. I'm Aaliyah Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
For almost 90 years, Lansdowne Moody has been Houston's build it, move it, pilot, drag it headquarters. Fall savings are here. Go orange with Lansdowne Moody and Kubota. Need a tractor suited for residential, hobby farmers, or hunters? Kubota's LX 2610 works like a champ. Parks in your garage. 0% financing for 84 months, no money down. That's Kubota value. Lansdowne Moody, 90 years old and never felt better. LMTractor.com. Now through September 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more information.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand what it means to take your health well beyond. Because wherever your journey takes you, your health and wellness go with you. From the beginning of something new to the start of a new beginning. Retiring for the night somewhere under the stars. Or living out your wildest dreams after retiring. Greater
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'll hang out with that guy. I like the cut of that guy's jib. I'll smoke cigars and eat steak with him on Monday. Speaking of Monday Night Football last night, and I think based on the results of the Jags-Bills game last night, and honestly, really basing it on the results of how those two teams have played all season, last night was just an extreme version of both. Judging from we talked to Ross Tucker in the 7 o'clock hour, and Ross probably watched way more of the Jags in weeks 1 and 2 than I did to get ready for last night's game. So Ross's opinion on the Jags was that I don't think he thinks they played poorly in weeks 1 and 2. Just that they got boat raced last night. They lost both those games and then got boat raced. They're 0-3 now. But this Jags game on Sunday for the Texans, Seth, they're going to get one of two versions. They're either going to get the version that is backed into a corner trying to save their coach's job,
right?
Or they've already cashed in. Like the version that we're going to get of the Jags, we've seen it already. We saw it last night.
It's I really, okay. One thing that you worry about if a team fires a head coach is, all right, well, do they get an interim coach bump? You know, sometimes you just feel like, oh wow, there's something. It usually doesn't last. But I think the Texans got that when they played the Dolphins a few years back, right?
Dan Campbell. Yeah.
That was when Dan Campbell took over. It was like the first or second game after Dan Campbell took over. And that felt very real. And now knowing what we know about Dan Campbell as the head football coach, juice infused into the Dolphins by Dan Campbell, that ended up in the Dolphins winning a couple of games, including against the Texans. If the Jaguars fire Doug Peterson this week, I think the most likely candidate to replace him is the guy who's also the least like Dan Campbell in the NFL, Mike McCoy. I think Mike McCoy, the quarterback's coach, who has, I wouldn't say like little personality. I don't know what his personality is. His personality is accountant in a stereotypical accountant in a movie. Like whatever you would have from Central Casting, like, oh, have this guy play the boring accountant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think they get any bump from the Mike McCoy. I like Mike McCoy as a coach and some of the things he did when he was that good, but I don't think it's going to be him. But the other thing is Shad Khan, the owner, apparently was as livid as Shad Khan can get after a game last night. I'll read this by Ryan Talbot, who I think is a Buffalo writer.
Okay.
So remember that earlier this year, Shad Khan had said, make no mistake, this is the best team assembled by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Best players, best coaches, but most importantly, let's prove by winning now. I take offense to that. I was a fan of the Jaguars back in 1999. And those guys
you were a
good.
big fan of that team.
Yeah. So, and I say that I'm not personally insulted because I wasn't one of these great players, but that on that team, there were some studs. Team. If Shad Khan wants to be angry about a team underperforming, it's the Jaguars that year went 14-2 in the regular. Couldn't beat Titans in the regular season or in the play. But they underperformed on the talent that they had. They had some incredible talent.
Yeah.
So you can go die over that one,
Shad should have left that as this is the best version of the
Since
Jaguars on my watch. Yeah,
and maybe that's what he meant.
Yeah.
But apparently he was upset. So following the loss, Jaguars reporter for the Florida Times-Union reported that it left the usually reserved Shad Khan seeing red. Quote, someone close to the Jaguars told owner Shad Khan to me tonight says this, angrier than I have ever seen Shad. He's usually a reserved, kind gentleman. Not tonight.
Wow. Okay.
He was even unkind, apparently.
Yeah, because I hear good things about him. That's interesting, because when you're bringing up Doug Peterson getting fired this week, I'm like, no. But boy, if Shad Khan's angry. But this, along those lines, this could be the Jags playing for Doug Peterson. The Texans could get a coach fired next week. Let's just put that. And I don't know that that's a motivation for players. I'm sure it's probably not. It's probably not a motivation. Like, the Texans need to play well for the Texans' sake, not to get Doug Peterson fired. But they could get Doug Peterson fired next week. If they go out and beat the Jags 38-10, Doug Peterson will not be the coach of the Jags. And at that point, they're 0-4. And I'm guessing Trevor Lawrence played like crap again. And they just invested $200 million in Trevor Lawrence. You know, like you're at a stage, like honestly, you're at a stage at that point where the last 13 weeks of the season are, it's more look like NFL quarterback than it is getting to the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very uncomfortable spot to be in as a team and a franchise that just paid this guy, and that Trevor Lawrence interception to Damar Hamlin, that was just god awful. That was just, I mean, it looks like he's regressing over the course of the last season and a half to an extreme degree. And he had injuries as an excuse last year. People love to point out the various injuries that he'd had. You know how I feel about that. Like, yeah, NFL quarterbacks are injured a lot.
Yeah.
And most of the time you don't hear much about it because the good ones keep playing well through those injuries.
Yeah.
They don't make it a reason for why you didn't play like a guy who deserves $250 million or something. So right now, with no injury excuses that we know of, Trevor Lawrence does not look like he was worth that money.
No, and they gave it to him. Which AFC South team would, other than the Texans? I think most, if you were a random fan with no dog in the fight, you would be someone said to you, I want you to root for an AFC South team. I would pick the Texans in an instant because you got a rookie quarterback, a rookie contract quarterback who might be one of the 5 best in the league, and you got a good roster and a good coach moving forward. Of the other 3 teams, which would you pick to be a fan of? Inbred jokes aside, I'm talking,
Right. If I didn't have to actually fornicate with anybody in those states, then yeah. I would. I mean, Indiana might not have a choice, but it's a weird state, man. It would probably be the Jaguars still, because I still think that perhaps with a different coach or what have you, we've seen the upside of Trevor Lawrence as an NFL quarterback. We really haven't seen the upside of Will Levis. The upside of Anthony Richardson is, if he can stop being an absolutely horrendous quarterback 95% of the time, the 5% is really nice. But I think Shane Steichen is really good with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I think that he's a really good offensive coach. But Anthony Richardson, as of yet, looks like the guy that will make a brilliant play every now and then, but overall he just doesn't have it in him to be an NFL quarterback. I mean, Sean, it's 2024. And he's gone 3 straight games without completing 50% of his passes.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
Imagine if it had been a backup that had come in and completed less than 50% of his passes over the course of 3 games.
Right.
Do you think the backup would still be in there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
they'd find somebody else.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'll say this though. I saw some of the post game of that Colts win over the Bears. I came away really impressed with Anthony Richardson. He did an interview with I think it was Stacey Dales after the game on the field. And he also talked to the team after Steichen got done giving out all the game balls. Like, he did a little pep talk. And in both the interview and with his team, he was very humble. Like, he knows he at least has the self-awareness, unlike some of the offensive linemen on our team here in Houston. Mm-hmm. He at least has a self-awareness to know, I got to fix some stuff, man. Like, he's like, man, JT ran the ball for 100 yards. Our defense got after Caleb Williams. He's listing everybody who did their job. And he's I got to be better, man. I have to be better.
That's impressive in that it wasn't like in a sulking manner either, because that's the hard part about being a leader is, you still do have to project strength and everything, even when you're the one that screwed it all up.
Yeah.
And then in pushing it out towards. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a hell of a nice kid.
Yes.
I'm just saying, as an actual NFL quarterback, though, I don't know if it's in him to continually either make good decisions or throw the ball with accuracy. He's going to be one of those guys like it was with Josh Allen, where it needs to be a complete re-engineering of his mechanics.
Yeah.
And supposedly that's what he was doing this past offseason. The difference is that it was as he was rehabbing a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tough to do both those two things at the same time.
Yeah.
I think this upcoming offseason will be the big test for whether he can actually just become a consistent passer.
You're saying that, and John Lopez and Reggie Atatula come into studio here. We'll bring these guys in on the conversation. As you're saying that, Seth, up on the TV screen in the studio here, you're saying Anthony Richardson needs to go get fixed the same way Josh Allen did, like re-engineer the mechanic. They are showing Josh Allen throwing dimes, like off his back foot, sidearm, like back in the like precision throws to the back of the end zone. I'm telling you right now, if Anthony Richardson ever turns into this, we're all screwed.
We're screwed.
Like, we're done.
They're going to have to cancel football.
Yeah. we are done.
Anthony Richardson's running ability. Allen's a bad runner, but Anthony Richardson is just that good of a runner. I mean, Josh Allen obviously a very good runner, but nowhere near Anthony Richardson. So, you're right.
You're saying this, and Josh Allen is literally like side-arming a 30-yard pass to Dalton Kincaid in the back of the end zone. I'm like, oh,
no,
God.
And that's where Josh Allen was definitely 100% discussed thoroughly by Indianapolis before they drafted Anthony Richardson, because Josh Allen is a shining example of a guy that actually did fix his accuracy issues.
Yep.
Yeah, Seth, I thought that would be the thing that was going to get a whole bunch of GMs fired, is that, like, we've always seen general managers covet the big arm quarterback and all those things. But, the old thought of, the accuracy, you can't fix that. And then Josh Allen got out here and fixed it. And now it's like, oh, this is a possibility. Let Anthony Richardson do it too. Oh man, GMs are going to be out here falling over their faces.
No, nice kid. Nice kid, Anthony Richardson, who I hope is doing like the C game on ESPN on Saturday nights on college football as a color analyst in 3 years. Yeah. What's up, John?
Nothing, man. Are you
ready for Laramie Gate Day 2?
Oh, are we ready?
Ready.
Well, we've got stuff, as Reggie likes to say, stacked.
Stacked. Yeah.
Stacked on the dock.
People are still angry with him, man.
I wonder what it would take for them to stop being angry with him.
Yeah. Who, the fans?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I know. I almost felt this morning. It's rare that we get such unanimous approval when we're torching somebody. Usually, there's like a good percentage of people that are like, "All right, come on, guys, that's enough." I feel like people weren't happy with like just full-blown, staging the castle or storming the castle, trying to physically remove Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. So we did our best today to make up for lost
I came into the show yesterday, and Reggie was a little bit eyebrows raised. I said they need to bench this guy.
I mean, my eyebrows were gone.
I said they need to. And then I look at the text board and the YouTube, and they're like, "Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Bench him." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Well, especially though, and that was. It's the lack of owning up to it too, which is just so maddening. Mm-hmm. Like that he makes he's committed these penalties with multiple different centers through the years, and yet he continues to blame the center. He takes no accountability for it. They act like they were completely unaware that the NFL has put an emphasis on the depth of offensive tackles this year. And you know what? And I'll put this one on the O-line coach, Bobby Slowick, and DeMeco as well. That was the same officiating crew from week 1 when the Ravens got flagged like 3 times in a row. If those guys acting afterwards like they didn't realize that this was a thing in the NFL this year, that is gross negligence on multiple parties.
DeMeco was asked about that in the press conference. We didn't play the cut because we didn't have it.
We're going to play it. That's one of our.
The one where he was asked about, do you look at the analytics of officiating crews?
Yeah.
I didn't like his answer based on what Seth just said.
Well, I liked his answer in the sense that he didn't make any excuses for these guys.
He didn't make excuses, but he basically said, "Well, I don't want to take it away from you."
No, go ahead. We're not hitting that up top.
He basically said we don't pay attention to that. Like, guys need to block it up. May not be. I have a hard time believing they don't pay attention to it. I just think he did. You're right. He probably didn't want to make any excuses for his team's performance. All right, we are done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and just hold your water, Sean. Okay, just leave it the appropriate. Don't try to time the snap count. You and Laramie are not good enough dancers to be trying to nail the rhythm that quickly.
That's true. I get compared. You get compared to Bill Belichick all the time, and I get compared to Laramie Tunsil all the time.
Just the brain.
Right, obviously. All the time. And me, my quickness.
Physique,
yeah.
But right. Yeah.
And the hairstyle.
And the hairstyle, too. All right, we're done. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Reggie Anatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn right we start right now. It's in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Fig, was that you that put that computer love in the background there?
No, I don't think so.
Shout out to Ben. I heard that. I like that. If there's one thing I can promise for today's show that will differ from Payne and Pendergast in the morning before us, significantly fewer religious references. I can tell you that for certain. That is not where we're going today. Where we will start, however, is I will remind you that we always got the Odyssey app available for you. We got the YouTube, we got the Twitch. All those things are popping. I see y'all, going back and forth talking in there. We appreciate that. Plus, you can always text in 713-572-4610, and please do that right now. It's right off the top. one of the questions that I've been asking myself and that I've been asking kind of people around me, and I'd like to ask you, John, and
yes, sir.
you, Figgy, and you, the dear listener, did this game shift how you feel about the Texans' ceiling at all? Again, 713-572 that came in, and they beat the Colts, who we have looked at as maybe not that good of a team, not even as good of a team as we probably were envisioning when we walked into the season. They beat the Bears. Close, a team that it does seem like you probably should have handled up on a lot better. And obviously understanding that they did not play their best game, but that is the case, right? And then you come out and you got handled by a Minnesota Vikings team that you probably should have been able to compete with, but you simply didn't, right? And we understand the reasons why, but those are the results in a results-oriented business. And with that, all that being the case, does that shift the way that you view the ceiling on this team after a preseason, a training camp of people gushing over this Texas team and putting them as Super Bowl contenders? Has that shifted at all after this game?
Today, as we sit here, September 24th, 10:03 a.m., I don't see how it couldn't have. I honestly don't. That's not to say they can't get there. That's not to say they won't get there. It's to say that based on what we have seen, and to me, it's not just Sunday. I think that's where it really you really have to reach this conclusion of, all right, we got to recalibrate here. We got to recalibrate, and they got to get a lot better. Because what it did for me is Sunday kind of put an emphasis on those first two games that you just referenced. Like, those were average to bad teams.
Yeah.
And we were sitting here going, hey, they showed that grit. They showed that, that ingredient that, helped them win the games. I think it kind of put a focus on those two games as like, yeah, they weren't really a lot.
They played out to their competition.
Or did they?
Or is that okay?
Yeah, that's what
I'm getting where you're laying down now.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is Sunday, when you look at it in the context of also the first two games of the season, you're like, okay, maybe they're just not where we thought they should be at this point in the season. So, yeah, today, as we sit here, you got to recalibrate a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that is what I've been going back and forth. And I did use the word ceiling intentionally here because ultimately we know that week 3 is not a final product by any means, right? One of the things that I think people have been using to console themselves in some ways after the loss in Minnesota was the fact that good teams, great teams even, have had losses, even bad losses during the course of this, man. It's football. It's the reason why there is truth in the cliche that we constantly hear of any given Sunday, and now you have to add Monday and Thursday and Saturday. But any given Sunday, you can lose a football game because they're getting paid too, because of the NFL, so on and so forth. But, I mean, we're seeing people text in, and I'm seeing bounces back and forth. But, yeah, there's some people that are like, yeah, absolutely shifted what they perceive to be the ceiling. A true Super Bowl contender at least makes it somewhat close in the second half. And I think my spin on that particular one, and I mentioned this when you were talking about passing thoughts, one of the things I noticed in my notes is Super Bowl contenders don't hurt themselves like this. And that's the thing that really hit me was just details. I mean, look, you've got to be able to keep yourself largely clean. I'm not expecting you to be perfect because perfection is, it's unfair expectation. We're talking about human beings and all these things. Plus, you're talking about a math work in unison, right? Trying to like a Swiss arm or a Swiss watch, right? Like all these pieces have to work together. And that's not the easiest thing to accomplish, especially early on with the changes that we had at CBA, all that, right?
Yeah.
But this feels far off, right? Like the way that particularly this game went with all of the issues that happened with penalties and those types of things. And then you put on top of that, you're getting outcoached in that instance. Those are the things that gave me pause, even if I still think they can get to that ceiling that I had for them. And I did feel a little vindicated in being its early guy.
Yeah.
But those are the things that make me go, okay, where are you getting to? Because Bobby Slowick conversations are popping up. Do you have interior problems dealing with when you get a wide receiver messing with the middle of your like? I think those questions popped up to a point where I'm like, I can't in good conscience be like, this is a Super Bowl contender right now until they start showing me something.
No, you just said, you think they could still get there? I think they will still get there. I think they do have the talent is unquestioned, but I think things need to change and adjustments need to be made. So right now, I'm looking at those first two games, and I'm like, they weren't just a fluke occurrence. They weren't just a slow start. New faces, new teammates getting together. They were a team that just wasn't as good, that was exposed against Minnesota. So it wasn't Sunday that did it. It's the whole breadth of the season so far. Where you're like, all right, you put that all into context, and they're not there yet. But you're right. When they face a big time receiver, and they will, that needs to be different, and it needs to change. Offensive line, I think it may need to be changed, or certainly better.
Not fixed. Changed is the word they use there. Okay,
changed and certainly better. I think, and we're going to get to this today as well. I think C.J. Stroud needs to have more Josh Allen in him than who's a good, really good, let's say a good, manager of a game that's a really good quarterback. I can't think of an example right now.
Who is the go-to game manager in the league right now?
Hold on. That's good. That's someone like that. Is it Kirk Cousins? I don't know. Someone like that.
Kirk's a good answer. Yeah, text in 713-572-4610.
A really good manager that doesn't necessarily put the team on his back.
Getting our Cam Newton on now.
Who is your go-to game manager quarterback?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy? Ah, yeah.
Brock
Purdy.
Yeah.
Although he looked good Sunday. We didn't really get to it yesterday. Like, he was trying to carry that team on his back. He was making some
manager.
Yeah, well, definitely for the most part. So what I'm saying is, I think they can get there.
No, Tommy Dang on the YouTube. Stroud is not being downgraded to a game manager. All right, let's press pause real quick and clean this up.
I'm saying he needs to be more Josh Allen and less what we've seen the first 3 weeks.
Have he been playing like a game manager?
No, but he hasn't been taking over. He hasn't been, dealing. Like we saw last night. Hell, we saw it from Jaden Daniels.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Buddy, did we see it from Jaden Daniels? One of the things that happens for me is you see a player play so well that they kind of get out of their shoes a little bit. And this was actually inspired by Austin Rivers, former Houston Rocket at one point, where I get offended. Like, who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah.
And I very much had you are, Jaden Daniels. And apparently he might be that guy, right? Whoever that is. But yeah, back to the question at hand.
Yeah. So they can get there. I think they will get there. But this is what they are right now. Like, they are not an elite team. They're just not. And it's not just based on Sunday. That's my point.
Yeah, and I mean, more things coming in, right? The idea of 3-4-6. This game didn't change my perspective. I think it gave them the team clarity on how they need to play. Still think AFC Championship and beyond is the expectation. Okay, cool. 832. Do the Texans look better last year to this year? Defense looks better, but the offense seems like it needs work. One of the things in that regard that I think about is the offensive line is not just generally the inability to run the football, right? Like, obviously, week 2 gave me some of this, but seeing it again in week 3, especially against a Minnesota Vikings team that was content to probably let you run the football, right? Like, when it came to defensive focuses, their focus was clearly more on stopping the pass and making life hell on C.J. Stroud. Now, I understand you did not have Joe Mixon, you did not have Dameon Pierce, right? That is understood. But even with Cam Akers in there was, and I read the stat a few times. You know what? Let me go ahead and do my damnedest to pull this up one more again for you, right? So we could get this on wax, right? But the idea that the Texans ground game struggled to create space for their running backs. The Vikings contacted ball carriers behind the line of scrimmage on 8 of 11 design runs.
Yeah.
Right? The idea that you are not capable of running the football, hell, things we were talking about after week 1, right? Like, the idea, and we said this tentatively, if they were capable of, run the ball that way, now you can put games away, right? Now you can, when teams are expecting, one thing, you can go to another, right? Now you are balanced enough to where teams can't lock in on all these things. When you don't have the run, all of those things come back into play. Right now, absolutely. Are you capable of closing out games? And we haven't even been in the place to the game scripts to be able to have that conversation. But now people can lock in on Nico, and now you're forcing yourself to do different things. Now people can pin their ears back and get you in 3rd and long situations, and then go and get after your quarterback. Like, all of those things come in, and it feels like that is like foundationally an error. Not just that they haven't been running the ball well, that they might not be capable of running the ball in a consistent way, or even in an average way, which I think is what we were hoping for at the very least.
And, oh, by the way, they need to coach better. Like they need to have better coaching. That's not, again, when you say these things, people are like, oh, he thinks this coaching staff stinks. No, they need to improve. We're talking about adjustments, that they need to do.
Adjustment might be the word.
The coaching needs to be better than what they've showed. Again, in all 3 games. Not just in Sunday. Sunday highlighted it, particularly, defensively. You mentioned, how they dealt with Justin Jefferson. But also, look, some of these play calls and such that Bobby Slowick was doing, that the offensive line was not adjusting to, blocking, using Cade Stover to block an end, and all those things to be something of a recalibration, a reset.
Yeah. So, I mean, those are some of the things that have kind of, again, shifted some of the perspective that I had after this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that there's, and we should have known, like, we all know this, like, there's not going to be a perfect start to the season necessarily, and there's going to be some issues that pop up. I think some of the things that were really frustrating is, as you mentioned, like the idea of adjustment and the places where it felt like there might have been progress. For me in particular, like the hope of there's progress in the run, were dashed pretty quickly by weeks 2 and 3. And you're right, it's not just week 3, but it's the entirety of these first few games that you've gotten. Oh, that's a great answer from the 832 when we were talking about the idea of who are the guys you look at or you kind of point to as game manager quarterbacks. It was all in service of a point that Lopez was making where he was not calling C.J. Stroud a game manager. I do want to make that clear. Justin Fields, game manager now.
Yes.
Like he has gotten to a good place.
Somebody said Jared Goff.
One of those.
A guy that can be great, but not necessarily carry the team on his shoulders. And what I'm saying is I think maybe C.J. Stroud needs to be doing more of that. He's a great quarterback. Let's use it. That's what I'm saying.
Another 832 hit us up, said, good morning, guys. Good morning to you as well. I haven't lost faith in the Texans, but the game reminded me a lot of the Letterman jacket game. Texans get a little early season success and start believing the press clippings. Miko needs to break his foot off if somebody's behind. Keep those boys hungry. That is something that we'll talk more about over the course of this, but we asked, did they eat the rat poison, right? Eat the cheese or what have you? Clint felt very confident about some of that. Mentality, I do think, is interesting because it felt like all of the messaging that DeMeco has, and it's all admirable and it's all the stuff that you love. We heard that, heavy in camp, which is where you're going to hear it.
Yeah,
it does. It does. You wonder, like how deep of a hold did those roots take, and how actionable is that with the? Because I mean, it's good to have the messaging. How much do you put it into place? I deal with this with my little brother all the time. Like we have these conversations all the damn time. Like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. These are the things that are important. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. All right. In a few months, we back having the same conversation, right? Like, exactly. And so, and not to say that it's to that extent, because again, I don't want to be too alarmist with this. Like, we're early on in the season, and there's still a ton of talent, as DeMeco said, as C.J. Stroud specifically said it in his post-game availability. But especially with the offensive line, like you see the cracks in the or I guess the difference between the actions and the way that they're going about some of these things and the messaging overall that DeMeco
Let me put it this way. I think this is the simplest way I can put it. And this, I guess, is a cliche. I don't know. It was absolutely a wake-up call. This was a wake-up call.
And that's what it needs to be.
And they have to wake up. They can't hit the snooze alarm and say, I'll be fine. We'll be there on time. No, like this was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call on Bobby Slowick, on the defensive coaching staff, whether it's Burke, DeMeco, the combination thereof, the offensive line, the focus, the mentality of the on how they're using certain players in certain situations, how they're blocking things. Like this is one where we got away with it. We got away with being this way, this type of a team, this comfortable with what we're doing. Weeks 1 and week 2, we got away with it. You ain't gonna get away with it all the time. Not when you step up in class. That's what I'm saying. It's not riding off the Texans.
Right.
It's not they can't get there. It's none of that. It's like, holy moly, we just got slapped in the face. We just got a bucket of cold water poured on our heads. We better listen to this.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is the perfect time for a wake-up call, though? Because I was thinking about this. Like, they played the Vikings last week, and they got whooped. But I still kind of feel confident because it's not like they got whooped by the Chiefs or the Ravens. And now, like, your whole season, you kind of deflated now because you like, man, we got to go through these guys.
Well, I think part of it is
I feel like week 3 is the perfect time to go through this type of stuff.
That's what I was going to say. Timing is okay. Like there are still a lot of 14 games left, and timing is okay. But you better pay attention. And this is why I went off yesterday on Laramie Tunsil. This is why we're going to talk about some of these things today. It's like, okay, you can't just keep on keeping on. because it isn't going to work.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, the question of, is this the perfect time? I feel like whenever you get a loss, the spin work of it is like, man, we needed this. This is a good time to have this.
We can learn from this.
Exactly, unless it ends right. But, I mean, ultimately, if it does provide the growth, if it does, then it's a great time, right?
Yeah.
It's a great time regardless, right? Because ultimately, you need to get to where you need to go, and whatever has to get you there, it gets you there, right? And so the mentality of, well, this is a good time to learn this lesson. As long as you're learning it, I'm good with it, right? But I do want to acknowledge that, hey, man, if it happens early in the season, well, there's still plenty of season for us to get it fixed. If it happens late, well, you know what? We needed to get our head straight on before we get to the playoffs or what have you. So ultimately, I think that when it comes to like the ceiling, they still have high potential, right? They still have the opportunity to get there. But the idea of will they get there? I think that the obstacles to getting to that place have presented themselves in a way that I don't know we necessarily saw in a full or in this particular way. So I guess the answer for me is yes in a little bit of a way. But now it's time to get to work, put the grind on, and see if DeMeco, Bobby, all the principals in this can get them to that place. We're in the loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula, just getting going on a Texans ticket Tuesday. Mind you, we'll be giving away tickets.
How about that?
In the, the noon o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour?
Yeah, 12 o'clock hour.
Very good. Appreciate you keeping me straight there. So keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Astros have not clinched the AL West title just yet. They still have an opportunity to do that, but I think the much more important thing, the news on Jordan and what it could possibly mean going into the postseason. Let's talk about that next.
Looking for a little fun on a hump day? and the free Odyssey.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right, you're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy, you got myself, Reginald Atatula, on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. That'll be happening in the 12 o'clock hour. We will be giving away a couple of tickets. Is that to Sunday's game?
Yes, it is. Absolutely,
yes,
it is.
And that's in the bullpen.
Bullpen front row, I believe. Yeah.
So if you want to see Texans,
I need some of no tickets, man.
Well, you work here, so you have no chance at it.
You cannot do
I
that.
cannot get any ticket since I work here.
Get them tickets. But you, dear listener, you can. And all you got to do is listen to the show, particularly in the 12 o'clock hour. Go ahead and stick around because here in the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have Brandon Scott. B. Scott is going to be in the building, and he's got thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. He sure does. So you want to keep it locked here. But, yeah, we will be giving away a couple of tickets to the Jaguars game in the 12 o'clock hour. Right now, though, let's talk a little bit about some baseball.
Yes.
Baseball in your native language, Lopez. Okay?
What y'all call it?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Baseball. Now I done changed it about 3 times.
I had to look out. Thought Jose Altuve was in there.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Clinch tonight. The magic number remains at 2. And, of course, with the magic number, that is Astros wins or Mariners losses, as the Mariners are the next team in the AL West. They're the only team that has the opportunity to really catch you when it comes to that title. And, of course, because you're playing them, you can get a win and a Mariners loss at the same damn time.
Yeah.
A couple more opportunities to do that as they didn't get a chance. They didn't make that happen last night. They get a loss to the Mariners. What was it? 6-1 was the final. Buddy, I was watching them Monday Night Football games, and I had this game on. And once it got to a certain point, I was
those
like,
three TVs working.
I was like, oh, okay, I know what time it is. So I did not keep a heavy eye on the final. But yeah, 6-1 was the final in the course of this. I don't know. You had an old boy on the other side. Miller was dealing. He was doing a damn good job. He ends up going 7 innings, 5 strikeouts, but, I mean, keeps his ERA pretty low. Hunter Brown did solid himself, although, he issued a few walks.
I thought he was really good
in the course of this, right? Like, he's been incredible. But, I mean, the game itself, that one. Oh, and I also do want to shout out Jason Hayward. That another one that you just kind of got off the scrap heap, proverbially, right? He has continued to be important. He's going to factor into what we talk about next, because when it comes to the 6-1 loss for the Astros, it's not the biggest deal in the world. They still have an opportunity to clinch and get themselves set up for winning the AL West and going into postseason play. But really, the big thing about it is we got more information on Yordan Alvarez here, and I think Joe Espada was talking about it. He gave us an update after first letting us know yesterday. That, hey, man, or early yesterday, that, yeah, he was not feeling great, right? Like he had the, he woke up and he wasn't inflammation, all those things. This was Joe Espada yesterday after the game giving us an update on Altuve.
Right knee sprain.
And what is his prognosis for the remainder of the regular season?
He will not be available for this series.
That is Yordan Alvarez, not Altuve. I'm going to lash out. I'm going to blame Figgy on that. You said Altuve earlier.
That's right. You did say that.
You put Altuve.
You almost scared me, to be honest, when you said Altuve.
I'm like, oh, man, did he wake up? Did he sleep wrong? But no.
See, you're catching on. You're catching on.
No, but Yordan out for the remaining 2 games of this series. But the big thing was knee sprain. Right, and we don't know what the gradation is on that knee sprain. Is it like a grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, whatever?
You'll never know.
Yeah, fair enough. Touche. Yeah. But with that being the case, right, like depending on it, you do some cursory searches. A knee sprain is anywhere from a few weeks to months when it comes to getting healthy.
Yes,
so,
it
like,
is.
first of all, you're not going to have him for the rest of the Mariners series, which that's not the worst thing in the world. If you get yourself clinched, Yordan can sit for the rest of the damn season as far as
absolutely.
But postseason play comes quick. You're a week out from wild card series, which it feels like you're very much going to be in. And with that being the case, like, is he going to be ready to play in general? And secondly, ain't no way he can play a field, right?
No, absolutely not. A couple things. First things first. Let's go ahead and clinch this thing tonight here, okay? Let's go ahead and clinch this thing tonight.
All right, Fromber, come on, get out here, baby.
Because if knock on wood, heaven forbid, if you get swept by the Mariners, they'll be 2 games back, and you go play the Guardians, and you play the Guardians. So I don't want to make it interesting. I don't want to make it interesting.
Come on, that's fun. That's no fun.
I don't want fun. I don't want fun right now.
And one of those Guardians games might be a Verlander game. We've seen the way that he's been pitching.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Although the Guardians are clinched up, right? Guardians don't got nothing to play for.
That's
so
true.
I think they good.
Yeah. No, I think they're good, but we don't want any white knuckles against the Guardians on the final day of the season, and we're like, oh Lord. Now, Jordan, okay? A knee sprain is not like, oh, it's just a sprain. You either stretch the ligaments or slightly tear the ligaments.
Yes.
That's what a knee sprain is. And when they say sprain, it's kind of, softening the verbiage, I guess, of what really happened. So he has some level of ligament damage. Sit his ass and just let's just wait, because I've said it before. I said it last year. You don't win anything without Jordan. All due great respect to the rest of the guys, the Altuves and the Bregmans.
Altuve, who is healthy as far as we know. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Yes, you just sit him and see if we can get it better in just a matter of days, not weeks, okay? Secondly, you hit it right on the head. It does make things interesting, especially if you go into the postseason, even just missing early on in the postseason as he's trying to come back, because then John Singleton gets affected, Dubon gets affected. He's not going to do anything but play DH.
Yeah, let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
And so, Tommy Dang on the YouTube, again, appreciate you, said it's not the pitchers, it's absolutely. That's why this particular news is a little shaking, right? Like, it shakes you a little bit because Jordan is such a vital part of the actual terror that this lineup, poses.
Yeah.
Right. And if Jordan is not necessarily, first of all, if he's just not feeling good enough to be up to playing once you get to the playoffs, that's a bad thing. Point blank. Period. Like, just get there. But then on top of that, right, if Jordan can only DH, if he can't play the left field, which it does feel like that's the case. One of the reasons why Jordan plays left field is because of the versatility it gives you with that DH position. If he is locked in the DH, which he would have to be if he can play, but he can't play in the field, now you're dealing with how many of these bigger bats can you get in this situation, because 2 of your better bats are catchers, and you have made them play first base in order to make that happen. All right. You have Caratini playing first base maybe, right? And you might have to platoon him with John Singleton. You're not getting him necessarily in, although how much do you want to get Singleton in? Obviously, also, that puts Jason Hayward probably into an everyday left field role, and he has been solid, don't get me wrong, but, is that the same as having Jordan in left field and then having another DH where you can add an even bigger bat, right?
Yeah.
Like, I do think that it puts some interesting strain on Espada and makes the lineup just a little bit less capable of being as dangerous as it possibly can be against teams in the postseason.
Well, less versatile for sure, because you're going to have Jake Myers in center field and Kyle Tucker in right field. Hayward has been very good, and so all of a sudden you lock in Jordan at DH, which obviously you do. Caratini, Dubon, Singleton. All these players all of a sudden get knocked down a peg or two, and so that's where it gets interesting when you have these matchups against pitching. All the advanced stats. Pitching versus hitting.
And I did go ahead and put Hayward in left. Maybe Dubon gets some play there as well.
I like Hayward there, but Dubon you want to get his bat in the lineup too. So that's why it gets interesting.
Yeah,
it makes it difficult.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult to make all. So yeah, Espada's going to have his work cut out for him. And it's really unfortunate the timing on this, right? When we talk about timing of things happening for sports teams, this is really unfortunate dealing with Jordan. Now, the thing about it is, like, if it's not a upper body injury, right? Like, can he still get in there and swing, right? And that is something that we'll figure out at least beyond the Mariner series. But for the time being, Joe Espada lets us know he's not playing for the next 2 days, tonight nor tomorrow evening, right? Or tomorrow, right? And so with that, you're trying to see is he going to be good for postseason play, particularly the wild card series, which unfortunately seems like you're going to have to play, and it's likely that you play against a Tigers team that has been surging, right?
Yeah.
Jordan, get well soon. And again, I don't know if we can trade ligaments or anything, but I got one available for you.
How about from the 409? All I heard from Espada yesterday was torn ACL, PCL, MCL, patella tendon, and broken leg.
All right. Okay. Although they did
knee sprain.
Yeah. They did start with inflammation again.
Yes,
remember?
they did.
With the
Yes, they
X-ray on what was that, Sunday or no? Yeah, Sunday was like, oh, the X-ray and there's inflammation. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Here we done. Thankfully, not a fracture, but ligament damage, as John pointed to, and so we will be watching that space because it matters so very much for your Astros. Framber Valdez going tonight for the Astros when they face off again against the Mariners. Will they get it done tonight? Will they clinch tonight? That's what we're watching for. But coming up next, let's get to the question of the day here in the Loop. What is your best or maybe worst handiwork moment, right? So like being a handyman, we know that the stadium is getting some handyman work as well to get the roof all back to where it should be. What was your best or worst instance of doing some home improvement work or something of the like? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's go to Ability Trees right now and get your trees taken care of.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the question of the day here in the Loop. You can always get involved on the YouTube and the Twitch. YouTube is Sports Radio 610, Twitch is 610 Houston, and then, of course, always text in 713-572-4610. What's your best or worst handiwork moment, whether it's a home improvement project or working on the automobile or something of that effect? Either go ahead and brag, or we can just commiserate some mutual failure. Again, 713-572.
Or be judged.
Yeah, or be judged.
Or
That's
be
also
judged.
a possibility. I'm not going to have very much to talk about because both of the things that I thought of were did not shine me in the best light. And speaking of shining light, you won't have nearly as much of that on the playing surface as if everything goes as planned. Roof should be fixed.
We're
for
done.
Sunday.
Home improvement.
Right. They should get that thing done.
Home stadium improvement.
Yeah. It should be fixed up, and we'll be good with the state roof back to working operation and working order. And that got us thinking, what are your best or worst moments of that? And we already got people texting in. But Lopez, it sounded like you immediately came to some answers.
As soon as we talked about the NRG roof and Cal McNair's up there with some zip ties.
You think that's how it's happening, huh?
Fixing the roof.
Okay.
You asked me, because I do like to do stuff myself. I'm not, every one of them, I'm not bragging, because every one of them is like one of those moments where you cross your arms and you go, I wonder how I get through this, because there's always little hitches. I'll say my best first, because my worst is the funniest. My best was at our old house. I put an entire tile floor in a room. I ripped up the carpet and put an entire tile floor, floated it. Did the whole. This was right on the cusp of internet, so I don't know how much internet help I got, but I was asking people and stuff. Got it all done. Just gorgeous, and so it was a beautiful tile floor. That was the best moment. There were always.
Did you have to cut any tiles?
Yeah.
That's the stuff that gets me. Is like, y'all actually cut this and got it all fitting right. Good for you.
But the funny thing about that project, because like I said, there's always hitches you go through. I rented the little water saw and all that. No chance. I had no chance of operating.
You had no idea what was happening.
I was breaking tiles left and right. so I did that little scoring thing where you score the tile and snap it and all that. It worked out. That's what I'm proud of. The worst, and my kids still laugh about this. So I was changing the fixtures in the bathroom, and my kids were little. They're in their 30s now, but they were probably 4, 5, and 8, something like that. And so I had my oldest son turn off the breaker, and I was looking at the lights in the bathroom. So when the lights went off, I knew I could fix, the sockets and everything. So he turned off the breaker. Good to go. I stick that screwdriver. I take off the panel.
Oh, no, baby. Oh, no, baby.
I stick that screwdriver into the wall socket.
He was like Marv from Home Alone.
Dude, it wasn't even like a little shock. Like, it was such a strong shock that my hand wouldn't release from the screwdriver.
He really was Marv from Home Alone. That's crazy.
My hand wouldn't release. It sticks. I didn't know that was a real thing. It stuck to the screwdriver, and I was like, And they were watching me, laughing their asses off.
If somebody don't knock it, one thing about it is, if you don't knock that screwdriver out of my hand, when I come to, y'all all getting it. Are you serious?
Yeah, they were little. They were like, look at daddy. He's so funny. And I'm like, it was stuck to the screwdriver. I finally just wailed my shoulder backwards and got it up, but it went all the way through my arm, my shoulder, into my chest.
That's crazy.
Oh, man.
You
could have died, man.
You're damn right I could have died.
That's crazy.
But they were like, you're so funny. I was like, Lord.
Yikes.
It was on a different breaker.
Okay. There's multiple breakers.
The sockets were on a different breaker. On the light.
You live and you learn in that way, I guess. 281 said car dealership wanted $11,000 for them to rebuild their engine, so they bought the parts themselves, did the work. And here they are 5,000 miles later.
I need your contact info, man. You sound like a good mechanic.
I don't trust myself with that. And maybe some of it is.
Hey, I'm throwing the whole car away.
We can get a new one.
Once you need a head gasket, it's over.
He said it's $11,000. I can put a little bit extra on that and get a car. At this point, we're good. That does remind me of when I was probably 10, 11.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I knew something when, my bike and chain popped off one time.
Oh, I got this.
I was like, oh, man, I ain't fixed this. I had the garage all set up. I was like, man, I'm doing something. That chain ain't stay on one more time. Like, that chain popped off all the damn time. And maybe it was just that once that first time the chain popped off that it was going to do that. But once I did whatever I thought I was doing to fix it, it also consistently popped off. So, yeah, I did. Yeah. So the idea that I would go in and try and fix a whole car engine, I'm leaving that up to professionals. I'm going to be completely honest. On the text line from the 281, they said they tried to patch a hole in their roof caused by a satellite dish being ripped off during Harvey.
Oh, no.
Lost their balance on the rafters.
Oh, no.
Ended up on the upstairs floor.
Oh.
You went through the ceiling. That is...
I've done that once.
Oh, okay.
I've gone through the ceiling once. Well, they're all coming back to mind. What about you, Figgy?
So I don't have any bad experience. Look, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not the handyman. I'm not going around fixing nothing, but I probably will be once I get this house.
Yeah.
But I would say my best work was here. I pretty much built a recording studio in my old room.
There you go.
At my dad's house. So I got some of the moving covers because I couldn't afford like real soundproof patent. So I got some of the moving blue covers from U-Haul,
yeah.
And I put them all in the small closet.
There you go.
I had the staple gun and the nail.
Look at you.
Hey, I was getting down. Now, I'm gonna tweet a picture of my old studio. Man.
I mean, as long as it does the job.
Dog, I had people from some of the biggest rappers in the city coming to my bedroom. Just the recording.
Oh, this is nice.
The quality was top notch, man. I was really proud of myself.
You should have been.
I put my hard-earned money into it. that was my best. I don't know if I'm gonna top that.
Yeah.
That does remind me of the time because I wouldn't consider I'm decently handy, but I'm not trying to say that I'm going out of. But all my successes are very like marginal, like they're just basic. Hey, you did what you were supposed to do.
The small victories.
The failures are the ones that I think are more interesting, and so I have another one of those where I definitely at one point tried to hang like a floating shelf or something. And this was before I was fully aware that, hey man, you got to make sure you get that in the stud, buddy. I definitely had a shelf fall. I definitely had one of those where it's like, oh yeah, that's right. You probably need to. Yeah, you need. To
I can't even begin to count how many times I have a stud finder or something, and I think I nailed it, so to speak. No pun intended. And it just goes boop, right through the sheetrock. I'm like, what happened, man?
Some of these stud finders are not good.
What happened? Why did that happen?
Yeah, some of these stud finders just do not work.
Then you go like at an angle trying to find it. Well, it's got to be close, and you got like 17 holes in your sheetrock.
Yeah, I did have ups when I moved here, and we had caught a flat. And thank goodness it was at the house. So I thought I was Tim the Two-Man Taylor, man.
There you go.
I went to the back of the trunk. I'm like, let me get the tools, and so I could put the spare on. Man, her car was so old. She had an 09 Hyundai Accent.
Oh, wow.
So, mind you, it came from Cleveland, so that bad boy rusty and nails rusty. Man, it was like, it had to be like the middle of June. And I'm outside trying to hit this boat trying to take the tire. I could not do it, man. Like, she had the old school tools too, so like the little it wasn't even like the cool one where you could just pump the the car up.
Right,
man. I was out there sweating like crazy, bro. Like to the point I had to call AAA.
Yeah,
and they had like one of them NASCAR tools, and he had trouble with it. So I felt better.
Okay, there you go.
He had trouble with it with a real tool.
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse when they get out there and they handle the thing you've been struggling on for hours in about 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that make you feel bad. From the 713, they said best and worst thing happened in one weekend all at once. They said change the thermostat in their housing on the car, thermostat housing rather, on the car, just watching a YouTube video. But then in the process, they stripped the radiator drain plug, so they had to go to the mechanic anyways.
Oh,
so you fixed one thing, but you created another issue. That's tough.
I like this one. We've all been there. Actually, I should say we've all had that as our worst nightmare. My wife asked me to hang the pictures at their new house, I guess. Did them all. We're all floor broken.
Yep. I've been there clearly, as I said. 346, they said the worst is that the ladder fell out from under them, hanging out, putting up Christmas lights, fell 8 feet. Ooh,
that's
yikes.
a nightmare too, man. You're always like clinching the ladder with your legs.
Yeah, I am not.
I'm not jumping on no ladder, man, especially outside.
No, I am not hanging up Christmas lights for anything. Anyways, I have not gotten to that place in my life, and I'm not looking forward to it.
You will
in the future. We'll see. Look at you thinking I'll be able to buy property.
That's cute. I need to get me a handyman.
They said their best. Yeah, you definitely do. Best. They built the interior completely on barndominium.
A barndominium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that all themselves. Congratulations
That's
to you.
Big time. That is big time. You know those barndominiums, like metal buildings, and then they turn them into a house?
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
That's big time work right there. Too bad you fell off the ladder putting up the Christmas lights.
Yeah. Hey man, we just need those things to keep us humble, right?
Salute to all the builders, man.
There's a lot of folks build. Although I imagine this was very embarrassing. 832, they said they locked their keys in their house, called a locksmith, and he broke into the house with a credit card. Well, just throw the keys away at that point. Your house is very accessible, isn't it? Right? You just figure some things out. Oh man, all of these ones rolling in. We'll have to keep circle around with some of these. Some said 281, been up in attics hundreds of times, never fell through the ceiling, bought their first house, brand new build, first weekend installing the garage door opener, was up in the attic, bolted it to the rafter, walking back to the ladder, fell through the ceiling into the gas.
That's so easy. That's so easy to do. But I knew a guy that was walking in his attic, and not only did he fall through the sheetrock, he misstepped, but he landed on the stud between his legs.
Oh, no.
Like his boys were crushed.
God, man.
His boys were crushed.
Well, hopefully a lot of good luck to all the fine folks that are up on the roof of NRG, making sure that those panels are all the way fixed as they should be before the Texans kick
Don't
kick
fall
off
through the roof.
Against,
That's
don't.
a little worse.
Yeah, that is not 8 feet. I will tell you for certain. Getting down to that playing surface, it will not be quick, or it will not be comfortable either.
Yeah.
But yeah, supposedly the roof should be fixed up all the way and ready for the Sunday afternoon game with the Texans and the Jaguars. Tickets to which you could probably win if you keep listening to In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, because in the 12 o'clock hour, we will be giving away a couple of tickets in the bullpen to that game. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, and we'll do that with our every Tuesday guest, Brandon Scott. We'll talk to B. Scott next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I think the Texans ignored a lot of stuff in victory the last couple weeks. They got away with a lot of nonsense and a lot of sloppiness in the first 2 weeks that if they'd been facing a better quarterback or a better team, they wouldn't have gotten away with. So maybe this is a wake-up call that they need. You can say, oh yeah, we suck. Yep. Nope, that's what happens when we play that way. We suck.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. We're about to go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist, your no-hassle solution to reselling your tickets across every marketplace. Download Quick Assist from your app store today. That's QuickAssist. That's Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And you're right, S. Dawkins on Twitch. It is indeed B. Scott time. Brandon Scott, what's happening, my man?
Man, feeling good, man. And it's Tuesday, so excited for the listeners. Going to get a chance to watch these Texans, see if they can do the bare minimum.
The bare minimum.
Can they do the bare
minimum
and beat these pitiful Jaguars that we watch play on Monday Night Football? Hey, you know what? This was my thought on that.
Okay.
During the game.
It's not time for B. Scott's thoughts yet, but let's do it.
But this is we're going to go around the NFL,
That's
right?
correct.
Mm-hmm. So with that game last night, I have still yet to look up to see how many primetime games the Jags have this year.
Ooh, let's do that in real time.
I do not know as I sit here right now. But that should have been the last one. That should have been the last one. Whatever act of Congress needs to happen to flex whatever game, if there is one, and I don't know if there is, but if there is another primetime game for the Jacksonville Jaguars on the schedule this NFL season, it needs to go.
B. Scott said he is a single-issue voter. So if one of these presidential candidates want to make sure that the Jags are never on primetime ever again.
Hey,
done.
Make that your platform.
All right.
And you might have a swing voter.
You are not
an undecided voter.
You are not going to enjoy Sunday Night Football on November 3rd when the Jacksonville Jaguars travel to Philadelphia for the Philadelphia.
Oh, wow.
For Sunday
that might be ugly.
How unnecessary is that? We're going to watch it. I ain't going to lie. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, we're sick people. We are.
But, I mean, that is feeding into our sickness, though.
100%.
That's just playing on our sickness because nobody needs that. Not on a Thursday night.
We're going to do it. We're going to complain about doing it, but we're going to do it.
They're awful.
Let's
start there.
Let's start there because there's this growing that I've seen on social media, Twitter and such. Like, man, if the Texans don't run these guys out of the stadium, then they got real problems. You agree with that?
My feeling is they are not allowed to. Like, you can look at this game against Jacksonville in two ways. It could be a trap game because you're like, oh, they're terrible. You know, the Texans are at least decent. They should beat this team. But in my view, like, they're not allowed to lose against, like, when you look at this division.
You're not even supposed to look bad against this team.
I don't think you can. Like, the division is so bad. The only other team with a win in the division is the 1-2 Indianapolis Colts, who beat a Chicago Bears team that we saw has a good defense, but has a ways to go before they're a serious team. So there aren't any other serious teams in the division,
correct,
including Jacksonville. They might be chief among them. That might be the most surprising thing is that they are so far maybe the least impressive team in the division. We thought that would be Tennessee. We thought it could be Indianapolis if Anthony Richardson didn't work out, and that's not working out. But even still with that, Jacksonville somehow looks like the worst team in the division.
Yeah, and it's somewhat in spite of the I guess, supposed talent that they should have, right? We could talk about the quarterback's play when it comes to Trevor Lawrence after getting all his money. They lose 47-10. You heard that right. 47 whole American points for the Buffalo Bills compared to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, I mean, during the course of this, the big thing for me as I was watching it is, it looks like they're quitting on that man, Doug Peterson. Like, it felt like they were not playing with the heart that was necessary for a team that was 0-2 looking at 0-3. And that'd be 3 games into the third year of him being the head coach.
And by the way, they lost 8 straight games they met the last season.
And by the way, they didn't get – how about this? Speaking of what Sunday should look like. They flew to Western New York from Florida, flew back to Florida with a flight delay. They didn't leave till 2 a.m. Then they have a short week and come to Houston. You got to run these fools.
They also have 2 number 1 overall picks who do not look like number 1 overall picks or anything like it. In Trevor Lawrence and Trevon Walker, like. That's probably lost in the Trevor Lawrence conversation of him failing and not living up to the expectation. Is they had 2 swings at a top pick, and neither of them looks like a top pick.
Yeah.
Like and that's aside from everything else looking like a disaster. Everything you point out, Reggie, about them quitting, all that is true. All this stuff compounds like everything over there is a disaster right now.
Also, that does remind me, whenever you bring up the fact that Trevor Lawrence was number 1 overall pick, that draft had 5 quarterbacks in the first round, and ain't none of them good.
No.
Like, how did we manage to have that happen? Right? And it wasn't one of those draft classes where you came in where you were like, hey, this isn't a great one. 5 quarterbacks: Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson.
The best one we feel about right now would be Justin Fields.
That is right.
He's on his second team.
Yeah. No, and that team is doing a work through the magic that is Mike Tomlin and a fantastic defense led by TJ Watt. He's just out there like, hey, don't mess it up. He's like, cool, I can do that.
Listen to him again. Who is it? Trevor Lawrence. You had the list. Trevor.
All right,
Lawrence,
so Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson was second. Justin Fields at 11. Oh, well, yeah, Trey Lance was third. Yeah, you're right. Justin Fields was drafted 11, and then Mac Jones as well.
And we both saw him last night.
Yeah,
we saw
did.
both of them last night, too.
We did.
Yikes.
Nasty work. On the opposite side of that, the team that you will be facing in 2 weeks, the Buffalo Bills, that's a scary proposition there, especially because you thought, hey, man, where are all the targets for Josh Allen to throw to? And Josh Allen, buddy, Joe Brady is going to get himself some money behind this. But Josh Allen, his second career 200-yard, 4-touchdown game, his 5th game with 4 passing touchdowns and a 75% completion percentage. Oh, he's actually all the way here now.
Would y'all tell me this? Is there anything that the Texans can do against the Jaguars that would make you feel like they're ready to beat the Bills? Because that's how I feel about this game too. It's like they can only win the game by not really. They can only not lose the game, because even if they win, Jacksonville is so bad. It's not like they're going to do anything that makes you feel like, oh yeah, they can beat Buffalo. So that's how. Good,
I don't know. It's a good question.
That's how good Buffalo is to me right now.
Yeah.
Between that and what we've seen 3 games into what the Texans have done, and then what they can only but so much do against a pitiful Jaguars team, I don't feel like they can do anything this upcoming Sunday that makes me feel great about them going up against the Bills.
Yeah, but if they're clean and they blow them out and they, make it boring, at the end, you'll feel better.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, thanks. Finally.
Yeah.
But Buffalo is so damn good that it's not like I'm gonna feel worse about them.
Yeah,
they're really good.
Yeah, man.
I'm going into the next 2 weeks. We have our schedule slated on our break slate in our YouTube, and hit us up on YouTube and Twitch. But if you look at those next 2 games, I'm like, that should be a dub, that should be a loss, and let's move on. Let's fast forward to the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's why yesterday in general, I was telling them before the show, it made me feel better and worse. It made me feel better, the 2 games last night, because if you can't win this division, what are we even doing here? Yeah. You need to, as Mike Meltzer would say back in the day, fold the franchise. If you can't beat these cats with these quarterbacks in this division, it made me feel better about the division. Made me feel worse because they ain't close to Buffalo.
Yeah, and with that, I do not feel like you can afford to lose. You talk about the difficulty of the schedule, and then on the other side, you talk about the inferiority of the division.
Yeah.
I don't feel like because of that, if you combine those 2 things, you can afford to really lose games or to go out and have clunkers within the division, especially at home, especially with Jacksonville playing football the way that they're playing football right now. Certain things just cannot happen. You lose to Minnesota. You look at how Buffalo's looking 2 weeks from now, right? So you're like, okay, those 2 are tough. That's part of your tough schedule. Jacksonville, gotta have it.
Yeah, and I think that because of the way the division is, right, it's not just gotta have it. It's gotta play at the standard in the way that you like. The win for you is not on the scoreboard. The win is in the film room. You get what I'm saying? Like on Monday, if I can look at execute that right, did that right, those are the wins that it feels like you're gonna have in division, as opposed to the idea of, hey, you put points on the board or what have you.
Yeah, and I know we're gonna talk about this later on in the hour, but I mean that just kind of speaks to coaching and preparation and readiness. Like they were not that. Really, the last 2 weeks, I would say, even against Chicago, and they were able to make it happen, but they were heavily penalized in that game. They were heavily penalized in this game against the Vikings. You figure maybe you could even survive it against a team like the Jaguars that are just as bad, or I would say worse, significantly worse. But to your point, Reggie, that's not going to make you feel good about facing Buffalo or any of these other good teams that they're going to face in the coming weeks.
That's why I said you just got to be a clean game and an easy win, or a paint by numbers kind of win, and you at least feel better. But Trevor Lawrence, I mean, I said this last week. I mean, this is year 4, man. He ain't it.
The high water mark on that is gone. Now it's like, what can he become?
Oh,
that's the crazy part.
You talk about playing a clean game or having a clean game. Last night, Dan Orlovsky's on Monday Night Football saying, like right before halftime, Trevor Lawrence just needs to take a deep breath and run one clean play.
Yeah.
That's almost a verbatim quote.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take a deep breath and run one clean play. We went from generational prospect, could change the game, surefire, can't miss pick, to take a deep breath and run one positive play.
Another data point in so much of success of quarterback there, Trevor Lawrence. Shout out to DeMar Hamlin, who got his first career interception in a return to Monday Night Football.
How about that?
That
was cool.
I guess now Highmark Stadium. So that was cool in some ways.
Shout out to you for knowing the names of the stadium,
buddy. It's one of the things. It's one of the weird, dorky things that I do.
You could ask me. I even like last week.
Where was that at?
U.S. Bank Stadium has been around for a while, like 7-8 years or something like that. And I'm like, oh, that's right, U.S. Bank. Trevor Lawrence also is in a contract that is 7 years, $303 million.
Have fun with that. As we talk about other Monday Night Football, I guess let's mention the other AFC team that was having a time, but we do that by talking about the NFC team in that game. And who the hell does Jaden Daniels think he is?
Hey, says something about number 2 overall. Maybe that's the magic. Maybe 2 is the magic number, right? Like so far. C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young. Sorry, Bryce, but C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young. So far, and I know it's early. I know it's just a few weeks into
better.
it.
He's better.
And you've been saying this for a while, Lopez.
I said it before the draft.
Shout out to you, Lopez, for having said this and been on this early. But Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams, and I don't think Caleb's going to be bad. I think Caleb's going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of a testament to Jaden Daniels. What was his completion percentage?
80.
Like 90. It was like 91.
Jaden Daniels,
last night, right? It was like 91%.
91.3, 21 completions on 23 attempts, 254 yards, a couple of touchdowns, and he legged one out, 39 yards and a touchdown.
No, it was a percentage of a rookie quarterback in the history of this league. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that is good. I think that is good.
Pretty good.
And some of that was him, right? Like, I think that some of the LSU of him, of like being reckless and taking these hits, buddy, he was standing in there. He was like, you barreling down, it does not matter. I'm putting this thing over top of you.
On top of showing the elusiveness, the athleticism that we already knew was there if you watched him in college, and obviously you did, Heisman Trophy winner, all of that. Like, you know that's part of the game. He was able to make all in the pocket, out the pocket, just pinpoint accuracy. He's good. Jaden Daniels, good.
He is. Now, some of this I do think, some of this is about the Bengals defense. He's bad now.
Bad.
Right? Like, you see Jesse Bates over there for the Falcons getting things done, and they don't have him here no more. Like, you look at the Bengals defense, and they had that exodus of talent, and what that is allowed to? Let me read you the possession list for the Commanders. Touchdown, 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 end of half. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown, end of game, right? Like, they were just scoring on all of the possessions, which does not bode well for a Cincinnati Bengals team that's supposed to be good.
Now, the Bengals are just a classic example, and I've cautioned the Texans of this, and I don't think the Texans are this, but the Bengals are a classic example of the quarterback cannot save you.
No.
Really of you have to have the quarterback, but the quarterback cannot save you.
Especially you as an organization. Cannot save you necessarily as a team, but definitely can't save you as an organization.
Let me say it again. The quarterback alone cannot save you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you've got to have the quarterback, but the quarterback alone goes for the entirety of my life. And, Lopez, you could tell me if you remember a time before. But as long as I've been on the earth for 35 years, I've never known the Bengals to be a good organization.
Never.
Drafting Joe Burrow, #1 overall, landing Jamar Chase after that, like, that did not change that for me. Good on them and good for them for having that run. But to me, that alone cannot save you.
Hey,
that
man,
is not a good organization.
You can go back to Boomer, when they were actually pretty decent. You can go back as far as you want, and you hit the operative word, organization. It's the organization, and we've touched on that. It's not just like tough luck, or they've had a quarterback and they haven't had the complementary pieces or whatever it may be. Well, that's because of the organization, and that's why Cincinnati is having. Well, you can go back to the Jamar Chase thing too. You know,
he has not been signed, right?
Yeah.
They could go back to that obscurity relatively quickly, right?
And imagine that. Who do they think they are not signing Jamar Chase?
Exactly. That's the organization.
What's
cheap
going
ass
on
Mike
there?
Brown. That's who they think they are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you doing? You've got Joe Burrow, which they had the sense to do that. You got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, maybe the only redeeming qualities of your organization and your team. Keep those guys. Is that hard? Like, what's the do you have? This is not rocket science.
How is it complicated?
It's not.
Yeah,
parting with his money has been the complicated part for the most part. So shout out to Lou Anarumo, but he might not be enough even with the talent drain that they've had. Some other things around the NFL quickly. I did want to mention that. Washington's first place in the NFC East, as we all foretold, right? There was no structural damage for Sam Darnold after the game. Anything that took him out of the game for one play before he made his return. So I guess congratulations to the Vikings. They will continue with their Golden Boy resurgence project. And Yannick Ngakoue joins the Ravens practice squad, which, I mean, that seemed to be very vital because that Ravens defense has not been at the same level as it had been prior. And so bringing him back, giving them another guy that can rush the passer, that's been something that they've needed over years. And so you'll see if maybe he can add something for them as well.
Yes, Sam Darnold, if he can not mess it up, like not do things like those shovel passes he tried to pull off against the Texans, like don't mess it up. And they might have a good thing going there over there.
No, they do have a good thing
going.
Like
if Sam Darnold, if somebody can get in his ear and say, hey man, ride this wave.
Yeah.
Don't screw this up. They might have a good thing going over there in the NFC. And then the Ravens defense, I would say that's another surprise. Anytime the Ravens defense is anywhere from mediocre to below average, that is a surprise.
Yeah.
Just a wild AFC thus far. In fact, later in the show, we'll kind of try and figure out and parse who is actually good and elite in this league, because it's a thing that I've kept looking at and asking is are there any elite teams in this league?
The Bills.
Maybe last night, I think last night we definitely established one. And again, big shout out to Joe Brady because his pockets are about to get fat behind what is happening right now. We saw Brian Daboll get a job behind this.
Oh yeah, no, and Joe Brady's got receipt. I know he's had some spots and some stops where it failed, but he is still kind of the orchestrator of that
LSU 2019
offense that nobody's forgotten about. And
might be
what it's produced. And then this on top of it. That would be enough to get a job.
Yeah. Roll with the B. Scott Hour here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Because coming up next, let's get B. Scott's thoughts about what's happening with the Texans. And we're going to talk about offensive line. We'll do all that next.
Yeah, man. Low T Center right now.
Action Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah. That is exactly who's in studio with us right now on a Texas Ticket Tuesday in the Loop. His name, Brandon K. Scott, and don't forget it. He's an insider. My man is all over everything, though, right? You got Astros on deck. Rocket season slowly, quietly approaching, sneaking up on us.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. I'm knee deep in all of it. I've quit on U of H. Had to quit on them.
But
But everybody on U of H?
Hey, love you, Willie Fritz, but I had to move on.
He's building the program.
I had to move on quickly.
He's building the program.
But everybody else I'm excited about. Hey, Willie, I have to catch you next year, dog. I love you, Willie Fritz, but yeah, I'm out on them. But everybody else, no, you're right. We're like a week away from training camp. Rockets are exciting, but the Texans, man, Texans got to get it together.
There are things.
They got some issues.
We might need to ISO a little bit and blow out what's popping to get to all this because there's so much. All right, so I have a text and I have a YouTube message. Both of them can go different ways, and so I'm going to allow you, B. Scott, to pick your poison here as we get into B. Scott's thoughts. Do you want the text? Do you want the YouTube comment?
Give me the YouTube comment.
The YouTube comment says, per Andrew, you picked door number 2. Need antibiotics for tonsillitis. People hate this man right now. Oh my god! One of the things I said in the break is I really hope that nobody finds his house, and I'm not saying that like as a I sincerely hope because one of y'all might mess around and put a brick through his window or something.
Hey, listen, let me tell you this. I don't care how you feel about Tunsil. I've seen him up close. I would not run up on that man.
Forget.
I would advise against that.
Yeah, he might look small on your he might look small on your TV.
Hey, that's a brick house.
That's right.
Do not do that. Do not try that at home. Let me just say that on top. But with Tunsil, I'll say as far as tonsillitis, I would have a short leash, and that's with both the tackles right now. I'm at, and I understand why both of them are in the position they're in, why they've continued to pay Tunsil. I get it. Even why they paid Titus Howard. I don't understand why they played him at guard last year. Yeah. But I understand why they even liked him at tackle. But right now, as we sit here today, I would have a short leash with the penalties and with the alignment issues and all those things. The first time that happens with either one of these guys, Laramie Tunsil, Pro Bowl, future All-Pro or whatever it may be.
And Titus, PFF pass block legend.
Yeah, exactly. All of that. Titus Howard, second contract, all of that. You got one time to do that again before. I'm telling the rookie ahead of time, be ready to play, head on a swivel, because the first time one of those dudes does that, you're in the game. Like, I got to have a short leash for it. I understand.
He's going high school basketball coach. Come sit by me.
Hey, sub.
Come sit by me.
Sub. I understand why they're in their position, but I do not understand why you would allow that to continue to happen. It's drive killing. It's team killing. Outside of those things, they had a couple of issues yesterday or a couple of issues on Sunday against the Vikings. That was chief among them. They moved the ball, but every time they move the ball, one of these bonehead things would happen. And it's happened throughout the season, throughout the 3 weeks, and it's gradually gotten worse. The first time it happens against Jacksonville, to me, a game that you got to have because of some of the things that we talked about in the previous segment, like you absolutely cannot have that the first time it happens, the rookie's in.
Let me tell you what I like about what you just said, because we're going to talk about this later, Reggie and I and Figgy. My point with Laramie Tunsil is if you're saying, he'll get it right, and DeMeco said as much yesterday. He's got, he didn't blame the referees are calling it funny and not telling us or telling us one thing and doing something else. No, he didn't blame that. He says we got to line up. Laramie knows where to line up and how to do this. I like that you put a line there, and we'll talk about this later. Where is the line?
Yeah,
like where is the line with Laramie Tunsil? If you're like, okay, cool, he's going to keep playing. Okay, 2 more false starts against Jacksonville and it's still good, or do you have to wait for Buffalo and 2 more? Because there has to be a line. And this is where I'm going with this. I'm catching a Matt Schaub vibe here from 2013. Pick 6 in one game, pick 6 in another game. Where's the line, man? Pick 6 in another game, pick 6 in another game. He threw a pick 6 in 4 games before they finally pulled the plug. At least you put a line there, one snap. Even one more time you do that, because I don't like the fact that they're just sort of like, well, it's Laramie, and just kind of let him get right. No, You can't.
But see, that is actually the issue, is that it's Laramie. The standard should be much higher.
Yeah.
He's the highest paid player on your team, so that's one thing. The other thing, and I think this part is key, y'all were hitting on this yesterday, it's not like this is an anomaly.
Yeah.
It's not like this is a one-off. It's not like he just had a bad game per se. Even when he has good games, even when he's doing the things that you paid him to do, he still does these things. These are the things that led to Andre Ware talking like this on Sunday.
Here's the gives, and they blow the play dead.
Every week, though. I mean, you're a Pro Bowl player. There's no excuse for that. None. Back to the 15 we go.
He's right.
8
points were made.
He's right.
Honestly, I don't know why I get upset about it anymore.
There it is.
I should have come to expect it.
And that is the issue, right? And that's a sentiment that has been very evident to me parachuting in this year, right? Is that everybody immediately already had that level of, disillusionment with.
Well, it's Laramie.
Those come with it, and that can't be the thing, right? And it'd be one thing if it was like, yo, those come with it, and those help project this thing forward, right? Because Ross Tucker was on with Payne and Pendergast. I thought it was a fantastic visit with them, as it usually is. And Ross was talking about, as a former offensive lineman, right? Sometimes that false start is because that tackle is trying to get that kick to help them get out there and block. You're good enough that you don't need that. Like, I understand that there's going to be tough guys you're facing off against that you're going to need to try and get that jump. But, I mean, for the most part, you're good enough that you don't need that. And it's really, you got to factor in how much it hurts the team, especially because we've seen it this year time and time again take opportunities for points off the board and, kill drives. And that's some of the issue where we talk about getting into the red zone, getting into the end zone. Like, some of that is just the pure penalties of this, and you're good enough. And if you are indeed good enough, you should not have these instances happen so often for you.
The focus on Laramie Tunsil and the offensive line and the penalties takes away from the fact that they were able to move the ball at various points, because that ended up not mattering in the long run. Lives were killed by the penalties. And back to Lopez's point about the line, I gave you my line. That was just me talking, though, Lopez. What is the actual line? What is the standard? What is the threshold for that? Like, I gave you mine, but I obviously do not make the decisions. I'm very interested to see the people who do what their line is going to be.
I think if you're as serious as you think you are and we think you are, well, let me put it in a question. Does Blake Fisher take first-team reps this week?
In practice, you mean?
Yeah. We'll find out tomorrow.
I can't imagine.
I mean, if those guys are healthy,
if
those guys are healthy, they should practice with the first team. But he should practice whatever reps he takes. He should practice with in mind that you might play on Sunday if these guys can't get with it.
To answer your question, and you may have heard yesterday morning, I think the messaging should happen now. I think this is too much. This is last year. It's the year before. It's the most penalized player in the NFL. It's a guy that fancies himself as a captain, as a leader, and is doing this. I think if you're going to message to the whole team, you've messaged first to Laramie Tunsil.
And in between the penalties, I know y'all seen the clip that's kind of gone viral at this
Seth
point
went off on it.
Of the Cam Akers run where he does his kind of Cam Akers thing. He's really good with the spin move, right? Cam Akers, that's part of his game. He does like 2 or 3 spin moves to like basically make something happen out of nothing.
And Laramie kind of puts his hands up like, eh.
I mean, that entire play, though, it's because Jonathan Grenard beats Titus Howard to kind of cause the initial chaos. So, as you mentioned, is not giving you the desired effort that you would expect from somebody of that stature. And so that is within the framework of these penalties, or the time frame, I should say, of these penalties happen, these drive-killing penalties. There was one before that, and there were more after that. So all of that together, and I think also with Laramie, football fans have issue with players who they feel like care more about the money than the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that could be an us problem, not necessarily a them problem, but it is a reality. And I think he plays into that when he goes out there and plays. Like, you can love your money. I'm not mad at you for that. But football fans tend to want to feel like that the players that they root for love the game at least as much as they love the money, and you don't get that, especially from an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And you don't get that feeling.
No, it's a messaging problem, right? Like, I understand how it could be an us problem, but ultimately it still falls on the business that is selling us the product, right? And we have to bring it back to that perspective. And it's tough because the business that's selling us, their perspective on the team level is usually just trying to win and compete. But we have to also remember that they're selling a product. And so in some ways, you have to, like, I imagine that's more of the organization up higher has to consider this. But if you are not playing well enough, you got to fix your face. Right, and right now he's not fixing his face in the way that he handles, I guess proverbially in the way that he handles himself, the way that the mentality that he kind of projects forward. And so if we're not getting the actual production, you got to at least make it seem like you care and that you're trying to fix it, because otherwise, now you really make fan base, your customers mad.
Yeah, I just think everything about the way they played on Sunday, particularly, was really the antithesis of what we expect from an offensive line, from a highly paid offensive line, from one with a defensive head coach, one that talks about wanting to run the ball.
Yeah.
Like, it was just anti all of that.
Which that was another thing that I brought up, is just I do wonder, like, what the added difficulty is of this for DeMeco Ryans, being that he's a defensive coach and he's a hands-on defensive coach. I do wonder, like, what is the elements where that's Bobby Slowick's offense, right? How much do you parachute in? How easy is it for you to do that? And, kind of
it's his team, though, man.
Things. It is his team.
And it's his responsibility.
But I think that we have to be cognizant of the people element of all of this.
Do we have time to get to Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans?
Buddy, we got a whole nother segment in your hour.
I have thoughts.
Let's do that. Is a fantastic tease. It's almost like you do this, B. Scott. Coming up next, what's popping will be our conversation about what is happening with Bobby Slowick, with the coaching that we saw particularly on Sunday and maybe all through the season. We'll do that next in the Loop.
Looking for a little fun on a hump day? We've
in Stafford.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I'm going to be completely honest. We talked straight through that break.
We sure did.
And you know what? We'll do our best to bring some of that to air.
And I got more to add.
we'll bring some of that to air. But I did start when we had B. Scott in. And this What's Poppin' is just going to be more B. Scott's thoughts. Oops, all B. Scott is what you're getting this hour. But I did throw up for you to start your B. Scott's thoughts that I had a YouTube comment and I had a text. I gave you the YouTube comment. It was a tonsillitis. The text came from the 832 earlier, about 20 minutes ago. They said Joe Brady is who we thought Bobby Slowick was going to be this year. And hold up. That feels a little presumptuous to do on the behalf of Joe Brady, and it forgets a little bit of some of what we've already seen from Bobby Slowick. However,
yeah,
it does seem like you have some Bobby Slowick thoughts, though.
So, all right, and I know he was a big topic next to Laramie Tunsil. I think Bobby Slowick was one of the bigger topics of Sunday going into even today. All right. I was cool with most of what Bobby Slowick did. However, the way that game started, Bobby Slowick had a fatal flaw. And I need y'all to help me understand. How is it that Bobby Slowick, or whoever thought it was cool, to block Jonathan Grenard,
of course,
with Cade Stover, that was somehow a part of the game plan, a part of what they did on purpose? And I don't know exactly whose idea that was, but I'm going to lay it at the feet of Bobby Slowick since he's the offensive coordinator. And then even past that, I'll lay it at the feet of DeMeco Ryans since he's the head coach. But what in the hell is that? And not only did they do it once and it failed, but they did it again. And so, like, overall, the game, like the play calls overall and the flow of the game, I didn't have a big problem with Bobby Slowick's game plan outside of this early fatal flaw that I thought cost them not only downs or wasted downs, but costed them yards and distance and plays, because one of them was a penalty, a holding penalty, because if you watch, Cade Stover, that's not a tic-tac call. Cade Stover is holding on to Jonathan Grenard for dear life. Because there's only about one or two options that are likely. Either you're going to hold him or
you'll become a part of the cement.
The next time when they ran the play action play, runs right through Cade Stover's chest, because those are the two likeliest outcomes when you match up a rookie tight end who's only played the position but for so long against a legitimate, bona fide, on his second contract, double-digit pass rusher who you should know personally and intimately in Jonathan Grenard, and you match him up against a rookie tight end. What in the likeliest things to happen happened.
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
And we were actually intrigued. I know I was, and I sat next to you in the press box a couple times, intrigued by the option of a tight end playing fullback because of what they can do blocking, whether it's a lead blocker or out of the backfield as a receiver and all that. But when you are blocking one-on-one, I wouldn't have even had a problem with it if he's like chipping, like he's helping, helping a tackle. That would make sense. That would make more sense. But to say, you know what, one-on-one, we got this.
Yeah, man, I think that was the epitome of you got out-coached in that particular aspect. And the reason why I say that is, what do we know about the Brian Flores defense, right? Is the exotic looks up front and the possibility of bringing simulated pressure, which means those linebackers getting involved in the blitz and those types of things in the rush. Well, a lot of that is coming from the interior and those types of things, and it felt like Bobby Slowick, in my unlearned perspective, made the decision that what we're going to do is we're going to use our strongest blocking bodies, obviously being the offensive line, to maintain the middle of the line. What we don't want is that pressure up the middle, which, as a general axiom, true. But then that leaves tight ends on the pick up those pass rushers, those, best pass rushers in Jonathan Grenard's case, right, on that defense. And that did not work out nearly as well as you could have hoped. Only way that would have worked better is if you had someone like Rob Gronkowski, one of those tight ends that basically works like an extra tackle at times. And it seems like he just miscalculated. They made the wrong decision, and they probably should have used their linemen. Although I do wonder if you have Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard trying to get out there quick so that they can get on the edges, if you don't have even more of those yellow flags on the field. But you probably should have had those guys there and then have, tight ends or, I guess in that way, fullbacks, running backs picking up in the middle blitzes that come.
Yeah, if if your concern, though, is pressure up the middle of the field, the game plan is to have C.J. Stroud getting rid of the ball real quick and to have your quick game going and live with your tackles blocking their double-digit edge rusher.
Well, they tried that a little bit.
And when you do that, I think that's a better game plan. Like, and even if you lose that rep, you can live with that. But I don't understand using your tackles to block inside instead of using them to block their best edge rushers and leaving a rookie tight end to go against that guy.
Yeah.
And to do that early in the game, and again, not to just do it once and to see it fail.
Correct.
To do it the second time and it failed even worse, to me, was a fatal flaw in the game plan.
And I think it goes beyond just that because we were talking about the script in the Bears game. We were like, oh, okay, Bobby, you got it going on now. All kinds of different looks and motions and moves that he was digging in. To me, it started to, and this is trite, but I think it's absolutely true, the adjustments. If you talk about it's not just this game, the Bears game, they had penalties. Well, the Bears game, after the script, they didn't look like they had a real good clue on how to adjust to what the Bears doing. And then what happened Sunday? Same thing. They didn't have a good clue on how to make those adjustments in blocking or game planning or whatever it may be.
Now, one of the things you mentioned, quick game, and that was one of the things I was looking forward to as I was like, hey, one of the ways that you neutralize a pass rush, just throw it over the top of their heads right quickly, especially if you can't run the football, which, boy, could they not run the football, right? Is quick game, quick passing game kind of helps supplement that. We saw that in the place that I always think about is the Patriots. They were like, we couldn't run, back in the day, and they were just like, well, we can get the ball to these slot receivers and such. We saw that happen, and what happened? There was a lot of balls getting batted down at the line of scrimmage as well. So I do think they did try to utilize some of that, but you did not execute it well enough because there was a lot of balls that got batted down or balls that got tipped and got intercepted in that way.
Well, but it also worked at times. Like
it sure did.
You think about the fourth down play to Dalton Schultz. I think it was 4th and 4. Beautiful throw by C. That was the moment where I was like, oh, CJ's good.
Another one of those kind of quick out situations where he just gets it right past a defender that probably is in good position anyway.
And I think that next play might have even been the Cam Akers play that we were talking about earlier. But and then, of course, we saw some nice passes to Stephon Diggs.
Some screens.
The Nico throw. There were some plays made.
There were some plays made, but even then, when they were making them, flag on the play.
Right. Yeah.
Let's bring it back. And so then how much do you lay at the feet of the coaching staff when you're continuously having those issues? Like, I think we can put it on the players first because players got to perform. And so that's why we open this thing with Laramie Tunsil and the Titus Howard had one. Anytime they do it, I feel like you got to look at them first. But when it happens over and over and over again, to me, it's them and the coaching staff because either it's being coached that way or it's not being properly corrected. And we talk about accountability and the threshold. That's part of it. But also, like, what is being instructed? Who is in charge of making sure everybody knows what the hell they're supposed to be doing, where they're supposed to be lined up?
Not just instructed, but how about, lobbying? Like, I think Bobby Slowick might be going to DeMeco Ryans and say, man, we it's on us to coach it up better. But we can't have this guy out there doing that. I think C.J. Stroud, in his quiet moments, might be telling Bobby.
Buddy.
He might be telling Bobby or DeMeco. Like C.J. Stroud's going to have the lines back publicly. We know that.
100%.
Those are my guys, whatever. But if he gets with Bobby Slowick in that meeting room, he gets with DeMeco Ryans, one-on-one, what's he saying?
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yeah.
Because y'all have been more attentive to C.J. Stroud's early career than I have thus far. Have y'all ever seen his body language get to the place that it seemed to get during the course of that game? Like, his head looked like it went down.
That's what made me think about it.
Of that.
I'm trying to remember specific games, but he's had body language before. I think he would even probably admit to that of like, wanting his maybe body language to be better at times. He's an emotional guy though, so I don't know if he's going to apologize for.
And I don't know if it's need to be apologized, but just the reason why.
No, I think it's reflective of what I'm asking.
Exactly.
But I think the body language, though, I would say he'd be rightfully frustrated. Like if I'm C.J. Stroud, I'm wanting to have a conversation with Bobby Slowick as much as you probably trust him, and I understand why you might trust him. And DeMeco and Laramie Tunsil, everybody, and say, hey, look, Bobby, I don't know about having Cade, my guy, my Ohio State teammate. I don't know about having him block their best edge rusher next time. Let's never do that again. No, I'm going to go down the list. Yeah. Don't have him do that. Hey, Bobby, let's go have a conversation. Or how about this? Hey, Laramie, let's not let's line up properly and not move before the snap.
And negate my good work getting this ball down the field to these boys.
Negate a rare Xavier Hutchinson sighting when we got all these other weapons out here. Killing his plays. All of this. You can go down the list and say, hey, all of these different areas failed what was otherwise a decent performance from your quarterback, I thought everything around him failed him, from Bobby Slowick
they need to coach
the
it better. They need to coach it better. They need to have better schemes, all that. But I think they need to listen to whether it's CJ or Bobby Slowick, basically saying, we can't have that out there. We can't have that out there. Now, do what you need to do, but maybe it's, hey, Blake Fisher, as we started this conversation, be ready.
Yeah, and I do think they got enough guys between CJ and even DeMeco himself, enough guys out there that can be vocal. They got enough leadership. I don't think they have a leadership crisis by any means, or even an accountability crisis, despite some of the stuff that we heard post game. But they got to actually go out there and get it done.
Yeah,
there can only be what that they do. Go out there and make it happen. You're Laramie Tunsil, dog. You're on your third, finna be fourth contract because you negotiate every other year. What are we doing?
Honestly,
come on, man.
I don't know why I get upset about it.
Yeah, Andre.
I should have come to expect it.
Yeah. All right, can we do this in 2-3 minutes real quick? Because we had a fascinating conversation about Justin Jefferson. It tagged back to a conversation that myself and Lopez had yesterday, and you had a big question about this.
I don't, and this is my DeMeco thing. I don't understand how the initial plan in the game is to cover him with safeties. You think about that first play where they get that, or not the first play, but the first down that he gets on their first drive. Of course, they get the short field because of the turnover. But Justin Jefferson is in motion, and Jimmy Ward is following him. And only does Derek Stingley wind up on him by accident because of the motion, because they kind of shift there. But then he gives him way too much room. And that's one of the rare times that you even see Derek Stingley by him. Go back and look at all the Justin Jefferson highlights. He's beating the safety. He's beating, barely beating, or I guess Derek Stingley's barely on him. And then he's beating Eric Murray. What are we doing? That is my DeMeco thing. An intelligent guy, a really good coach. But between DeMeco and Matt Burke, I would say respectfully, I don't understand how it is that you were covering Justin Jefferson, by the way, not just any old receiver, Justin Jefferson with safeties. I did not understand that.
Yeah, and this is where I hypothesized that they might just not have a tool in the bag for that particular, so that fits yardage, right, to use a different metaphor. Because when it comes to Justin Jefferson ending up in the slot, I don't know that you have a cover slot guy that matches up with that type of elite talent, because it feels like you got to have Stingley on the outside. You got to have Lassiter on the outside. They're outside cornerbacks. You don't have anybody that kind of plays that coverage role interiorly. And so then you have safeties on them. But I think also this points back around to something that I did not give enough credit for, which is, hey, man, there was instances where those safeties did a decent job. Even the one where Eric Murray in the left side of the end zone is trying to plaster on Justin Jefferson, and then he wiggles free. Sam Darnold had 6 seconds to throw on that. I imagine that some of the response from DeMeco and Matt Burke is yeah, the coverage breaks down if a guy has 3 to 6 seconds, regardless, and I felt like that was one of the things. Even though you had 7 pressures from each of your ends, it felt like Sam Darnold still had enough mobility and enough time to sit back there and wait for the coverage to eventually break down.
I just feel like if Derek Stingley's going to be that number one corner and one of the best guys, the way that we talk about him, and even Kamari Lassiter does have a little bit of that in his background. We even talked about him like that when he was drafted. Is he going to be an inside guy? Is he going to be an outside guy? Between those two guys, I like their chances following him better than, say, Eric Murray or Jimmy Ward.
And I think if you don't think you're going to see that again and again and again, you're mistaken, because we could be stumbling upon a different kind of Jalen Petrie issue. Is he, his issue last year and before at safety was missed tackles, of course, but also covering, deep down the middle. Is his issue now, they're going to put a really good receiver in the slot.
Yeah, but a really good receiver is one
facing really good receivers down the road.
Oh no, but Justin Jefferson is kind of in a category of his own.
Yeah.
A really good receiver is one thing.
Well, you still got
Justin Jefferson is an entire different thing.
Yeah. You still got Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb on the schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dolphins are a whole nother thing. The Chiefs have some speed there. Ravens come with Zay Flowers. There's a lot of dudes that do kind of somewhat similar things in that way.
Yeah, and I can live with it. All of those dudes. I can live with you maybe making those business decisions with them.
Not JJ.
Not Justin Jefferson.
Got you. Hey, man, I really wanted to squeeze as much of this out of this as we could. It's another hour with B. Scott. right here in the Loop Sports Radio 610 on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. B. Scott, we appreciate you, my boy.
Fun, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. He's got to get back to doing the work that he does to keep
important
this thing
stuff.
coming. That's right. That's right. He comes over here and gets away from his real job, so we appreciate him doing that. But coming up next, first of all, we open up the hour in which we will give away a pair of tickets to the Jaguars game on Sunday. That's in the bullpen. But also, we need to have another conversation that I have already forgotten what it's supposed to be, but I will look at it right now. Do you have confidence in this offensive line? 713-572-4610. Do you have confidence in this offensive line? And make sure you add why or why not, because that's the whole point of the conversation. We'll do that next.
All right, Texas Star Grill Shop. Get that grill you want. Tailgate season, man. It is.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah, we have entered winning time here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. And so in this hour, this one right here, one that we are existing in this current moment, we will be giving away a pair of tickets to the Jaguars game in the bullpen, front row.
Big time.
Big time.
I've been down there. I've been in that row.
And
it's big time.
By the way, if Vegas is to be believed, this game opened as a 4.5-point favorite, or the Texans opened as a 4.5-point favorite. Apparently, that line has moved. Is that right, Lopez?
The line has gone. It started at 3.5, went to 4.5 yesterday. It is now 6, and that is not a testament, a criticism of the Texans. That's how bad the Jags were last night.
And, buddy, they looked like it.
Yeah.
They definitely looked like it. So keep it locked right here. Somebody said, when do I call for the Texas ticket? Not quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I might have to confess when that happens, when we get there. Right now, though, do you have confidence in this Texans offensive line? Because one thing I could tell you, the head coach of this team, DeMeco Ryans, he seems to still have some confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Offensive line going. They'll do exactly what we need them to do. They had some really good reps in the game. Everybody likes to talk about the negative reps. We had a lot of good protection in the game where we completed a lot of deep passes in the middle of the field. We had a lot of explosive plays that were made, and we had really good protection. So I don't let a few bad plays dictate of who we are. I know who we are, and I know how our guys will respond. So I'm excited about our O-line and what's in front of them.
Excited?
This is I think this is a personality thing when it comes to DeMeco
I think this
Ryans.
is coach speak.
In some ways.
This all due, he's not saying that stuff to them. He's just not.
DeMeco is somewhat of a player's coach. Like I think that comes across. And I asked you and Sean this earlier or before the show rather. And I don't know if I explained myself very well, but I think you got where I was going. Where I was like, is he kind of similar to Mike Tomlin in some ways? And Mike Tomlin just projects a little bit different, right? He projects a little bit more hard.
He's Mike Tomlin a little harsher.
Yeah, the way I put it, Figgy, is Tomlin is DeMeco's a little softer around the edges. He's not a soft coach. Don't get me wrong.
And I think that's what I wanted to get to. Is like Tomlin. I think people refer to him as kind of like a player's coach, funny enough.
Yeah,
right?
but he's rougher around the edges.
But there's a standard that he holds tight to. I think DeMeco is more of that, but when it comes down to the ways that he goes in the media and the public, he defends his guys.
Yeah.
And that is nice to see, right? But it can be frustrating in moments like this where he's like, I have a lot of confidence in this team, and I feel like that is true in that he believes in the potential, but what he's saying can't be right. And what we've heard from the likes of Azeez Al-Shaair from when he was coached and by him in San Francisco, Jimmy Ward also said, like, the way that DeMeco will go through video and he'll just kind of be laughing, but he's dead serious. It's almost like almost a scary laugh where you're like, oh man, he mean that, right? Yeah. I think that there is a level of standard that he's capable of set. However, with all of that aside, what confidence level do you have in this offensive line?
That's
at this point?
a great way, and it's a very straightforward way, but it's a great way to ask, what kind of confidence do you have? I have confidence that they can be very good, not just good, very good. I don't have confidence in the offensive line because of how they're playing pre-snap. Laramie Tunsil is the lightning run. By the way, Figgy, I double-checked this because I saw it on Twitter. Laramie Tunsil's Wikipedia page. Allow me to read the first sentence.
Oh, we got some editing. We got some Wikipedia editing. Oh, here we go.
Allow me to read the first sentence. Laramie Alexander Tunsil, I like that middle name, is an American professional football offensive tackle and false starter for the Houston Texans.
Oh, wow. You're not wrong. You're not supposed to say it. So you're not wrong.
That's where we are. I have confidence in how they can play. I don't have confidence in how they are focused on this game, how they are remaining focused, how they perform pre-snap. So it's really two answers because they're not getting the job done. It is mostly Laramie Tunsil. He's the lightning rod. But it is not just him by any stretch.
Yeah. The thing for me when it comes to answering this question on confidence is it is split in two ways, but it's passing and running, right? I do have confidence, the penalty, which that is a little bit of a crapshoot within itself, or at least minimize the penalties. Because again, it's kind of wild that, listen to Andre Ward and he's like, I should expect this. And we've come to expect
Andre Ware.
Damn, how did I do that? I knew I was going to do that eventually, and I sure did. I apologize to Andre Ware, Heisman winner. Andre Ware.
Sir.
Like, I got to put respect on that man's name. So do I need to put money in the hat for that?
No.
Okay. I don't know. I just want to make sure that I'm making amends in the ways that I should.
Honestly, I don't know why I get upset about it anymore. I should have come to expect it.
That's right, Andre Ware, not Andre Ward. But yeah, with all that being, I made him into a boxer. That's stupid. But yeah, like there's an expectation that these things are going to happen, and that's frustrating in its own right. But like just for the point of being successful, minimize those things and don't shoot yourself in the foot to this degree, and you could still do some things. The problem is that I lack confidence in being able to run the football. And it's kind of crazy that that's one of the big things that came out of this game for me. But I was like, oh, this just isn't going to happen, is it? Right, like running the football with behind this offensive line feels like it just isn't going to happen without individual acts of brilliance. We saw that with that one particular play with Cam Akers doing a spin-a-rooney to get himself yards on a play that was not blocked up. We talked about that up and down when it came to week 1 with Joe Mixon having 159s and 101 of those came after contact. Yeah. That is a place that is really frustrating to me because now you're getting more dimensional, and teams like Brian Flores' defense can tee off on you offensively.
This is such an important game coming up. You would think, okay, just paint by numbers, just get it done. Win. I think it has to be a pretty win for the offensive line. It has to be, and by the way, I don't know. I'm thinking of this as I'm saying the words. Has Kenyon Green been the most consistent player on the offensive line? How weird would that be? How weird would that be? Kenyon Green, the most consistent.
Well, yeah. If we go through it, like I think you had Titus Howard had some struggles.
Yeah.
One of the things about Shaq Mason,
false starts.
Yes, he did. Shaq Mason, like you might be able to try and put him up here,
maybe
but I will never get out of my mind the image of, I can't even remember who on the defensive line, darting right past him during the course of this game, where I was like, oh,
Juice missed time.
Juice mixed time. But it probably is Juice in some ways, because I think that in listening to Ross Tucker as he was talking to Payne and Pendergast this morning, Tucker did bring up some of these things, and that is an offensive line eye. He played offensive line, was a journeyman in this league, pointed to the idea that some of those things that happened with Tunsil, not to give him, absolve him of his issues, some of those were like the guard next to him not picking up the responsibilities. And sometimes those types of things happen where one guy looks bad on an NFL field, and it's because somebody else wasn't doing their job. You know what I mean? And so Kenyon Green, I think that there is some tough things in there, and if you are inclined to believe Pro Football Focus grades, he is graded as the lowest offensive lineman thus far this season. So, like, I do want to be careful about not being like he's the most consistent. But the problem is, I had to go through all of that.
But what I'm saying
I had to
is,
have the whole
weird
conversation.
Is it that we can talk about him in that vein now, and then you talk about, do you have confidence in this offensive line? I think the bigger question is, do you have confidence that they will do what it takes to get the offensive line right? And that's where I mentioned it to B. Scott. And you and I'm mentioning it now to the listener, 713-572-4610. Where's the line? And I don't mean that as in offensive line. Where's the line that you draw, where, okay, if if Laramie Tunsil does this again, if he has 2 false starts against the Jaguars, is he still good?
I think Blake Fisher comes in. Like I think that it's got to be I don't know if it's immediately the one. Although that would definitely do a good job of setting the example, like, hey, man, sick of it, right?
Yeah.
And I talked about yesterday with you, right? You were like on the bench. I think that it might be more effective if it's like, hey, you're out there, but your leash is short, right? And then actually acting on that. But I do want to go to DeMeco Ryans as he talked to the media yesterday, and he was asked specifically on if Laramie Tunsil has to practice, getting set and getting off, or if it's just something that he has.
Yeah, we know where the line. LT, he knows where to align, and we just have to do a better job of getting it done.
I loved this, and it's such I did
because I didn't hear it. I don't think I heard it the way you
didn't hear it the way I heard it, because basically Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard were making excuses. Laramie Tunsil said after the game, they're calling my name, but we all have to have accountability. That's not accountability. Titus Howard said, hey, the referees told us one thing, and I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said they told us one thing and called it another way.
Yeah, they were inconsistent.
That's not accountability. I love the fact that DeMeco Ryans said he knows. He knows where to line up. I think that's making it making Laramie Tunsil more accountable. I really do.
Yeah, and I guess I have to filter these things through knowing that DeMeco is going to kind of protect his guys, and then DeMeco has that seemingly jovial kind of response, even though, underneath there might be a little bit more than meets the eye. But it almost sounded like status quo.
Okay.
In the way that, and I think that's the thing that really gets under the skin of all the Texans fans right now, is that it feels like Laramie Tunsil and the way that they're going about this is status quo, right? And actually here, I think it's a great time to transition to Payne and Pendergast from earlier. I think Seth Payne, former defensive lineman and noted dude who is very upset and through with Laramie Tunsil, was talking about the mentality of this offensive line. I found this to be pretty poignant.
Look, man, this is where I feel like it's coming to roost in a lot of ways. There's such a mismatch between DeMeco Ryans' whole persona and the way he operates. Yeah, DeMeco Ryans, ultimate football dude. CJ Stroud, ultimate football dude. Texans offensive line, they care a lot about Instagram and fashion, man. It's the position group that you would hope is the most just barroom brawling, dirty, grungy, poor personal hygiene dudes. That's what you want out of your offensive line. No. And that's certainly not the culture of the Texans offensive line.
Now, I personally wouldn't take it to fashion and Instagram, because I don't think that's necessarily like a mutually exclusive thing where if you do that, then you absolutely I would hope that you could be able to wash a keister and still be able to block. But I think what he's getting at is something I absolutely agree with, which is there needs to be a nastiness when it comes to the offensive line. You need to be able to go out there and impose your will, right? And it feels like this offensive line does not have that particular mentality, which is tough. Like, we see that in the run game. Typically offensive linemen, they like the run game because that's the fun part. You can go out, you have the upper hand, you're on the front foot, you can go and impact a defense, and then you finish them off. And it feels like that's something you don't see with this offensive line.
Well, how many times, I think it kind of reflects the questions that we were the accountability thing that I was just talking about. Yeah. Like Titus Howard, they tell us one thing and do another. Laramie Tunsil, well, they called my name, but, we all got to do it. That's what also in play here. Like, where's the big dude, the tackles, the two bookend tackles, standing up and saying, what frankly, Trevor Lawrence said the other day, we sucked. Trevor Lawrence said it.
Yeah.
We sucked, and these guys are like, target on my back, blah, 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 blah. That's part of the equation too.
Yeah, Lawrence might be trying to get the coach fired, to be honest.
Well, but okay, but either way.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But the same thing. And that's what I think Seth's talking about, the guys that are just like, they're mad. They're not making excuses.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it needs to be don't care about anything else but get the job done. It's the mentality that you need. And right now it doesn't feel like. So when it comes to confidence on this offensive line, that's the thing that gives me pause. When it comes to the talent capability, and that is in some ways evidenced by the fact that you put a whole bunch of money in this offensive line. That is, you paid in order to be able to have talent. What that talent needs to be paired with is the mentality to get the job done.
Yeah.
And as of right now, that is out. That is still out to be seen. Right. That remains to be seen from this offensive line.
So the confidence level, to come full circle with how we started this conversation, is high if they pull their heads.
Out of their keisters.
Yes.
No, I'll finish the statement for you. Out of their keisters, yes.
I have good confidence in how they can play if they pull their heads.
Out of their keisters.
Out of their keisters.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we finish that off. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Thanks for rocking with us. Of course, it's John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula. Keep it locked. We are giving away a pair of Texans tickets to the Jags game this Sunday. They're in the bullpen, front row. You'll want to have that, and you'll want to keep it locked. It's coming up next. Let's get into some lunchtime confessions.
Payne and Pendergast. Pendergast,
Houston's sports leader. Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to tell you, they're relatively commonplace. Man, I love a big man touchdown.
Who doesn't?
I just love a big man touchdown. And the celebration, did y'all check that out?
No.
I can't explain exactly what it is. I should know, but I don't. But this happened, of course.
Play clock, they don't. With 3 seconds left, Daniels flips. He's got another, and this time it's Trent Scott. The big tackle was the extra offensive line.
All right, you got
that looked like some fraternity type stuff.
Watch the celebration, man. That was just fantastic. Oh, they didn't show. There we go.
Oh yeah, that's definitely cute. That's Q dogs for sure, 100%.
Yeah,
that was definitely
that's
the Q
exactly
dogs.
what it looked like.
Yeah. Omega Sci-Fi. Shout
When
out
you got
to
a
them.
320-pound dude doing that, come on now.
Yeah, man.
How do you not love
Shout
a
out
big
to.
man?
I bet he was sick that he didn't have his golden boots on in that moment. Yeah, man. But yeah, love a big man touchdown,
It's
man.
the best.
Those are the best. I appreciated it back in the day when SB Nation put together the Piesman Trophy for the college football players, where they tried to give away the best big man touchdown because we all love them. It's always great, man. And anytime we get to see a portly athlete plying their trade, it makes America happy.
Yes, it does.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I might be kind of souring on the 3 TV setup thing.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna stop because I'm I just hard-headed. But one thing I've realized, as I mentioned last night, I had both Monday Night Football games on and the Astros game. And one thing I've realized for me is just like the attention span feels like it's getting worse for me. And you've seen this a little bit, Lopez, where I'll just be like, what was I just doing? And I'm like, and I feel like the 3 TV setup might be doing some of that, like just trying to jump around from one thing to the next. And I hate to have to admit it, but it might be a problem.
So what'd you have on that made you realize this?
I mean, it's been over the weekend as well with college football, especially on Saturday, because it felt like a slate where it was like, there's not a ton. But then as you were going through, there was a lot of things that were kind of interesting. And so I found myself shifting all 3 TVs at various times to get to, that game's on. So which one of these can I let go? And I just found myself just kind of jumping around and not feeling like I had a good grasp of some of these games. And I was like, okay, this might not be working in the way that I typically want it to go.
That is a pitfall, isn't it? Like you got so much, information overload that you don't really catch enough of one.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Which in the past, I actually haven't had too much of an issue with. People have brought it up like, this is going to be an issue. And I was like, I think I'm not handling it as well as I used to. And I'm wondering if this is just like a deterioration thing or if it's just if it'll pass. We're going to try and make it pass, honestly.
But you only have the volume on one, of course.
No.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. No, you cannot have you have to have the volume only.
You're a damn serial killer.
Only,
if you got all 3 TVs on.
You can only have the volume on
most of the time I'll have 2.
No,
but
not even 2.
When I'm, and maybe it's just
psychopath.
I haven't gotten into real form yet, because when I'm in form, all the audio's on, and then I can kind of just focus on which one.
That should have been your confession.
I can focus on whichever one
your confession,
I want to watch at the point in time.
Your confession should have been, I have mass murderer tendencies.
The reason why you have it on, right, is I have the audio on for all of those, is that if a big play happens on one of these where you want to send
then
your
you
attention,
can flip it.
You
got a remote in your hand.
You hear it
Sports
swell.
Bar don't even have all the volumes up, man. They have one game.
That's because y'all not real.
Dude, you messed that. Your confession was wrong.
Y'all not real.
Your confession was I'm getting brain lock here with all the. Dude, you have a remote in your hand. Just flip it over, mute one, turn the other one up when a big play happens.
Yeah, but you don't know the big play is happening.
You're looking at it.
Well, you're paying attention to one at a time.
Well, then don't have 3 TVs.
No, I definitely don't have 3 TVs. And I'll never stop. You can't stop me.
That's crazy.
Watch this.
I'm having some TV issues too, man.
Yeah.
So I was watching Monday Night Football game last night, and the wifey, she jumped up and went in the other room to do something. I'm like, what's going on? A little bit. and she was like, "Oh man, I missed my show 911. I didn't know it came back on today."
Oh.
So I think I'm in a dilemma now because right now we only got one TV in the house, which is totally fine. But so I guess one of them 911s, I don't know if it's Lone Star or the regular one.
Yeah.
One of them come on Monday night at 7.
Oh.
And the other one, the other 911 come on Thursday night
come
at
on.
7.
Come
That
on.
is ridiculous.
Sound
man.
like you about to be watching some games on your phone.
Yeah, or just hit record and tell her you can watch this later.
Exactly. Yeah. We're gonna have to come up with something. I can't wait to move because I'm gonna get another TV.
Yeah.
For the other part of the house, but I'm like, man, what is wrong with that show? Ain't that damn good? I think it's supposed to get canceled pretty soon.
One of them.
Why y'all coming on Monday night and Thursday night?
Here's your strategy, baby, honey. What do you call her?
Sweetie.
Sweetie.
Oh, that's adorable.
One of these shows has to be watched live, and that's the game. The other one doesn't have to be. The other one's going to be there, but the game has to be watched live. And here's the other one. It's my job.
Yeah, doing it for work is the ultimate out.
It's my job.
Either that or I'm going to a bar.
You don't want me
She gonna
going to
be
a
like,
bar.
oh, you go. Hey, I can watch 911 anytime. Here you go, buddy. Here's the remote.
Exactly.
I mean, the bar's not a bad play.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
These last 2 days have been a little bit scary for your guy here.
Uh-oh.
I've always said about AI is going to be great. I think it's overplayed. You know, it helps so many people. It kind of streamlines a lot of things for us all, answers questions. So I've been playing around with AI the last couple of days.
See, that's your problem.
Yeah, look, man, I've been digging in. Like, what else can it do? And, can it do this? I'm talking like pictures, videos, you know, some of these other things.
Oh, so you just taking energy off the grid for no reason?
No reason. Just digging in. I just got fascinated with AI. It's scary, dude. Like, it is scary. Like, I asked for a video. Can you do a video of blah, blah, blah? I forget exactly what it was. And it came up, and I was like, holy moly. And so then I dug into, like, I did the old Google search on, you know, what are the dangers of AI? Don't ever do that. Because they're talking about like taking over workforces and disrupting society and all that.
And so, some of this has been,
I'm sure,
in some ways overplayed because some of the things that has been promised from AI actually can't be delivered by AI at this point.
But then here's the scariest thing of all that I read when I did that Google search, or maybe it was an AI search. I don't remember.
Okay, very good. I mean, Google is trying to force feed the AI down. I'm like, hey, cut that out.
They said we are going down a path that within the next 3 years, AI will be able to do things without human assistance.
Yeah,
you went full Skynet.
I got scared.
That kind of been the talk for a couple
I got
years.
scared, man.
I think the scary part about AI for me personally is how it's going into the music game now. How you got whatever artist you want to listen to and search AI track. It's actually some tracks out there that sound just like a Drake or Kanye West that's made from AI that they didn't even do.
Yeah.
And so the scary part is people can make money off of that. They can use your voice and all that stuff and make money off of it or make a statement that you never said.
Have you dug in at all?
No.
Don't.
Because as far as like actually utilizing
like that,
AI,
like videos and audio,
I don't
things they can do.
No, I mean, I keep up with generally some of the things that are happening with it, but like I keep up with reporting on it. I'm not going to mess with AI. Also, I just kind of have like a moral disagreement with the amount of energy that it uses and stuff. Like, hey, this does not feel like it is a good trade-off.
It is some good things for AI.
Oh, fantastic. And I've been saying that.
Sure.
Yes, especially when it comes to music because you got somebody like Benny Siegel whose voice don't really sound the same. And I heard he was working on an album and he was using AI to restore his voice.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing with the Beatles. I think it was somebody from the Beatles who recorded something, finishing it up with AI.
Yeah.
So it's some good benefits, but it's scary.
Yeah, man. I mean, like a lot of technology, right? Like there's a lot of clearly good uses for it, and I mean, developing it, I'm sure, is a good thing. We got to do it.
But using it without human assistance,
you got to use it in a way that makes sense.
Yikes!
You gonna get replaced by AI?
Hey, it's only a matter of time.
All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
If I had to pick between what we sometimes get when it comes to seeing injury replays, and never getting injury replays, I'm 100% picking injury replays. I don't think we ever need to see an injury replay.
I think I'm with you.
Right, like I understand that there might be certain instances where it's better to get an idea of what's happening, or get another look at it. I'd rather just never see the injury again. Tell me what happened.
I think I'm with you.
I can't remember which game. I should have written it down, but it was a game in the college space on Saturday where something happened. And I was just like, why are we seeing the replay?
Yeah,
what is happening? Like, please stop doing this.
Yeah, I felt like Thursday night football. I want to say it was last week. What was the game where Tua got hurt again? Had the concussion.
Yeah.
I felt like they did a good job with not keep showing it, because I know the first time that happened with him, they kept showing it.
Yeah,
where his hands and fingers twisted.
Yeah, the fencing. Response.
So I seen that play. I seen the recent one, the play live, and I was just like, oh no.
Yeah.
And I felt like they did a good job with not keep showing that, and I didn't need to see that again. Man.
I think you're right. Most we don't need to see. It's a bad injury. Let's move on and continue. And now it may desensitize you a little bit to the game, but I don't care.
No, and I think for me personally, I don't think that's as much of an issue. But I think that's a fair point to bring up, is that, hey, remembering that the dangers of this is still the car crash sport. But I'm just like, I'd rather not.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know if this documentary is ever going to happen, but I feel like so much drama been going on with.
Oh, yeah. I did.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping
it's out of there, right? They done shut this thing down.
Kind of yes and no. So the health department came in and shut it down for a few days because of the they say they had 35 health code violations.
Oh my God. Just Google for me, and I mean avoid the AI portion of it. And if you're driving, of course, you're excluded from this. But Google turkey leg hut. Don't put anything else. Just Google turkey leg hut, and just the wide reach of various things. You got bankruptcy things. You got fires, hazard health. So I'm just like, good God.
Yeah.
Them turkey legs had to be real good.
Well, I ain't eating anymore
to be sustained through all this.
I ain't eating anymore.
The funny part about this is, like, I whenever this is all said and done, I want to see this documentary. But during this whole health violation thing, Turkey Leg on their official Instagram posted. They said, "Hey, Turkey Leg Hut fam, we will be closed this Friday through Sunday for some for some exciting renovations." This is right after the report of the 35 health violations.
Yeah, some exciting renovations, including mopping and cleaning.
Yeah, that's exactly. Getting that rat feces out of here. Yeah, allegedly, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what actually.
Keeping the turkeys out the utility closet.
Right, exactly.
We're actually going to plug in the refrigerator.
Oh my God.
Where's Marvin Zillian when you need him? Rest in peace,
Nope,
right?
kid.
Like that's the
slime in the ice.
Clean the slime.
That's exactly where he needs to be. All right, those are your confessions on a Tuesday here. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday.
You're darn right.
713-572-4610. Caller number 7 will receive a pair of tickets to Jags Texans in the bullpen front row. You want these tickets. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number to call. Caller number 7, you'll get a chance to do that and go on our dime. I hope you enjoy that. But coming up next, let's do a little college football on a Tuesday, revisit some of the things that happened in the college football weekend. We'll do that next.
Yeah, guys, the Federal Reserve recently announced they were low.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, 10 Cents in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, in the loop, Sports Radio 610. You got Lopez, you got Fig, you got myself, Reginald Atatula. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. We're about to get into some college football on the Tuesday, but I did want to shout out to Cam Akers, obviously, for doing his thing Sunday. But more importantly, today he was out there along with the Texans cheerleaders, visiting a children's hospital. You know, going out there, being out amongst the people at the Houston Methodist West Hospital. In the Crucial Catch NFL Initiative partnership with the American Cancer Society to raise awareness for early detection and risk of reduction when it comes to cancer. So shout out to him and the Texans cheerleaders for being out and amongst the people in the community.
Oh, it was cool because this is their only day off, in essence.
Right.
When they do stuff like that, just nice.
So wanted to make sure to do that. But also, let's get into some college football on a Tuesday where there were some fun college football things this weekend, including I thought was really fun seeing, Ohio State jumped. So shout out to you, Fig. They went to number 2 in the poll.
Yeah, you kind of scared me a little bit, man. I saw your tweet, and I think you tweeted, what's going on with Ohio State? And I was busy doing something else, so I wasn't seeing what was going on. I'm like, oh, man.
What happened now?
Yeah, so I checked the score. I'm like, oh, okay, he probably just overreacted a little bit.
I mean, maybe
that's how it be. I think that's how we all be. That first when they go 3 and out or something in the first quarter,
yeah,
we like, oh man,
yep.
And then it's 60-0.
All right, now outside of that,
I do, and I'm not proud of this. I'm not proud of what I'm about to say, okay? But it's kind of a post-confession confession. So Hugh Freeze is getting torched right now, right?
As he should.
I don't disagree.
He stinks.
He stinks. He's not a great dude. He really isn't. In fact, when he threw his players under the bus, and Figgy, we do have the audio. Let's hear this first.
Unfortunately, this is what I know, and I know that there's people open, and I know that we're running the football. And we got to find a guy that won't throw it to the other team. And we got to find running backs that hold on to it. You know, that's a huge play there. I mean, we're going in to score. I don't know, what was it, 7-0 then? Or so it's 7-7, and our defense gets a stop, and who knows what happens. But, you know, the scheme is what most everybody in the country is running some sort of. But you've got to have good play at quarterback for sure at whatever system you're going to choose.
Now, it is worth noting, Hugh Freeze, head coach at Auburn, they lost to Arkansas this weekend, 24-14. And when he talks about that, they had Hank Brown out there quarterbacking, who threw 3 interceptions on his own. Peyton Thorne, who was previously the guy, he also was in this game, and he threw an interception himself. So, like, the quarterback play
had fumbles.
Has been down.
Yeah, and they put the ball on the turf. And so I'm glad you brought that up because let me just reiterate, I'm not a Hugh Freeze fan, in fact, of a fan. And his former quarterback at Ole Miss, Bo Wallace, like eviscerated him.
Yeah, he don't like that man.
Like he had success under Hugh Freeze. But he said this guy is just, you know, he throws former players away like garbage once he's used them.
Also, he's a real weird dude when it comes to the media in general. He searches his own name. He does a lot of he hides behind religion at times. To be completely honest.
But with all that backdrop, you don't like him. I don't like him. He's a weird dude.
Correct.
He's not a good dude. Here's my confession post confession. Well, it's 2 parts. Would you rather he lied? Because that's 4 interceptions, man. And if DeMeco Ryans said that, or any NFL head coach said that about a pro, you'd be saying, "Hey, all right, he's holding them accountable. He's putting them out." But he's also not a good dude, so I kind of feel a little weird about saying that.
Let me help you out here, Lopez. I don't want you to run any more string out here at this point. The problem with that is, hey man, it'd be one thing if it was an NFL head coach. They are not charged with getting their own groceries. You run the whole program, and y'all decided not to go and get into the transfer portal or get another quarterback.
Sure.
Peyton Thorne been there. Peyton Thorne been like this. Like, they have known that Peyton Thorne can't do this. I'm not going to be lied to you. I don't know exactly what Hank Brown is on, but Hank Brown is a freshman, And I do not believe that Hank Brown necessarily would have been a guy that you came in feeling like he was going to be the thing. Like, you had an opportunity to go get something that was more of a sure thing, right?
I get it.
So, you're out here, well, we got to go get a quarterback who can do this. You had an opportunity, you passed. You balked on it. Don't get out here and throw them boys under the bus now.
No, I get it. And it shouldn't, part of me says shouldn't do it. But then there's the second part of my point on Hugh Freeze. I think we might see more of this in the future from more head coaches in college because of NIL. They're paying these cats money, man. They're paying these cats, some of them, a lot of money.
Well, when you say they, who's paying them?
Well, the program.
No, not necessarily. Not yet, right? We're veering toward that place.
Via the program via the NIL.
Well, that money is coming from local business and those types of things. It's one of the things that I absolutely hate about the likening of NIL to like actually paying the players directly, like as employees, because what you're telling them is you can go get that money elsewhere, right? Like now, programs are getting a little bit more involved in kind of directing that money.
That's what I'm saying.
But they're not paying them.
I guarantee you, Hugh Freeze knows what.
That's why Hugh Freeze's money is so big, is because the school ain't paying the players.
No, I get it, but I guarantee you, Hugh Freeze knows exactly what every one of his big time players is making. Guarantee you that he knows, and so I think that's kind of like a factor here. Like these guys are now making a lot, and trust me, I support it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I think we might see more of this because, like, dude, we brought this cat in for $700,000 or whatever, and this is what I'm getting. I think he's a horrible individual, but I do think as much as he should also take accountability, he's being honest.
Yeah,
they stunk,
but they weren't good. But again, I feel like we might see more of this. I don't think you're wrong. I do see that it is highly likely that you're talking about a bad coach because, especially still in college football, still a majority of that power and that capability of getting something done resides with the person who's at the top of that program. That's the head coach, and in that instance, it's Hugh Freeze. Again, here you go passing the buck when it comes down to you.
Yeah.
Some other things that happen in college football. Michigan out here thumping on folks in a way where, and I know you're not super excited to talk about this, Fig, but I did not necessarily think Michigan still had this. It felt like this was going to be kind of the cigar year in a way where you won your championship, and if it steps back a little bit, everybody was going to be cool. It did not seem like, maybe the trenches weren't going to be as strong as they previously were. It felt like they had just, they built up, they got their shot, and then this was going to be a little bit of a step back year. And no, against USC, they got a 27-24 win, where they ran the damn football.
Sure did.
Even Alex Orji, who's the quarterback for Michigan, he ran for more yards than he threw for.
Yes,
they just decided that they were going to run it all down USC.
They absolutely did. And that's what made me start thinking about just my college football sort of vibe right now in general.
32 passing yards in this game.
32 passing yards. This past weekend, and this early season especially, kind of feels like the 1990s. Texas is just reloading and it's got quarterbacks, coming out the kazoo.
Yeah.
Michigan is running the ball because they don't care about doing anything else.
Although before you go on Texas, right, move on from Texas, are you in the group of people that are like, oh, Quinn Ewers got to watch his back, Arch going to keep this?
Well, I don't know if I'm reality there. I think there's some truth there.
I think Arch still shows himself to be like a young quarterback, setting protections and those things that Quinn Ewers has better at. So when he's healthy, he'll be back.
Yeah, but when most of the fans say it, it becomes a thing.
Yeah, and I guess that's the added level when you're talking about college football. What do the boosters say? Because are they going to impact what happens here? Anyways, you were saying.
Wasn't it Chance Mock that was right behind Vince Young? And they're like, oh, this Chance Mock guy, got to watch him. No, you don't. No, you really don't. So Texas is just reloading and got quarterbacks, like I said, more than they can know what to do with. Michigan is running the ball because they don't like it. They don't need to pass. Miami is looking like 90s Miami. Miami might have a Heisman winner.
Cam Ward is a baller.
Colorado completed a Hail Mary just like Cordell Stewart, did against Michigan.
Boy, Dave Aranda might, not even might, enjoy your last season in Waco. Buddy.
Yeah. And the last time Tennessee looked this dominant was 3 Mannings ago.
Yeah. And, I mean, shout out to Tennessee because Tennessee played Oklahoma, and they in Norman, mind you, and they handled that incredibly well. Like, it was very evident. Not only did they win that one, what was it, 22-19, if I remember correctly? 25-15. Apologies. But in the course of that, like, Tennessee was content to just let their defense do this. Tennessee is a high-flying offense and has been.
They didn't have to do anything
and
else.
they were like, we are capable of just letting our defense do this, which one, Tennessee has an SEC caliber defense, which doesn't happen all the time. But two, like they were capable of doing that, especially with I was really impressive. Oklahoma, the defense is great, and they're being pulled down by an embarrassing offense right now, even so much so that Jackson Arnold, who was kind of the star boy that they were expecting to be at quarterback.
Benched?
Yeah, he's benched. Michael Hawkins, the freshman that came in during the course of that game and made something go late, he's going to be the guy that goes for Oklahoma next week.
Yeah, and I don't care how good you are and how storied your program is, whether it's Oklahoma, Texas, or anyone, you ultimately will have a welcome to the SEC moment. Just because it's just week after week after week and lineman after lineman after lineman. I'm not saying Texas is going to get.
I think they get Mississippi State this week, which is a terrible SEC team this year.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying they're going to have a surprise. Maybe not a loss, but they're going to have one where they get that's what it's like in the SEC.
And Texas fans, and I say this with love to Texas fans, they're about to be obnoxious because I'm actually not sure that they'll have that moment, and they might get to walk into the SEC and be the cream of the crop right now, and it might happen in year 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
But right now, think about it. Texas walking into the SEC and being the top of it, that's an annoying fan base.
No, they're going to have one. They may win.
May not lose it.
Yeah, they may win, but they're going to. It happens to Alabama during the Saban years. Like when they were all of a sudden, oh wow, Mississippi State beat them with with Dak Prescott, LSU beat them with this.
Years.
The Johnny Manziel year. And that's just one example. I mean, everybody has that. It just wears on you. The SEC is just one of those that.
All I heard is it just means more. All right,
it just means more.
All right, I got you.
It just means
some other things that happened over the weekend when it comes to college football. Realignment is finding its legs as Boise State, Colorado State, San Diego State, Fresno State. We knew that they were joining the Pac-12 from the Mountain West. Well, Utah State agreed as well. They will also leave the Mountain West for the Pac-12 in 2026. Although the Pac-12 wasn't able to get the big coup, they were aiming for some American Athletic Conference schools, Memphis, UCF. Tulane was one of those as well. There was another one that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Oh, yeah, and then UTSA. They were trying to get those schools. Those schools all said that they'll remain in the American. But the Pac-12, after getting down to 2 schools and all of us looking around like, yeah, they're about to die off, they're finding a way to claw their way into remaining up there. I don't know if they'll get to kind of be some level of power conference again, because it doesn't feel like what they're putting together is enough to give them that power status, but at least the Pac-12 will live. And maybe live long enough to give some money to Reggie Bush, because Reggie Bush is suing the Pac-12 along with USC and the NCAA in seeking compensation over NIL when it comes to the money that he feels like he missed during that time. And he is not the only one that is suing the NCAA. They got maybe 3 different lawsuits, including kind of a class action one going on right now. NCAA is in hell.
First on the Pac-12, yeah, they're still going to die. That is not exactly anything that's going to move the needle, so to speak. But the Reggie Bush thing, keep an eye on that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Johnny going to get?
Yeah, that's interesting.
What's Johnny going to get?
That's interesting if they actually do come around and you have more players than going back and suing the NCAA. They're already trying to utilize the House, trying to get a settlement so that they can continue to have some level of amateurism that looks a little bit more like pro, even though it's already pro sports. It's only going to get bad if all these if Reggie Bush 1 is successful and all these other players are like, well, I'm going to get my pound of flesh throughout this as well. That's some of the college football on a Tuesday after a pretty fun weekend in college football, but we're getting into conference play where it's going to get even more fun going forward. All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Somebody said no love to Texas State is crazy. Texas State is joining the Pac-12. I do want to make sure to salute them for that. So you get to be the powers out there. Hope that is enjoyable.
All due respect.
All right, coming up next.
I don't know.
Who's good? Who's elite in the NFL? Because early on, it hasn't felt like there's a lot of teams, if at all. At least I feel like we might have added one for certain after Monday Night Football. Let's parse that and see where the Texans fall next.
Looking for a little Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah, In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on this Tuesday. Been fun thus far. And I'm a little distracted by our guy, Adam Spillane. He's out at the Rockets training facility. They are opening that thing up.
Nice.
It looks really good, but also
sweet.
And it's something I didn't get to mention in What's Pop because we were locked in with B. Scott's thoughts. Apparently, Tillman Fertitta, is gearing up to try and get a WNBA expansion team, bring back the Comets. I think it was said that there's 8 cities that are vying for one expansion team in the next 2 to 3 years. He said they'll have a chance to get it, but the chances are less than 50%. Also, seems like Tillman also trying to get an NHL team. He said basically the asking price for an NHL expansion team is currently too high. So that one's a little bit out of range, it seems. But yeah, that's some of the good work that our guy Adam Spillane is doing out at the Rockets, unveiling of their new training facility, which at we saw a couple of pictures from there.
It looks really nice.
I was like, not only does it look nice,
don't get spoiled now.
Spacious.
Don't get spoiled now.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you young bucks, make sure that you're putting in this work.
Yeah.
All right, teams that are putting in the work. Who are the teams that are good? Who are the teams that are elite in the NFL? Because you've heard me ask this question multiple times in the last few weeks. It's like, I don't even know if there's. I guess it's a statement in that way. I was like, I don't know if there are really any elite teams in the NFL as of this moment. And so I kind of want to take the moment or the time, a third or I guess almost a fourth of the way through the season. It's crazy how quickly that happens. 3 weeks through the NFL season to let's examine the landscape of the NFL. Are there elite teams? How many are there? And then how many teams are we just even considering like to be good teams?
Yeah.
And how does that then stack up with the Texans? Because again, you look at the AFC South for real.
No,
right?
gosh, no.
And so your competition is probably trying to be amongst the best of the league. What does that look like at this moment?
All right, so it's gonna sound weird. I think there are 3 teams that can win the Super Bowl, but 2 elite teams right now.
Okay, this is interesting.
Let me explain.
Say more, please.
I think the Lions are elite. I feel like the Lions are elite. I feel like the Bills are elite.
Yeah, the Bills is the one that feels easy to me because the defense is actually playing very well as well. On top of the fact that with I guess fewer of the tried and true targets that you can maybe point to, Josh Allen looks like not just good, like the good of the Josh Allen that we come to expect of just a guy who can make some plays and likes getting out there.
I'm
with his
stunned.
Feet. He looks like one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Not that I didn't think he was good, but that he would be this. It's incredible. So there's 2 elite teams right there. But the Chiefs can still win the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are 3-0. They could easily be 1-2, 0-3. I mean, they should be the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Are they elite right now?
I don't know. I was like, are we giving them the Rudy Tomjanovich never doubt the heart of a champion? Like they're just in that place, and probably rightfully so, because we've gotten to places where, and I guess I shouldn't speak for you, but I guess various people, including myself, have gotten to places where, all right, I don't know, maybe if they should win this, and they get out there and win, and we're like, oh, my bad.
I've done it a million times.
I'll never pick against you again.
Yeah. So that may not make sense, but 2 elite teams, 3 that can win the Super Bowl.
So I'm interested in how you feel about. If you look at the metrics, I'm currently looking at kind of just EPA, that efficiency thing. The Saints are one of those teams that's really scary because efficiency-wise, the defense is a monster.
Yeah.
And then the offense, we've seen the ways that in weeks 1 and 2, mind you, against defenses that have not been very good in the Panthers and the Cowboys, they went to town. And against the Eagles team, they had some struggles, right, in that game. But that Saints team looking really good early. Is that just it's early and I don't know if I can believe that yet? But that looks like a very good team.
Last week we would have said they were the best team, and I think I did.
Yeah, you did.
They were the best team in the NFL. So I'm going to put it in tiers. Like tier 1 is going to be Bills, Chiefs, and Lions, even though I think only 2 of them are playing elite football right now. Tier 2 is the Vikings and the Saints. I think they are clearly a notch above everybody else, but maybe not elite yet. And if you want to argue and you say they are, I think they're stating a strong case. But I would go those 3 teams at the top, then Vikings and Saints in their own category.
I'm still wondering. I mean, the Chiefs look good. I don't know that I'm putting them in the lead. I feel like I don't know if I want to do that. And then the Lions are an interesting one because it's a good team. Maybe I just haven't watched them enough this year. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't seen it to the place where I have the feelings, the emotions that swell up with that.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bills feel like the easy answer when it comes to a team that already looks elite.
Oh, yeah.
And then I really like what I've seen from the Saints and the Vikings. And
So you would put them up.
I was skeptical on both of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
But really the extent to when we're talking about just like the really, really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
And as of right now, the Texans have not played in such a way where they're close to those teams.
No, and I think the Texans you can lump with teams like the Eagles, the Texans, probably the 49ers, Ravens, those 4 teams that are frankly a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Just if talking about it from that perspective.
Good, but I mean, I think any Raven fan will tell you right now that's a disappointment.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Eagles. Same thing with the Texans. Same thing with the not the Steelers. I said Eagles, Texans, 49ers, and Ravens. Those 4 teams are kind of a disappointment.
Yeah, and I don't even know how much I feel about like now we're splitting hairs about what's good or whatever, but like those teams don't feel like they're in that second tier even.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're starting to talk about where does that fall in. Like I might be inclined to look at what the Steelers and the Seahawks are doing before I look at some of those teams, even though I know that there's upside there, right? The Niners get healthy and they look different because that's just a team that's predicated on when they have their talent there, they can do things. The Ravens, I don't know. That's a tough one.
It's weird.
Does that defense find a way to get back to where they were? And I understand they have a first-time play caller in Zach Orr. This is his first time doing it. First few weeks, like maybe he settles in and that looks better. But yeah, just that's something that's weird for me. But also, I forget the Jets. How do you feel about was like they needed quarterback play to be there, and it feels like Aaron Rodgers is delivering in about as well a good a way as you can expect from a 40-year-old.
Yeah, look, I've got them just a tick below, probably in that same class with the Eagles, but for different reasons. With the Eagles and Texans and all that, like they've got it, they got all the ingredients. They certainly have the quarterback, and he's playing his butt off. But I just don't quite believe in what they're doing just yet, even though they look good recently. Let me ask you this, though. Come December, what's the team or two that you're going to say, yeah, they've got a shot. They got a chance to make some noise in the postseason. Maybe not win a Super Bowl, but make some real noise in the Super Bowl.
Well, but how weird this season has been when it comes to the priors, right? The preconceived notions that you had coming into the season and ways that those have kind of been subverted in various different ways. I don't know if I feel great about trying to predict that. Like 3 weeks in, there's been a lot of things, including with this Texans team, that have really thrown me for a loop. So I don't even know if I can get to that place where it's like, hey, at the end of it, I mean, the Bills feel like this is their time to compete where it comes like you've seen them stack years of priors already, and then this is a level of getting to a better place. I don't know that there are many other ones that I feel great about going on the ledge on.
Remember when we were talking in the preseason about Davis Mills, and you don't need him to win 6 games. You need him to win a game or 2.
Sure.
And then get back to C.J. Stroud if he has to miss a few games.
Correct.
Green Bay Packers. You don't need Malik Willis 6 games because he won't. He flat out won't.
Yeah, you're right there.
But if he can win 1 or 2, and frankly, I don't think Jordan Love should start this week. Give him another week to get better. Don't rush him back.
Especially like if we talk about coaching, and again, another time where you look at the Texans and you're like, hey guys, we got some things to prove around these parts. But Matt LaFleur immediately came out in that first week when Jordan Love wasn't playing and was like, okay, I have a quarterback that hasn't been in our system very long. What am I going to do to create all the exotic run situations? And they were so successful with that. Like he's putting them guys in a good place to succeed, and the defense is showing up in a good way too. If you get the imagined bump that you get from having your starting quarterback back again, yeah, they probably slide into that place where they're amongst
in December, November, December.
Yeah,
Malik just has to kind of just stay afloat one more week, and then I think Jordan Love will probably be back, and then the Packers are probably going to make some real noise and be in a dogfight with the Vikings, I guess, in that division. And then the other one that I think maybe in December or later we're going to be talking about. You ready, Figgy? Pittsburgh Steelers.
Man.
The Steelers are in a funny space because
how does he do it?
I do wonder. Yeah, how does he do it? Right, for sure. I mean, the he in this instance being Mike Tomlin, a man for whom he has never had a season below 500, no matter how piddly the team is around what he has. I just wonder what is the upside here with that team. Right.
Well, Justin Fields is going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, and it feels like Justin Fields, the question for him is, can you make sure that you don't mess it up? And that answer is yes as of right now. And I think it also wonder, like, what is the development that can be seen in this first season, season, right, with him there. And that defense is still going to be the defense. I just wonder, like, what is the further upside? But when we talk about this, like, I think some of the things that we're talking about are leading into kind of the power ranking space. And I did want to kind of compare it to at least one or two power ranking situations. Let's start with CBS Sports. Okay. CBS Sports still has the Chiefs up top, right? Winning close games, but, undefeated. And so they lean in some of the ways that you have. I think there's the championship, heart of a champion, all that. Yeah. Bills 2, Vikings 3.
Vikings 3, okay. You can't argue too much.
We're still in that space. They go Seahawks, Steelers.
No Lions yet.
And then Texans. Lions came in 10 for them. I mean, they lost to the Bucks is one of the things.
Yeah.
And they don't quite look like what they're – and this is the expectation thing, which I find interesting because had the Texans really looked like the team that we expect yet? And maybe that's just we're close to it. They're not necessarily. But that's the way that they're stacking it, right? They still have the Texans in that general kind of spitting distance of the higher echelons of this league right now.
Out of curiosity, because I don't want to get too caught up in the moment.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Commanders? What do they have, the Commanders?
An explosive,
dude, that was next level.
An explosive ass offense is what they have. They have an explosive ass offense. That is the thing that I'm willing to say right now, and that was really fun to see. And that's the thing also that we have to keep in mind is that, hey man, primetime games mean something.
Oh yeah,
like that visibility that you have on a primetime game absolutely says something about your team, and they were for CBS Sports in moving them up high. And let me see. I kind of want to see where. Yeah, they're like 16th in NFL.com's power rankings. So I think that look, they're just much better than we thought that they possibly were earlier. But didn't they had a tough game with the Giants as well, and I don't think anybody looks at the Giants as if they're a good team.
No, that is fair. But I know what I saw last night. I know what I saw last night.
Read what you see on the screen right now.
Yeah, we'll see. Will Jaden Daniels follow in C.J. Stroud's footsteps? That's where we are,
and that's the fun one because the opportunity. What did we talk about all? Really leading into week 2 because of Caleb Williams or whatever. It's just like all these quarterbacks are having to follow in the footsteps of the CJ Stroud rookie year.
Yeah.
Way too early. However, Jaden Daniels, I had this thought during the game. I was like, oh, he has a possibility of doing the thing where now he solidified that as the new expectation of a really good rookie quarterback is get out here and do something special.
No, it was ridiculous is what he was. And the accuracy and 91% or whatever he completed – on top of, just really evading the rush, running, all that stuff. I mean, and the NFC looks incredibly gettable. NFC East.
Of course.
I mean,
absolutely.
Eagles are a mess, at least if you ask Eagles fans. Cowboys are an absolute mess.
Oh, absolutely.
Giants are a mess.
It was just flashed on ESPN early because, of course, ESPN's always going to talk about Dallas. But they've allowed 557 yards rushing in their first 3 games.
That's problematic.
That's not how you win football games, right?
That's problematic.
That is not how you do it. Especially if a team's just like we don't have things, we can run it down your throat, which is why it was. I mean, look, it's important for, I think, again, the Texans to find some semblance of a run game, so that you can do things like that to others, right? And the teams are not doing that to you. But I also wanted to point out that, again, the Texans are 6th in NFL.com's power rankings as well.
So they really haven't dropped that much.
People have not really, and maybe this is, again,
they're reading the press clippings.
We are so myopic in some ways. Like, we're really close to this, and there's some, in some ways, blinders as well. I guess I give all of this to kind of help myself and maybe others, not get too negative, and I guess there's still always the possibility of getting out there and executing. That's still there for you. But yeah, a lot of people around the nation still feeling fairly good about this team. But yeah, Chiefs, Bills, Vikings, Lions get some love from the NFL.
Didn't even mention the Falcons.
And then the Eagles. Yeah, nobody believed the Falcons. I was texting during the course of that Falcons game. What was that, Sunday night? Sunday night. I was texting Brandon Scott because remember last Tuesday I was having I'm falling for the pump fake, and he was like, "No, don't do that, man. Falcons," and they did that Falcon thing again. So, and 281 mentioned the Eagles are a drop away from being undefeated. Yes, they are, and with the Eagles, they feel that is fair. They are a good team. I think the problem with them is just they've had some interpersonal things when it comes to coaching stuff that it feels like it's just sitting there. But that's probably unfair.
It's percolating
to consider in that way. But here you go. Texas still considered amongst one of the best teams, even though I don't know that I feel quite like that. And maybe it's just the expectation. Here in the loop, Sports Radio 610. You got Lopez, you got Figgy, you got myself. And speaking of Figgy, it's about time for Figgy's mixtape.
Yeah, man. So this legendary department store is closing its last store in the U.S., and plus, I got 10 phrases people use when they secretly do not like you.
Oh!
Down the list.
Uh-oh. We'll do that next.
CJ Stroud isn't hanging his head after the Texans took a beating in Minnesota.
We're still very, very talented. We're
610 and the free Odyssey app. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. I almost forgot the days on that.
You're not the only one, man.
But yeah, happy Tuesday to everybody out there. We got to send a special rest in peace to Kmart, man.
Oh, no.
Kmart, they are closing their last big store in the U.S. This store was in Bridgehampton, New York on Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
They're shutting their doors on October 20th. And this is the last, like, big store because they have a smaller Kmart, like a real small one.
Yeah.
And I want to say it's in Florida, but this is the last of Kmart.
When you think of Kmart, what do you remember? Toys, man.
I don't remember much from Kmart. Man.
Yeah.
I remember Kmart a lot. I remember just going to the bike section.
Yeah, like the bikes and the toys. Yeah. I frankly thought they were all closed already, so this is kind of news to me too.
Yeah.
There was still one open.
It was one hanging on, just like that one Blockbuster in Colorado.
Was it Oregon? I think
or Oregon.
Yeah, held on in Oregon for
me. I think that's still holding on, but. Man, it's kind of sad seeing stores like this that you grew up going into that's no longer with us, man.
Honestly, we were not a Kmart family. I saw more advertisements than I did at the inside of Kmart's, to be completely honest.
Kmart was strong for a while.
Yeah, that's the one I like. I used to like the little books they used to send out the books. I used to always go to the toy section of the book.
Oh man, like
then write down my list of toys I want for Christmas.
That's the thing about department stores that's not getting catalogs no more. It's kind of like because you get
the
Sears catalog and all the catalogs used to be entertainment in and of themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Man, rest in peace to Kmart.
It's
been real.
All right.
10 phrases people use when they secretly don't like you. I got a list of them. I'm going to say them out and let me know if you agree or disagree.
I'm so afraid. I'm letting you know ahead of time. I'm
How
so
many
afraid.
of them have we used?
Yeah, I'm so afraid that I've used some of these, especially in instances where I did not like the person, but now I have to consider why did you say that? You know?
Yeah. Number one, I guess some people have low standards.
Damn. Yeah, that's nasty.
That's
real
not
nasty
a secret.
Work. That's real nasty work.
You tell me that. I know you don't like me. I guess some people have. How is that a secretly don't like you? That's like pretty blatant.
Yeah, that sounds dangerously close to if you like it, I love it. You know what I mean? When you get to that vein.
It's your world, I'm living in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. You better than me.
Number two, I couldn't handle being in your situation.
Yeah.
I kind of say that a little bit when somebody going through something, like let's say somebody going through something with their kid.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dang, I can't even.
But I think that can be both.
Yeah, that can be kind of sympathizing in some ways, like trying to. But yeah, the only thing that's tough about that is don't make it about you in this moment.
Better you than me.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
That's where it's really bad.
That's what you're saying.
It's like, man, that's tough. Wouldn't let that happen to me though.
That's right.
Number three, that's so typical of you.
Oh, for sure.
Well, that goes one way or another. Either they don't like you or they like you a lot, right? Because the people that are closest to you can then get a chance to rag on you a little bit. And
you
make
can
fun
tell.
of you.
That's
like like a friendly backhand compliment. Though.
But unless they're like what Reggie said, I agree. Unless they're like you're real tight with them and you give them bleep all the time anyway, you say that. That's the first one that it really is. Like the first two, I thought were kind of This one is truly a code for I don't like you anyway, brother.
Right, because the response needs to be, you got something to say? Yeah. Right? Like, is there something that you needed to speak to in this moment?
Yeah.
Right, about typical me. What you mean typical me?
That's like me saying, oh, Lopez bringing up his barbecue.
Wow.
That's so typical of you.
Now, I know that's been said.
Number four, we can't all be perfect. So this is using it in like if I did something wrong.
Yeah.
And y'all call me out on it. We all can't be perfect.
Yeah.
So that's me calling y'all out. Like if I mess up back here and y'all call me out on it, I'm like, oh, sorry, we can't all be perfect.
No, that's a direct hit.
You over there preaching.
Yeah.
What about you?
Sorry, I can't be perfect like you, buddy.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
All right, high and mighty over there. I see you.
Yeah. This one, I get this pretty often because
you get this pretty like people are saying this.
Tell
to you?
me this. I could never pull off that outfit.
Oh yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah, the hair. I could never pull that off.
That's a both sides of the sword as well. Like they could say, "Man, I wish I could wear that. I could never pull it off." You know?
Yeah, if they say it like that.
Yeah, but like some of them are definitely saying, "What the hell are you wearing?"
Yeah, what
the hell did you do to your hair?
Yeah, Myra can't pull this off.
Yeah.
Like, you got no swag, buddy.
Damn. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people that use that probably are like think that it's just kind of something cute and something. It's like, hey, we could just not.
Yeah, we could just not.
Number 6, you always been an individual.
You've always been an individual.
Yeah, I think that's in the same place of like I couldn't pull that off. Like
very passive aggressive.
Yeah, again, it comes back to
like,
you know
you always been an individual.
You can do that. I'm not gonna be over there, but more power to you.
Number 7, we all had different priorities.
Yeah, I think we're in the same vein now, where it's just like I'm saying to your face, I wouldn't do that. I think that's dumb, but I have to find a nice way to say it.
I think I've used that one.
Different priorities.
Yeah. You do you. That's basically what they're saying. That's what they're saying. You do you.
Yeah. Number 8, you must not care what people think.
Oh,
Lord.
Yeah, that's pretty direct.
Yeah,
There's been a couple of these that have been pretty direct.
This isn't
that's
no
pretty
secret.
direct.
This ain't no secret here.
This one right here is a layup. Number 9. I'm not judging, but yes, you are judging.
You're right, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's Laramie Tunsil. Did Laramie Tunsil say that?
Wow.
Didn't he just say that yesterday? I mean, after the game Sunday? They're calling my name, but I mean, it's all of us.
I mean, I know I'm the captain, but
yeah,
you know, I because it's my name being called.
Right.
We all got to do better.
Laramie Tunsil secretly doesn't like.
Number 10. This one kind of bothers me too when some people do this. I'm just really busy.
I hate that.
I'm just really busy. Like, all right, you too busy for me. All right.
That's a never do that. Like the last couple of weeks have been extremely busy for me because I had that thing down in Aransas Pass and work and all that. I can honestly say I never told anybody that. Like I got some calls and stuff that people I was like, but you just do it. That's a dirty one. That's a bad one.
Yeah, especially if you asking.
I'm
like,
too busy.
Yeah, because sometimes some people might be like, hey, I'll look out for you. I got you. I'll help you out. And when you go to them, I'm just too busy for all that. Or if you try to invite somebody out, sorry, I'm just too busy for.
No, don't do that.
I think that there's space here. There's leeway on that one.
That's because you use it, huh?
I mean, it's possible. No, but I think that if it doesn't become a frequent thing, it's when it happens a lot where it's like, oh, you always, because I think people do have busy spurts within that. I think acknowledging that is fine. The problem is when it's just like it's a constant, right? Or it happens frequently where it's just like, oh, okay, you're not busy, you don't want to.
No, that I disagree. Somebody tells me that, I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Because let's say you are really busy.
Yeah.
You'll tell them like, dang, I wish I could do it, but I gotta go to this event with my wife.
Or
I gotta
let me call you in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But the I'm too busy, that's a turnoff. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's fair. That's fair. There's some of these on here where I'm like, I don't know if that's like I hate you, but then there's a few of them where it's like, yeah, that person does not actually like you.
Secretly don't like you.
Yeah, that person does not
secretly
like you.
713-572-46 and let me know what y'all got.
Apparently, from the 281, they said the Blockbuster in Bend, Oregon is still kicking. It's still out there.
Yeah, that's the only one still going.
Wow.
Honestly, I had thought that I had seen something that said that it was closing, but I guess I
would like to go to that one because I know it's in business and I know that's the last one, but I'm wondering like what they going in there for. Are they just going in there as a museum?
I think it's more of a museum because I can't imagine going in there trying to VHS, DVD. No matter what you go in there to get. It's not going to be something that's easy to use.
Yeah.
Even, are we still using Blu-rays even? Like, have we progressed beyond Blu-rays at this point in our society?
I just threw some of mine out, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was, cleaning and packing and stuff. I'm like, I ain't even got nothing to put a CD in. My PS5, I don't have a disc for it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's no use. I'm not about to buy a Blu-ray or nothing.
No.
So. Although, I mean, I don't think you should be throwing some of those things out. I do think that having the physical media is a good thing because they got us, man. They got us with all this streaming stuff because all it takes is
take it down.
They just get this out of here, and then you're like, well, I have no recourse. Yeah. I can't get to this thing that I loved for so long. And I'm not saying this as being preachy. I'm saying this to myself because I am also all streaming at this point, especially music. And that's the thing that really upsets me is when I go to the music streaming app or whatever, and the song I want is all of a sudden, how am I supposed to get this?
Yeah.
Now.
I'm going to take a call real quick. Somebody call him.
Oh, okay.
Take a call?
All right.
It's your world. We just living in it, Fig.
Yo, what up? It's Figgy Fig holding it down. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Figgy? It's Sam with Sugarland. What's going on, man?
Nothing much. You live on the air. What you got for us?
Hey, man, quick question. Okay, so I get Laramie Tunsil's over here doing his own shit that he's always been doing, right? I mean, it is what it is. But real talk, what up with Slowick? Is he really trying to make our quarterback into a system quarterback and be like, oh, we need to go ahead and establish the run even though it don't work. Oh, we need to dink and dunk even though it don't work. Come on, man, loosen up the damn plate.
What was that all about?
I guess he wanted to get some Laramie Tunsil stuff off.
Really, some Bobby Slowick rocks off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, one of the things I keep thinking about with Bobby Slowick is it's not necessarily time, it's Figgy's mixtape, but is how much can you do when your offensive line has not proven itself to be consistent in the way that you want it to be? You know what I mean?
Is he doing the best he can?
Yeah.
Is the question.
Yeah.
Now, a more important question that was asked during the course of the segment, are we still using Blu-rays? And from 281, they say, yeah, Blu-ray is still used. It's the best quality. And when the internet is out, you good. All right.
There's no question it's the best quality.
Yeah, it's definitely the best quality
100%.
physical media that we have. I was just wondering if that's even still prominent, if we're just like to the point where even the Blu-ray situation is like, just
like, do you go out and buy a movie? Do you
me?
Like, no, just in general. Do people go out to like Walmart or
when was the last time you did that?
Well, bought a physically
cannot
bought
remember.
a copy.
Man, it had 12 years ago, man.
Yeah,
and
I can't remember.
I was just randomly in Walmart and they had the bin full of $5 DVDs, and I just looked through and grabbed one.
What a time! What a time to be alive! All right,
I got one more.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So Jameis Winston, he was on TikTok, I want to say last week, and he did a little game of his favorite fast food restaurants, and he kind of ranked them in order.
Oh, God, this is going to be
always good.
Because also, one thing, in addition to Jameis being unintentionally hilarious, he's also, like, decidedly country. So I can only imagine the things that he pulls
Grandy's?
out here.
Is Grandy's on the list?
What we got? McDonald's. Gotta go with the arches at 2. Chipotle. Well, kind of like McDonald's, really. It's like the healthy McDonald's. I'm going to go with 4. Dunkin' Donuts. Man, I got Dunkin' Donuts coffee over Starbucks, honestly. Go 3. Old school Pizza Hut, like with the buffet Pizza Hut, was one of my favorites, so I'm just going to go 7. Chick-fil-A. Gotta love that chicken. 1. Subway. Eat fresh. I'm gonna just put them down there. Panda Express. It's not really impressive. I'm sorry. Papa John's Pizza. Papa John's. Y'all better than Pizza Hut now. Arby's. Some curly fries, but not better than Subway. Krispy Kreme. Oh my goodness. Krispy Kreme definitely would have been before Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank you.
I love Krispy Kreme. It's like
you.
they melt in your mouth.
Thank you.
Like those little baby circles.
Brother, I'm putting
That's not the supporter that you want.
I'm putting that over Dunkin' Donuts.
You're darn right you are.
Yeah.
You darn right you are.
That ain't a hot take.
Yeah, but
now Shipley's is a different story.
Come on now. And I
Jameis
love
ain't had
Houston
no.
and all
I guarantee you, Jameis ain't had no Shipley's.
He don't know nothing about.
You don't know. He's been all over. Jameis has been everywhere.
Especially since Chipotle.
How about putting Chipotle? How about Arby's? Arby's gets in there.
Arby's is good.
No, Arby's is good, but
Arby's is one of those polarizing ones that people are like, how can you eat there? How is this open?
Why is it still in business?
Me.
Yeah. Horsey sauce.
Yeah, that's the horseradish. I don't be messing with that necessarily.
The horsey sauce. I like it.
I just love, I'm glad, I'm so happy that I started with, he is country because he gave us Chipotle, and he gave us Pizza Hut.
He gave us country.
I appreciate both.
Yeah.
Of
He,
them.
he said Papa John's is over.
Yeah,
Pizza
that was
Hut.
that's
a hot
that's
take.
just wrong.
That's a hot take
That's
right
just
there,
wrong.
man.
Pizza Hut has made a strong comeback.
They've done what they can.
Years, yeah.
A lot of these kind of like faster pizza places have put a concerted effort into trying to make their stuff more quality. But yeah,
Subway was almost dead, and now they're pretty good again.
Yeah, see, people know what's happening with the Krispy Kreme. You don't have
Krispy Kreme is
you don't have the
best
army that you
donut.
think you do.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
We're the silent majority.
Disagree. You're very vocal about
We're
it.
the silent majority.
You're not anybody's majority, but one thing you're definitely not is silent about it. That's the thing that we got to know. Somebody said y'all know they have Shipley's in Mississippi. He's not from Mississippi though, isn't he? Isn't he from Bama? Regardless, shout out to Jameis Winston and shout out to Figgy bringing us a little bit of the mixtape. Figgy's mixtape every weekday. Bessemer, Alabama. I don't even remember if it's Bessemer, if it's pronounced differently, but yeah, he's from Alabama. But coming up next, let's get back into the Texans real quick before we hand it off to the drive. John has a question about if DeMeco was right when it comes to C.J. Stroud's role. We'll explain next.
All right, you guys being
Texans in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. That's Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, on this Tuesday. Been a fun one. Getting ready to hand it off to our fellas, Clinton, Ron, and T. Mill on the drive. But before we do that, I want to talk about some stuff. Well, first of all, I do want to go back and remind you, Yordan Alvarez, knee sprain was officially the word on that. And so he's going to miss the rest of this Seattle series. Not playing tonight, not playing tomorrow. And we were talking about just the idea of what that could possibly mean for postseason, because knee sprain is typically weeks to months when it comes to injury recovery time.
Yeah.
Playoffs start next week. You know what I mean? Postseason start next week.
Yeah, and as a texter said, knee sprain. They actually said knee sprain, which means probably, what do you say? MCL, PCL, ACL, broken leg.
All the CLs.
Broken leg. But, no, look, I really don't care to see him again, if need be, to the postseason, presuming they can go ahead and clinch this thing, which please go ahead and clinch this thing. We don't need anything interesting happening down the road, because if somehow the Mariners sweep, then all of a sudden you're playing the Guardians, and we don't need all that in our lives right now. But, yeah, I don't care to see him really until then.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine magic numbers too. I imagine that the Astros do, in fact, clinch at some point, probably during this series, but if they get one of these wins in the next couple of days, they immediately would clinch the AL West, and they're basically set up to go up against that third wild card. As of right now, it's currently the Twins sitting in that spot. They're game up on, or sorry, not the Twins, rather the Tigers, who are game up on the Twins. The Tigers playing right now, they're tied with no score in the bottom of the fourth, I think, if there is. So that's going to be a place that we're watching. I'm watching the Twins over the course of the remainder of the season, because that will probably decide who you're playing in the wild card series. And a reminder that our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. All right, before we hand this thing over to our fellas from the drive, I did want to let you get into something, because as you were doing your general prep, you made a little oopsie.
I made a mistake, and it turned into something I wanted to ask you about. So I was trying to get through DeMeco's comments yesterday, and I actually went to last Monday, the 16th, and he said this, and I think it might have kind of triggered my mind into thinking I want to see more, which we talked about last week, out of CJ. Show us the CJ Stroud that we know. Not that he's been playing badly, but take a big step, show us something. I think it's even more appropriate this week.
We'll see on the injury. We'll see. We'll evaluate Joe as we go throughout the week. We'll just take it day by day.
That wasn't it.
We got the wrong one.
But from the 16th, he said, I just need CJ Stroud to do his job and to just not try to do more than what he is or what he can do, and everybody else fall in line. And I started thinking, no, I'd kind of like to see him do more. I'd kind of like to see him, give me some of that stuff that we saw last night from Josh Allen. I want a little bit of that. And that's greedy. I get it. But I think we're at a position where, do you fall there? Do you fall there with CJ Stroud? Like, he's been very good. Even in this game, a couple of those throws he made, I was like, man, those were wild throws. There's no question about it. But the big moment of just putting the team on your back, that's what Josh Allen has done. He's put that team on his back.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to see C.J. Stroud get too far out of himself that now he's making mistakes, right? I think C.J. is, any quarterback really is at their best when they can just kind of hit the top of their drop and get it to where they want to go. And I don't necessarily want, because I'm trying to figure out what does it look like, what you're talking about, the idea of C.J. taking over. You know what does that tangibly look like? Because obviously making good throws is something that we've seen that in the last couple of weeks is some of those really good throws. What would look like for him? Because in my mind, I immediately go to getting out of the pocket and going and creating all those things, and that feels like a place where you end up in a dangerous spot.
I'll give you exactly what I'm talking about. We saw CJ at his best when they were when they were passing first, when they were relying on him to ignite the offense, then go into the running game and Singletary, and frankly, Reggie, we haven't seen that. Like even in the wins. They've been trying. Well, they certainly pounded the ball in week one,
right?
And then they tried to keep it going against the Bears. We've talked a couple of times. I know I have about Bobby Slowick's script looking so cool early on, and then sort of fading away. We frankly have not seen them do what he made him so successful last year, and that's throw the ball first, then everything feeds off of that.
Yeah, and if that's what we're talking about, I tend to agree. Now, the tough part is you don't want to get to a place where you're throwing the ball 45, 50 times in a game.
I agree.
But it does feel like, and this is one of the things I was talking about this past week, and of course you had very particular circumstances because Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce were out, but it felt like, hey, man, utilize the quick passing game in order to get you some of the run stuff. In fact, one of the things that felt successful that I don't know, I'll need to go and actually look at what the numbers were on this when it came to frequency and effect, but it felt like play action when they utilized it was good. I'm like, these are some of the things that would be great to put in or to utilize to try and help make all of this offense work really well. And I think the offense moved the ball decently. I think the penalties, again, we can come back to that. But I agree, man. So it might be more in C.J. Stroud's hands, and maybe it's just, again, a message to Bobby Slowick that start from the pass, work to the run there.
Yes.
And especially because we talk about the missing running backs, we talk about all these other things, but just it comes down to the foundation of the offensive line has not looked like they are up for the game of run blocking in the way that's necessary. Do I have to read the stat again where 8 out of the 11 design runs that the Texans had in that Vikings game, the Vikings defense contacted the ball carrier before the line of scrimmage? Like, it just feels like it's very evident that the run game, when it comes to this offensive line, is not in a place, or it might not be any time early in the season to just be like the part that you lead with. That might be, hey, this is the follow-up, this is the curveball that we throw off of the fastball.
Well, and what's that old basketball adage? You know, you don't call plays, you call players. Well, the Texans are kind of in a place where they need to call a player. They need to call their best player and not throw the ball 40, 45 times, but everything starts, start the drives with CJ. Start, everything that you're game planning with CJ. Don't get too cute. And maybe that's what it's been, or maybe, DeMeco has come into Houston, returned to Houston saying, we're going to be a running team. We want to be a running team. Yeah,
And, I mean, Bobby has also said something similar about how all of the offense is predicated off of the run, but I think that some of that, we might be getting to the point where that feels more like wishful thinking than it is the actual tangible thing that's in front of you. And so what is the adjustment? Like, how does that offense then filter off of it? That remains to be seen. I think that's going to be the interesting thing that we see as we go forward. And this is where it's kind of funny to back to the fact that your next opponent is the Jaguars, because I don't know that they pose like the giant threat in that regard. But ultimately, I still want to see them get more clean with all of it. But I hear you. The idea of put the ball in CJ's hands, let you get to the best part of your offense, which is CJ Stroud throwing the football and Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs catching it and doing what they do.
He famously said this offseason, you're sitting next to one, and he was talking about a killer. Well,
yeah.
And Clint, I'm interested in your opinion on this. Like, he's the best player on the team. He's one of the best players, at least early on in his career in the NFL. We haven't seen him say, give me the damn ball, let me start everything.
Yeah, look, I mean, you hadn't heard that. You hadn't heard or seen anything like gestured towards Laramie Tunsil this weekend of let's get this, come on, man, let's get this thing right kind of deal. I mean, look, the truth of the matter is C.J. Stroud is extremely young, obviously, in his career. And it's kind of that crowning the king, so to speak, really, really early sometimes is a problem. And this year, we hadn't seen what we expected.
No.
And we've got a little conversation planned today about, because I'm a firm believer in dealing with adversity. It's real easy to walk around Radio Row and with your chest poked out and saying things that may be rubbing other players around the league wrong. And it's real easy to be that guy that's giving motivation to the quarterback and the opposing quarterback after the game. Well, when you're winning, but all of a sudden, a little bit of shift here where CJ hadn't played as well. The offense hadn't been as explosive. There's some people that have been critical of the Caleb Williams situation and yada yada yada. It's like I'm interested to see kind of how they handle this. But
I think he wants the ball. I think he wants it to all start with him.
Oh yeah, no, ain't no doubt, and it should. It should start with him. But it's got to be better than it's been. And it's. I mean, you can talk about wanting to start it with him all you want, but if they can't protect him, they've played 2 really good defenses in this league so far, and there's been opportunities because you couldn't run the football. There's been opportunities to put the game on CJ's shoulders 2 weeks in a row, and we hadn't got it done.
Yeah.
Ron, one of the things that we've been talking about, we've been asking what's the line for Laramie Tunsil, right? Like if he's out there and he's still playing, like what is the line at which point you have to do something drastic, or if for lack
where's
of a
the
better
line?
word, where is
the
line?
Because if you're not going to bench him now, and whatever, I would understand.
You see how loud he got real quick?
If he has 2 false starts against Jacksonville, is that the line, or is it the next game, or where?
My fault. Yeah, I don't think they're going to bench him. I think it had to be a lot to bench him. People, because now you got problems. Because now you look stupid. Because if you bench him, you ain't going to bench your highest paid player.
Other teams do it.
Okay, I'm just saying, like you're not going to be in a Super Bowl win mode and bench him for your highest paid player sitting on the bench. So I don't think they're going to do that. But I think just waltzing around and acting like it's nothing. Can see us on the field and you act hard or act a certain way.
I was running laps during training camp. What the hell are we doing, boys?
We're running laps, and now it's costing this game. And
hey, Blake Fisher got reps. I'm just saying.
No, I mean you look at Kenyon Green and you're like, hold up, dog. Y'all came at me, and man, I got to get real serious, and this dude is killing us.
Yeah.
The offensive line is a problem, and it ain't me.
Yeah.
Like, it's other guys. Like, to me, other guys see it on the field. Like, whenever that ridiculous question was asked to him yesterday about, oh, yeah, man, how does it feel about everybody taking accountability?
They didn't.
That garbage. And he came in and said that's what it's about.
They didn't take accountability.
No, it's one person that sticks out.
Yeah.
That was the number one person who needed to take accountability, and you waltzed up there the next day and was like, no, man, we're good. I think that plays in the locker room more than you're going to bench him. I don't think you're going to bench your highest paid player. Unless, it's just. No, I don't. I can't.
So there is no line.
I can't see the scenario that he gets benched.
Oof.
I don't think they would do it.
We got heat coming from our guy Ron, from Clint, from T-Mill. The Drive is setting up. You're listening to KILT HD2 on Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, and there's Clint. You hear him. Tyler is in the building as well, and that could be something we discuss. I like that thought of a conversation of where is the line. Maybe we can have a conversation about that at some point. But I do want to get this in. As he said, Texans Ticket Tuesday, your chance to win those tickets in the 5 o'clock. Make sure you stay tuned. Make a note on your phone, alarm, calendar, whatever, that it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. So coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, that is when you will have a chance to win that. All right, let's not play around. Jump right in it. Last night, the Jags, Clint, Tyler got the brakes beat off of them.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Some people thought the Jags might be the team that could give the Texans problems, but they are 0-3, and hell, at least their first 2 games have been somewhat close. But this last one, man, 47-10 by a team that I think at the start of the season, I think many people thought Buffalo and Jacksonville might have been on the same level.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
I think with the losses Buffalo had, I think a lot of people may have thought that they may have been beneath, potentially. But clearly that is not the case. And those are the next 2 opponents for the Texans the next 2 weeks. But the Jacksonville Jaguars, they look like they got problems. They look like they might have to fire another coach.
Ooh, it's bad, man. It's when Figgy's talking about that he thinks Trevor Lawrence may be trying to get Doug Peterson fired. You know it's bad. I heard that on the midday show. Coming in,
playing
man.
Like that. Huh?
Hey, look, it was 47-10, a 37-point victory, and they scored a touchdown on their first 5 possessions. I mean, that joker was 30.
Did whatever
I think they
want.
missed an extra point or something. I think it was 34. But anyway, I mean, it was that defense is absolutely. They have no answers. And let's be honest, man. I mean, I think Buffalo is a much better football team. In fact, I never dropped them. I felt like Stephon Diggs leaving, the adjustment of whatever they were doing from a game plan perspective. I was impressed with what they did last year. They didn't drop on my board, but they did on a lot of folks' boards. Let's be honest, though. I mean, I'm high on Buffalo. I'm high on Josh Allen. I like the changes, but they ain't rolling the same caliber receivers out there that the Texans are rolling out there. They ain't rolling the same caliber receivers that a healthy Chicago Bears team can roll out there. I mean, you got old barefoot Mac Hollins. I mean, you've got
Coleman. They
you've
like
got
him.
Shakir. They
Shakir,
like him.
they
Coleman.
really like
Coleman's
him.
a rookie.
Shakir looks good.
I mean, but you ain't rolling. They're not rolling like this group out there that's
Cook is
striking
nice.
fear into folks, man. That was to put up 47 points in what could have been very easily 60. Very easily could have been 60-plus points. That defense is horrible in Jacksonville, and Trevor Lawrence. The best way I can put it is he looks rookie lost. He looks
I was
like.
going to say, why is it so bad? I mean, it looked like he said, man, DeMar, this one's for you.
Yeah.
I want to give you a gift, man. Dude, man, you've been through so much.
Yeah, man.
Here, man, I want to get it to you. This one's
Make some headlines. Here you go, big fella.
That's what I mean. What is going on?
Yeah,
there?
it's I don't know.
He had the urban excuse to start.
Yes,
but now,
let's be honest.
now
he played better under Urban.
I think the year they made the playoffs, he played
Fair,
better.
that was Doug.
But
you're right.
But this is that's not an excuse. Doug and him, we saw the best out of him. People thought last year he was coming in, he was going to take another step. Had the injuries last year, which I think derailed his season. But this year, man, as you said, he looks Caleb Williams, Bryce.
I mean, he looks deer in the headlights. I'm not real sure of the offense. I've never seen this speed before on defense. Boy, they're throwing the playbook at me. I really don't know how to respond. I don't know how to get the ball. I mean, it is ugly all the way around for Trevor Lawrence. And you look at what the Jags have done. They were at Miami with Tua. They lost 20-17. They went to Cleveland and lost 18-13. And then last night at Buffalo, 47-10. They're in a bad spot. And this brings me home right here to Houston. And it's boy, if the Texans don't blow the doors off the Jags this week here, Ron, we're going to have some problems. I mean,
blow the doors off.
It ain't got to be 47-10, but if you don't win, if you're not,
this should be more than a one possession game.
Absolutely, absolutely. If we're not at NRG Stadium watching this game, and it is not blatantly obvious who the better football team is, whether on both sides of the football, special teams, quarterback play, rushing the passer, stopping the run, all of it. Like, if it's not blatantly obvious who the better football team is, if this thing is a dogfight with the Jaguars, I don't want to hear, it's just football. It's hard to win on Sundays in the NFL. That was a very bad football team that you got to wonder how Doug Peterson's going to keep this thing on the damn tracks.
When you take coach and quarter at everything, the rosters, you think there's a big difference between the Jags, the Colts, and the Bears? Because the Texans struggled with those two teams, and especially the Colts defense, which is a struggle, and Anthony Richardson, who is inconsistent, obviously, and then the Bears offense was just one of the worst, maybe one of the worst offenses the Texans will face. Like, you think the Jags are below those teams because they struggled in those games.
Yeah, I don't know if they're below them or not, Ron, but to me, it's if you can't go out there and protect the quarterback and run the football and score points against this football team, something's wrong. So, I mean, there's something we can argue the Minnesota defense, the Chicago Bears defense. Hey, man, they're going to be tough to score on for folks all year long. Okay, I can get that. Now, I expect you to be able to do that because we're talking Super Bowl caliber football team here in Houston. We're not talking about a run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-pack team. But, hey, we can put that to bed. Like, you've not been good against two really, really good defenses. This ain't that. I mean, you ought to be able to score 40 plus points against this team.
We'll see. Their offense has not had that performance yet. Not to where we thought they could be.
Nowhere remotely close to where they should be.
And we'll see if Joe Mixon returns. We'll see if he'll be able to go and help out because that would be a big key for them having their running backs. But no, I would say this, Clint. If they are what many of they are, we got some people switching around on it here on the text line saying, hey, we need to reevaluate this talent thing about the Texans. Maybe the Texans don't clearly have that great a talent. I wouldn't go that far, but I think especially where people thought they would be. There were people who would text in, we got 12 wins, called in. I remember somebody called in like we was crazy, said, you guys are haters. They're at 12 or 13 wins. I know Tyler was in that space. Many of you thought Super Bowl contender. We've said it. If they are in that space at home after being embarrassed in Minneapolis, and after everybody saying what they are saying about you, and seeing what has happened to Jacksonville the last couple of weeks, they should handle them if they are the team that everybody thinks they are. And it ain't just here. That's everybody. They got people. Vegas thought they were a top 3 AFC, top 3 team to come out of the AFC in terms of how they had that thing ranked with the odds. So if they are that, they should handle this group. They should handle this team. All right. With that, man, I do want to transition to this point, Clint. With that, do you and the people you can respond to this too? Do you think right now after 3 weeks the Texans are overrated? Because after I just said there what we think they are, do you think the Texans are overrated?
Oh no.
Yes. That was Mark. That was Mark, wasn't it? That was not me. Yeah,
no.
Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. Right now, given what we know as of today, 3 games, absolutely, the Texans are and were overrated. Now, they can shift gears and they can prove me wrong, but right now, they're 100% overrated.
Overrated where you thought?
Where I thought they were. No, look, I think I'm going to end up. I think I'm good with my win total.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But after week 1, the way they ran the football, this is a Super Bowl caliber team, and I'm on record as saying that. Like, yeah, that was an overrate in a hurry. Look, you got to look at it. I mean, the reality of it is you've had close games against 2 football teams that are in the bottom half of the league, if not the bottom third of the league, in the Colts and the Bears. And then you got the doors blown off of you by a team that's kind of a quick riser here in the NFL, kind of jumping on the scene of being somebody that can cause some problems, the Minnesota Vikings. And if you look at right now, coming into this game, everybody expected C.J. Stroud and all these weapons to be one of the better offenses in football, right? Right now, the Texans' offense, they're bottom half in points scored. And if you look at all the Super Bowl contenders around the league, the Texans are scoring fewer points than any of the other Super Bowl caliber teams coming into this season. Right? Make of that what you will. Bottom third of the league in scoring. And if you look at all the preseason Super Bowl teams, I'm talking about several of them. Go deep if you want to in the AFC. And the Texans are scoring the fewest points of those Super Bowl contenders. Look at the defense. The defense, when you look at points allowed, bottom third of the NFL. I mean, this is a defense with DeMeco Ryans that you expect to be in that top defense conversation with DeMeco, and they're not there. So I don't know how anybody at this point in time can't look at this team, especially if you watch them on a weekly basis and you follow them closely on a daily basis. I don't know how you can look at this team right now. We've not seen better than let's say a B- performance on offense. I mean, I'll give the defense an A against Chicago. They absolutely destroyed that. But with the exception of the defense against Chicago,
yeah,
I don't know that we've seen an A. We've seen what we would call an A game. I don't know if we've seen what we would call a B+ game.
Just the running game in the first one. Yeah, that like we looked at that and thought maybe that caused the offense to look different than what we thought it was going to be because they were. I mean, you run it 30 times with ease. You know, we didn't have to see the Nico, and even though we saw the Nico show, but we didn't have to see Tank and Diggs involved because they were running it so well. I see some people texting in on this. Way overrated. Someone said, I love the reaction over one game in the NFL. Texans definitely overrated from Ocho. Someone said, if the Texans are overrated, what are the Saints? Listen, I'd say slightly, because I do want to give a thought of, hey, this is a group of guys that are coming together for the first time and learning each other. And I mean, like, you know, Diggs, incorporate him with Nico and Tank and that offense with CJ and how they're doing things with mixing new run. I want to say that defensively, too, some new pieces, a rookie in there in the secondary, some new pieces. But the reason why I can't just accept it as, hey, this is just a slow start with guys kind of getting to know each other, and I got to go to slightly is I don't have an excuse for the offensive line. Like, I don't have an excuse for that problem. Which I think we'll dig in a little deeper a little bit later on. That right there, the other stuff I can say with time, CJ will understand how to get the passing game together with all of these weapons, right? They were saying five-headed monster, but some of that is, where do I get the ball? Because I think many of you would agree watching these games, CJ in the pocket looks different than CJ did last year. The ball was coming right out last year no matter who it went to. So I could get to a point to say they will improve that, all of the minds, Slowick and all of them at some point. Defensively too. Like, at some point, 3 games in a row, I mean, in some form or fashion, the offensive line has just gotten their asses kicked. All 3 games in terms of pass protection, 2 of the 3 games in terms of run. And the only team that they didn't get dominated in terms of being able to run the football on has virtually been dominated by everybody else they played.
Yeah.
Except for the Bears, who just didn't try to run the ball for some reason against the Colts. So I think maybe slightly. I also think Clint's got the AFC is kind of down, right? I didn't think that the Ravens would be 1-2. I didn't think that the Bengals would be 0-3. So maybe they are still in the same area we thought in the AFC because of what's happened around them. But I think a lot of it is time. That offensive line, I can't give that excuse to, though.
That's the scariest part of it all. I mean, the inability to generate a run game is a problem. You've added to it this year with the struggles in pass protection. Now, again, is that the O-line? Is that C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick trying to push the ball on the field instead of taking the underneath boring stuff? I don't know. But I know this. I would have lost a boatload of money if somebody had said, hey, 3 games into this thing, will you have seen what some believed had one of the top 3 most explosive lineups in football offensively? Would we have not seen an A game from them yet? Would we have not seen them get off altogether yet? I would have said we're going to see it damn sure within the first 3 weeks.
We've seen 8 things from Nico and Mixon.
But even Nico's not. Nico is I mean, over half of his production has come in scramble drill.
Yeah.
Like that's, I mean, I'm not knocking Nico for it, but it's just that production is different than what we saw last year. The most impressive part of what C.J. Stroud did last year was that everything was in rhythm. Everything was within the offense, majority of it. Very rarely was he having to run around like he did against Georgia in the college football playoffs and make plays and off schedule, off script, off platform. He asked to do it, but he just didn't have to do it as much. When they were humming, when they were one of the best offenses in football, it was so Brady, like balls out, balls on time, and we're gonna be very calculated when we do take our shots. We're gonna almost bait them down and then hit them over the top. What we're watching now, 3 weeks. I don't give a damn what the numbers say. 3 weeks, we haven't seen that. I know the completion percentage is still good. I know that if you look at it, I think he's 9 or 10 in yards at this point in time in the season. Okay, that's when you look at the points. Look at how many points they're scoring.
It's not to what we thought it would be.
It's just not. And if you watch the games, it's just not. It's not the scary, explosive offense that we all expected. Has not been. Hopefully, like you said, get some time together, work this thing out. Maybe against a team like Jacksonville, you hit your stride and you really take off. But to date, 3 weeks into this thing, it has not been the explosive offense that we thought it was going to be.
Real quick, one more from the text line. Fix Tunsil, problem solved, not rocket science. I think it's more than Tunsil.
It's 10 other people on that offense.
I mean, especially across the other offensive linemen, right? Like it's.
And I'm not giving a Tunsil break. I'm pissed at him.
Tunsil needs to be fixed. They rushed for 38 yards last week. That wasn't all because the guy that was over Tunsil got in there. They struggled the week before running the football like that. And all the sacks, I can guarantee you, aren't coming from Tunsil. Hell, we know it's not. We know. The tight ends gave up a lot of them. So Tunsil, it is more than that. All right, let's dive into a little bit deeper to what a point Clint made there is. All right, we got tricked week 1. This inability to generate any kind of a run game is almost, I'd say, unacceptable, especially from what they dealt with last year and how they tried to fix that. That is something they definitely have to change. We'll continue that as we roll through live right here on The Drive. But before we do that, guys out there, if you're struggling with ED, and if you don't know what I mean by ED, That is, hey, you're not being able to satisfy.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, but let's jump right into it here. The Texans, we've seen this the last couple of weeks. They pulled the wool over our eyes after week one. They looked good. They looked like they were going to be dominant in the run game. And you thought, as you said, hell, this puts them in the range of a Super Bowl contender. Joe Mixon goes for 30 carries and 159 yards. Dameon Pierce looked as good as he had in over a year. But that has not been the case against the Bears. They fought it and struggled. Now, Mixon did get injured midway through that, and they were without Dameon Pierce. They stunk it up. And Clint, yes, they were able to survive last year with multiple points of the season not having any semblance of a run game. But just like we saw in the playoffs against the Ravens, if they don't have that, Clint, especially when they play better defenses and better teams, that is going to be problematic in a major way. Hell, even from the standpoint of Clint, they could have used a longer drive in there a couple of times to maybe get their defense some rest when the Vikings had taken control. But that is a developing story, Clint, is this run game has gone back to where it was last year.
Yes, it has, and it's. I think it's alarming, especially when you couple it with the fact they hadn't been able to protect very well either. But yeah, the you start the season, you go for over 200 yards as a team against the Indianapolis Colts. Now that we're looking at it 3 weeks into the season, the Indianapolis Colts are not the 32nd because the Dallas Cowboys hold that spot. They hold that crown, the worst run defense in football. But the Colts are about 6 yards, a little over 6 yards behind them. They're the 31st worst run defense in football, giving up roughly 180 yards a game. And yeah, you had some success against that football team. They're not who we thought they were. I just told you who they actually are, or at least who they are through 3 games. And that's just not the bar that I planned on, at least at this point. That's not the bar that I planned on gauging the Texans basis. You look at some of the top defenses in this league and run defenses in this league. Minnesota Vikings, who you just played, they're the second best run defense in this league according to yards production, just yards against. They're the second best defense in this league, and they completely shut you out. The Bears are middle of the pack, completely shut you out. You had your leading rusher was Cam Akers both times. One time I think it was 31 yards, and another time it's 32 yards. So, they fooled us after week one, and if we're talking about a Super Bowl caliber team that's going to compete on that level week in, week out, and is going to be able to compete and navigate this first place schedule that they have this year, they're going to need to run the football. And there's nothing that we've seen to this date that they have, that they're any better or any more confident in run offense than what they were a year ago.
Let me throw this out to you and the people, because I see some people agreeing with you. Is this simply to you, man, they don't have Joe Mixon. And Joe Mixon makes a big, and I know Joe Mixon played some of that Bears game, but they didn't have Joe Mixon. And however you want to say it, since Bobby Slowick has been here, Devin Singletary had a couple of good games. The Cardinals game comes to mind that he played well against. The Bengals, who, God, their defense has been awful the last 2 years. That was ridiculous what we saw last night from them. But the best that we've seen, the absolute best we've seen this run game was when Joe Mixon was back there. Is this simply a case of if they had Joe Mixon, this thing would look better. This thing would feel better, and we would feel differently about their inability to get a run.
I think Joe Mixon would make you feel better from time to time, but I don't think Joe Mixon would make you feel better about the overall performance against the Vikings.
You don't think it would have changed? He would have changed the run game himself that much?
No, I don't believe. As I said before, the season last year, it would be better. Yes. Would it be? Again, the bar that we're talking about gauging the Texans on week to week, the Super Bowl bar, the AFC Championship bar, would you feel any better about that? Absolutely not. I just don't think it's – I think it's an offensive line situation. It's an offensive line issue. And, boy, right now, if they can't get the edge and run the outside zone off of that toss, they just can't run the football. There is absolutely nothing – between the tackles that's happening for this football team. And if you look at the Indianapolis Colts team game, that's really where they did most of their damage was on the outside zone. Whether they handed it or they tossed it, it was an outside zone concept. If they can't get the edge, and getting the edge really means your tackles have the ability to get the edge, your tight ends and your wide receivers have to be able to block really, really well. Not in pass protection preferably, but on the edges in the run game. And we just hadn't been able to get that edge on two pretty good run defenses to date in terms of Minnesota and Chicago. So yeah, I don't. I think this whole huddle, if we're being completely honest, like I think the huddle in general loses some juice when you lose Joe Mixon.
I love Joe Mixon.
Yeah, me too. So the run game definitely loses some juice, but I can't sit here and tell you that the reason this run offense is in the shape it's in right now is because Joe Mixon's bum ankle.
Yeah,
it doesn't. I mean, this isn't a Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers problem. This is an offensive line issue.
Because last year was Dameon.
last year
Dameon. Someone just texted in. I don't think Joe Mixon would have got 50 yards on Sunday in that.
I don't disagree. If you look at the small sample size that we had against Chicago before we went down, I don't know that he had 50 yards in that game.
Yeah, because it was like the cutback was in that first game. He was cut back on the Colts, but as we said, hell, he didn't really have to. They were. They could have done
whatever they wanted to. Anybody in a Texans uniform that played the running back position was going to get theirs on against the Colts.
But the Bears, and the Vikings, those cutback lanes were shut down because Cam Akers does it too. Those cutback lanes were completely shut down. All right, coming up, let's look at the man, C.J. Stroud, and I think Clint has a really good thought here because we may be entering the most that he's actually ever seen when you talk about expectations and what's happening. Adversity. We'll discuss that about C.J. Stroud coming up next.
All right, fellas, look, if you're wondering why you don't have the same energy, that same pep in your step that you used, well, it could be low testosterone. Know this. It happens to all of us. You're not alone, but there is a simple solution. So if you're out there and your energy's not there, maybe your attitude's not the same, maybe you notice a little weight gain, loss of muscle mass, whatever it may be, it happens to us, man. And it's not if, it's when. It happens to us, definitely. Some of us earlier than 40, sometimes mid-40s, sometimes in the 50s, but it happens.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
713-574-16. You can get involved in the show. What'd I do?
It was off.
Was it off? My fault. Man, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. Anyway, 713-572-4610. You can jump in with us. Text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well. Clint, you've been talking about this. You brought this up yesterday a little bit, and I know this has been in your mind a little bit. This is some of the first sense of adversity we've been able to see that not just the Texans have had to deal with, but more specifically C.J. Stroud and how he's going to handle it, because maybe at some point, I don't think a lot, but maybe at some point some people are looking at him a little differently than just like, God mode, as I've said about C.J. Stroud at times.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal. I'm just a big believer in adversity exposes a man's true character. You find out a lot about a man in times of adversity. And look, they're 2-1. It's not this. We're talking sports adversity here. It's not life or death by any means.
Want to make sure that.
But at the end of the day, the thing here is, and what's different this year is the expectations are totally different. I keep talking about the standard, the bar, that we gauge the Texans on. Here locally, I'll be honest with you, I think it's even higher on a national level. Like, I expect these guys to be able to compete with Super Bowl caliber teams. If we're going to have the conversation, we're going to put them in that conversation. They need to be able to compete with those teams, not get the doors blown off of them by the Vikings, right? That's my personal belief. I think the thought around is, the Texans ought to not only compete, but they ought to win some of those. The expectations are for C.J. Stroud for somehow, and I've been warning people now, but the expectation is for C.J. Stroud to go out there and just like in his sleep put up another year like he did last year. It's extremely difficult to do what he did last year. And so the difference between last year, I know they started off 0-2 last year, I get it. They're 2-1 now, it's not that big of a deal. But the difference between the two is this year you're expected to win a bunch of ball games, 11, 12 ball games. You're expected to be one of the best AFC teams in the AFC across the board, week in, week out. And so the expectations are different this year than last year. Nobody expected anything out of the Texans. When they started out 0-2, nobody cared. This year, losses are going to be magnified and just simply mean more. And so I am interested, Ron, to see C.J. Stroud had a hell of a season. They went to the playoffs. He went and picked up an award in Vegas at the NFL Awards, the Rookie of the Year. He's carried himself a little bit differently since arriving on the NFL scene.
God bless, brother.
Yes, sir. Understandably so, he has done that. Justifiably so, he has done that. But it is interesting to me. Last week, first week it was more run game. It wasn't a CJ-centric game. Week 2 against the Bears, major struggle. Couldn't run it, couldn't throw it. Couldn't protect. The little incident after the game, I think got a good chunk of it negative about C.J. Stroud giving Caleb Williams some kind of pep talk after the game. I think there was more negative around that than positive. As I said, the offense isn't as explosive as it everybody expected it to be. And then this week, all of a sudden, you throw 2 picks. Another week, the offense isn't explosive. You put up 7 points. Sam Darnold, of all people, goes out there and throws for 4 touchdowns. And
people are saying things I've never heard said about C.J. Stroud. He looked lost.
Yeah.
I heard that.
So it's going to be interesting. And, I mean, I don't think, like, the Laramie Tunsil thing has to weigh. Yes, DeMeco Ryans has got to deal with and address that thing. But it's got to weigh on the mind of C.J. Stroud, who's leading this show, who's running this whole offense. It's ultimately going to be up to him as well to address it in some degree if it goes any further. So it is just very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to watch C.J. Stroud navigate this a little bit of sports adversity, just a little different vibe around him and the team as they try to right the ship. It's going to be must watch.
Yeah, I don't know about you. My confidence level in him being able to handle that is pretty strong. Like, I just judged off, what we've seen from C.J. Stroud, what he has shown. I think all of that stuff leading up into the draft, everything he dealt with, there was adversity he dealt with there. I feel pretty good that C.J. will handle adversity pretty well, just based off the evidence, obviously his upbringing, his situation with his father. Like we said, all of the silliness that happened with him being drafted and how he stayed even keeled during that, and then some of the adversity, the more football adversity that came with it. But what I think does separate this is Clint, there is expectation now with him, which to me can kind of change maybe how a person views it. When people are talking about not only this is a Super Bowl type team, but you're a top 3 quarterback is what some people are expecting. That you don't know how people could react to things not going the way they want to. So I think it is a new deal he's dealing with, especially when you add on the expectations and what so many people expect.
Well, and look,
because he's competitive as hell.
It's absolutely it's C.J. Stroud's job, not quite as much as DeMeco, but damn near. It's C.J. Stroud's job to make sure that this team doesn't backslide. And like we said, you played really close games against 2 football teams that right now are not very good football teams, and then you got beat up pretty handily by a team that's nobody had on the radar as being a contender, but they're damn sure trending in that direction. So, what do you do? How do you change the course? How do you get, like CJ was talking about, how do you get back to doing what you were doing last year, and how do you right the ship? And look, nobody's going to be more responsible for that than C.J. Stroud. And in doing so, again, you're going to figure out with Laramie Tunsil. And you're going to have to get something figured. Yes, I mean, it's going to lean on C.J. Ultimately, C.J., the one that is going to be hammered for not winning, hammered for not the offense not being as explosive, hammered for not matching the stats that he put up last year. The one that's going to be hammered is CJ. And guess what? If you keep going from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 9 to 3rd and 14 to 3rd and 19, you keep taking away 3rd and 10 conversions that you throws you make and because of illegal formations or false starts. I mean, so yeah, he's the one that's got to right the ship. He's the one that's got to get those guys in line. He's the one that's got to get the offense turned. And he's the one that when you look at this offense, I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not privy to the information. I'm not in the locker room over there. But the ball's not getting out as cleanly and as crisply and as quickly as it did last year. And I don't know if that is what defenses are doing, because if you hear Bobby Slowick talk about we're seeing a lot of two-shell, that tells me the ball should come out early. That tells me you should be able to run the football.
I just answered this one also, but
I know, Bobby, but what you're saying is kind of contradicting yourself. See, if there's 2 safeties on the shelf and you're constantly seeing 2-shell safeties, a good football team should be able to run the football. A quarterback and a play caller that did what y'all did last year should be able to get the ball out quick right now, get it out over the middle right now quick like he did a lot of the time last year. Those things aren't happening. It's going to be first and foremost, it's a collective groan, but it's all going to be laid at the feet of C.J. Stroud. It's all going to be on C.J. Stroud if it doesn't happen. He's going to be the first name mentioned. He's going to be the first one that's going to have to speak about it on press conferences and to the media. And it's just going to be it's a different animal than I think what he's experienced in the NFL.
Speaking of a different animal, you and Sean always do a great job on the post game show. Make sure you're listening right after the game. You can hear it.
Did you just call me an animal?
Did I? I don't think I did. What time do they play Sunday? 12.
Noon.
That's a noon kickoff. So you
old nooner.
So you'll
Who's
be
not
there.
A fan of a
catch
nooner?
Yeah, you'll be catching up about 3:30, 4 o'clock. You can catch Sean and Clint, who do a hell of a job every single. I was driving HEB on Sunday listening to the post game show, and you all do a hell of a job on it. And you always are get to sit down with one of the players, and you sit down with old Cam Akers, who got him a touchdown. If those of you replaced him in fantasy, you probably had a nice little number from him. But I know he said something that caught your ear, and something we talked about on this show before. Here's Cam Akers in the postgame with Clint and Sean.
Very aware of it as a team, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a problem. I just think we're too comfortable as a team sometimes, and knowing how good we are, knowing how much talent we have, knowing how the coaches, how they dial things up, I think we get too comfortable sometimes. And I don't think we should. Teams are trying to – we're the team that people being comfortable. That's not acceptable. You know what I mean? We have to come out every week, every game, and with the same mindset, the same attitude, regardless of who we're playing, regardless of, what the situation is. Being comfortable, that's not acceptable.
Comfortable.
He said it multiple times.
Absolutely. Comfortable, complacent, feeling yourself, however you want to couch it. That, Ron, is one thing that we were I guess leery of in the offseason was how different things are around this team. How the guys respond is going to be a big part of whether they can win on a first place schedule. And here we are, week 3. A rough game, and all of a sudden, you got guys, which I think I ain't mad. I think Cam Akers hit the nail on the head.
Because he's probably been feeling it. Cam Akers is one of the few people.
He's won a Super Bowl.
Thank you. He's one of the few people who's done it. He could probably feel it.
Yeah, and at the very least, Ron, he ain't blowing smoke. I mean, at the very least, it's what he's feeling now, and so. Yeah, man, that was a concern coming into the season. C.J. Stroud then went on with his time with the media. He actually mentioned not playing hard, need to play harder, need to this or that. And so, yeah, maybe this team just needs a little maybe they needed that 34-7, that 34-7 check that they got last week or Sunday.
Something we looked at, something we wondered because they just never had to deal with being the hunted and being the team, as Cam said, that teams want to beat. All right, coming up. The Astros had a chance to clinch a playoff spot and clinch, I think, for an AL West championship. They were unable to do so last night. We'll get you caught up on that. And also the latest update from Joe Espada on Yordan Alvarez and that knee. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, imagine.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, little programming note. Remember, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour on a Texans Ticket Tuesday, you'll have a chance to win tickets to Jags. Got to be listening in the 5 o'clock hour. Also, and Tyler, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. The pitch in Edo, is that where we are tomorrow? The pitch in Edo?
Pitch 25, my friend.
Damn, sorry. Pitch 25. Pitch 25 in Edo. We'll be out there tomorrow from 2 to 6, so come hang out with us. A little Astros Day baseball at the Pitch 25 in Edo, so we'll be there from 2 to 6. So come on and hang out with us. And speaking of the Astros, before we get into yesterday's game where they were unable to close the door in the West, a lot of people got themselves, including Tyler Milner, upset about Jeremy Pena, but we'll get to that in just a second. This was Joe Espada giving us an update on the great Yordan Alvarez, who was going to get more imaging on that knee. This is him talking about his all-world hitter.
Right knee sprain. He will not be available for this series. If there's a chance for him to come back to the regular season, it's good news. It's just I wish it would have been not. I hope it would have been just one game, but that's not the case.
All right, yeah. As you hear there, it's at least the series. They aren't closing the door completely on him not being able to come back during the regular season, but a sprained knee, Clint, and they're going to need him to be at his best coming up in the when the postseason begins, as it looks like they will get this there on Yordan Alvarez, and hopefully, Clint, he is in a good enough place that he'll be ready to go by the postseason.
Yeah, look, I mean, if it were postseason, I think he'd play. I mean, a sprained knee, especially a guy that could play, that could be a DH, right? I mean, this may clear things up for Joe Espada on how the hell he handles that DH role for a while. But yeah, look, I don't like him stretching singles into doubles. I don't like him taking added risk. I'm thankful that that's just a sprained knee and not something worse. And so get him the rest that he needs. That way he feels loved like Bregman does, and like Tucker got all that downtime, that little injury he had. Get him good and loved up and get him back on the baseball field and let's ride. He'll be fine.
Yeah. He's kind of got this, when I say this, he's kind of got this Tua deal to him where like he just watch things that don't look like they supposed to be big things. Like when you look at that, Clint, how many times we seen people do that? And they come up with a sprained knee. Right? Like, yeah. There is nothing about what he did going into second base that screams he's going that could result in a sprained knee. Just like the hit that took Tua out didn't look like a hit that would have somebody in the space that Tua was in, but obviously you have the concussions, and obviously you have the knee issues that he's had before and all that weight. It is just crazy. When you looked at that, like when he got up, you watched the replay multiple times and still couldn't solve or see where he got this sprained right knee. But hopefully this isn't something that lingers and isn't any worse, and he could be ready for the postseason. But looking at last night's game, it was a pitcher's duel until some members of the Astros bullpen got into that damn thing. I mean, it was 1-0. 1-0 when Hunter Brown, who had he was going pitch for pitch with Bryce Miller, who that big skinny joker right there. He's going 97 and dropping 84, and like he was really, really good. I mean, I forgot who the 9-hole hitter was, but he got Altuve and somebody back to back in one of those innings. They didn't have a chance. And I'm talking about Altuve, first ballot Hall of Famer. But Hunter Brown did his job. 6 innings. He had 8 strikeouts. So if that was an important number to some out there, hopefully that helped you out. But he had 8 strikeouts and left with 1 run. But that bullpen just couldn't hold it, and the Mariners finally kind of broke that thing open, and they win 6-1. So the most important part is, one, you hope they go ahead and wrap this thing up and end it so now they can kind of put their lineup and put things together, their rotation the way they want to. But the big thing is this dude keeps going. This dude, Hunter Brown, keeps going. And the way he is pitched, you have a obvious advantage in postseason games because it seems like he's 6 innings, 1 run, 7 innings, 2 runs. He's like that every night out.
Well, man, I mean, with the Verlander situation, you got to have Fromber just keep on keeping on. You got to have Hunter Brown to keep dominating. You got to have Kikuchi to keep doing his thing since he got here. I mean, it's all of these youngsters, starting with Hunter Brown, that are stepping up in a big way. Boy, the Astros have never needed it more with this Verlander situation. So not only are they killing it, but they're doing it at the perfect time.
Yeah, big for them. Hayward with a homer yesterday, the only run there. The lineup is out against Logan Gilbert, who is one of their better pitchers. I believe was an all-star this year. Altuve will lead off. Tucker is in that 2 spot. Yes. Bregman is batting third. Diaz behind him, and he's catching. Singleton is the DH tonight. Caratini is at first. And Jeremy Pena is the shortstop with Hayward in the outfield and Dubon as well in center. So Jake gets the night off. And maybe I'm nitpicking here, but this one I just wonder about. Maybe it is something with the thought of getting him some run there because he will play there. It's just weird to me when Singleton and Caratini and Diaz, for that matter, are all in the game together, and they have John as the DH, and they have Caratini as the first baseman. That is odd to me.
Well, it's got the only immediate thing that I think of is that they're doing it because that's how they're going to do it in the postseason.
Give them reps, but I mean, like and Caratini are both going to be in the game.
Oh, they're trying to get Caratini that run at first base. That's what they're going to do in the postseason. They want to use the regular season to get Caratini the most reps they can possibly get at first base, so that they have more flexibility at first and with that DH.
Got to be. Hopefully, because we've been seeing it lately. Just like when you're the best first baseman is the DH tonight. So hopefully that is where it's going on. But good chance tonight behind Framber Valdez, who has been one of the best pitchers in the second half. Good chance for them to go ahead and close the door on the Mariners.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, Monday Night Football, there was a doubleheader, Clint, and we've talked a little bit about the Bills and the Jags, the next 2 opponents for the Texans, and we'll get back to that. But last night was maybe the coming out party for Jaden Daniels. Ooh. He was something special. I'm seeing highlights right now on the TV, I mean, what was he? 91% completion.
21 of 23.
That's a record in terms of completion percentage for a rookie in the NFL, and he didn't. And it wasn't just like little throws, Clint. He was making throws down the field. He was making plays. He revitalized Zach Ertz's career. It seemed like last night on the field, and hey, he looked special last night. They win 38-33. Now the Bengals, Clint, are 0-3 after losing 2 home games to the Commanders and the Patriots to kick things off. But Jaden Daniels, 20-23, 250 yards, 2 touchdowns in the air, and 1 with his legs as well. He was special last night.
He was big time special, and we can't have this conversation without tipping the cap to Cliff Kingsbury as well, man. I mean, a lot of people question that hire in Washington as in terms of the offensive coordinator, and he is lights out with Jaden Daniels to this point, and they are, as you said, they are. Last night was just they were fearless, man. The dagger dropping the old Russell Wilson raindrop, just throws the fade, barely gets the ball off because the play clock's going down. Really just need to milk the clock here and get some points to make it a 2-score game. And he throws the raindrop go route down the sideline to McLaurin and just drops it on the bucket. I mean, that in the bucket, that was one of those moments too where everything was kind of chaotic. He had yelled at the sideline a couple times, "Give me the play in, give me the play in, give me the play in." And I think everyone on the sideline was like, "Hey man, chill out. We're trying to run the clock down is what we're trying to do." But hell, he wanted to go. He wanted to go, and he ends up dropping that dime on Terry McLaurin. I mean, he was special last night. It is unbelievably impressive.
Like you don't want to make just crazy predictions, but I'm not saying I know how good the kid's going to be. I'm not saying that this dude's going to bring a championship to Washington. But what you're watching or to see a space where like he doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, hey man, this was just a fortunate start. It started good, but then it's going to go down.
It's convincing.
It's hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it was that way with CJ the first several years. It's hard to see. I don't know how good he's going to be, but it's hard not to see. Like, hey man, this guy going to be a starter in the league. It's hard not to see he'll be Trevor or he'll be something like that.
Yeah.
Even though it's just been 3 games, it just looks like he's calm. It seems like he is picking the game up already this quick.
Yeah.
55 starts in college probably doesn't hurt that either when you look at a guy like Anthony Richardson who's got like 13 since high school. It's hard to not seeing him not work.
Well, Ron, it's hard for me right now to look at this football team and tell me they can't threaten for the NFC East.
Right now. Yeah.
I mean, that Dan Quinn's defense, look at the numbers. I can't remember all the numbers they threw out there last night, but Dan Quinn's defense is going to give him a chance to win games. And that kid and Cliff Kingsbury are on one right now. That offense is playing really, really good football. They got some dudes, and he is fully in charge of what the hell's going on, mature beyond his years. Like you said, may have something to do with how many games he started, how much football he's played. But that is, I'm going to tell you, in the NFC East, that's the most impressive team we've seen consistently.
Come on, they haven't punted in 2 games.
That's some Cliff Kingsbury air raid.
He's a rookie. They haven't punted.
Yeah.
They haven't punted, and they keep scoring. Now, they were all field goals against the won it. They haven't punted in 2 games. So good for him. And as I said, man, the Bills to me look like, and I'm not saying they're the best team, but they have clearly, easily been the most impressive team. Nobody has looked better. You can say how you want to feel. They just beat the brakes off of 2 teams that people coming into the year thought were teams that could be playoff level teams. And the Dolphins, and obviously Tua did play in that game before he got injured, but the Dolphins and the Jags, they just beat the hell out of them.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint. Steve Sarkisian. And that Quinn Ewers is questionable for Texas SEC debut against Mississippi State. Not sure if he is going to be able to make it and be ready in the lineup. And Sark said he was encouraged by the performance of Arch Manning, who made his first career start in the Longhorns' 51-3 victory. Manning completed 15 of 29 passes for 258, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Said, I've seen a lot of young quarterbacks have a rough start, and then that rough start turns into a rough game. Sark said that about the turnovers, it was a little bit rough for the start from him, but I thought he rebounded and did some nice things. Just saying, Clint looks like here. Oh, we don't know if Clint's going to be ready to go.
Yeah,
we might get another one out of Arch.
Look, this is a head coach. They're not going to play. If Quinn's not 100% healthy, they're not going to play him against Mississippi State. That's Sarkisian saying, I feel like Mississippi State is damn near as bad. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know if they're as bad, but they're damn near as bad as a couple of these lower level teams that they've had to play right now. So, come on, man. I think that's just Sark playing his cards the right way.
Yeah. And listen, I said Friday, like there's a chance that Sark could have some decisions to make if he plays a certain way. Mm-hmm. And I don't think this was the game for Arch, right? Like 15 of 29, he had turned the ball over twice against UL Monroe.
Yep.
This was not like they was good. I mean, they won 51-3, and he still made plays. But this was not a game where you were like, whoa. The first game, you were like, whoa.
Yeah.
He didn't back it up with another I'm gonna stop.
No, keep going. Do it again. Do it again one more time. Like whoa.
He didn't back it up like that. It was a fine game, but this wasn't a game to me to oust a guy who led you to a college football playoff.
That ain't happening, Ron. It ain't happening, man.
Now he may play this week.
He played this week and beat up on Mississippi State. Hell, he should. He should beat up on Mississippi State.
Now, if he does, it might be submission. Now it's an SEC opponent that he has done it against. But 15 to 29, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks against UL Monroe ain't enough to get that job done. All right. Speaking of Josh Allen, and he is the front runner for MVP through 3 weeks. And somebody on this show picked him to be the MVP. For MVP, he leads damn near in many quarterback categories. But wait till he had something to say. Now, some people say that I tend to stoke things,
stir the pot a bit,
kick the ant bed things a little bit. But I feel like this is a message he was delivering to Stephon Diggs. Now, you can listen to this and be the judge and think I'm trying to make something out of nothing, but you'll hear it for yourself coming up next.
Football, fall, and Sagamore rye whiskey, y'all.
the free Odyssey app or wherever East
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Would you and the people, would you all agree Josh Allen is in the clubhouse just through 3 weeks, probably the MVP right now, with how the Bills have played, how that offense has played, and what he's done? You know, as you would say, a lot of people believe he's doing more with less, and that always adds to it. I would think that Josh is probably kind of in the clubhouse right now as the MVP.
Absolutely, and rightfully so. Along with Ron, like, let's be honest, the story behind this of shifting gears mid-season last year, at the end of the season, one of the best, most targeted receivers in the NFL over the last 4 or 5 years, that had a ton of success with you, Stephon Diggs. You let him walk. A lot of folks thought, boy, well, what's Buffalo going to do? Particularly on the offensive side of the football, because not only did Diggs leave, hell, to get the cat on the other side of the ball left for him, too.
A whole host of defensive
players. No, I'm talking about the other receiver.
Oh, yeah.
That's in
Davis.
Yeah.
He's in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, yeah. So, I mean, he lost his top 2 guys. Gabe Davis. He lost his top 2 guys. And really all that was left was his running back that he had some success with in the second half of the season, and his tight end that they had drafted, I guess 2 tight ends, but one of them that they had drafted out of Utah. And the story is, boy, take a huge step back. All of a sudden, this dude's playing a different brand of ball, and he's doing it as well through 3 games as anybody in the league. So, yeah, I think the production, the box scores, the game film, along with the story and expectations, or the lack thereof, I think is made for MVP conversation.
Yeah. A lot Poyer on the other side of the ball, and Tre'Davious White, excuse me. Sorry about that. And Matt Milano, he's been out. He's been injured. They didn't lose him or trade him or anything, but he's been out. So perception is that the defense is worse. But no, he's got to be in the driver's seat through 3 weeks right now. And with that, I'm kind of listening around. And I just, you all be the judge. You tell me, I'll accept. And that's from you all out there listening on the YouTube and Twitch and text line, and Clinton Tyler as well. I heard this, and it was hard for me not to think, I don't know if he meant it, but this feels like a Stephon Diggs dig, pun intended. And I wonder if Stephon Diggs takes it this way, and if you would take it this way. This is Josh Allen post-game talking about where this offense is, where this team is, and why they're off to such a hot start.
Fun and wonderful thing when you had a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats, they don't care about the touchdowns. And again, I think throughout practice, we've just had this mindset of like, hey, let's just do things the right way and find them right now.
Listen, I know that I've been known to stir a pot.
100% he was talking
right, like even if he wasn't, like, if I'm Stephon Diggs, I mean, he hit all of them. He hit the we got guys that don't care about the stats.
They're so unselfish.
Don't care how many touchdowns they get. He even took it to practice.
We got team guys now.
Practice, we get in here. Everybody, like, that felt like, hey, and when he said he straight-faced.
Oh, yeah.
Straight-faced. Like, I mean, the way he sounds like, thank God we got that dude up out of here, man. My life was hell having to deal with him.
That's passive-aggressive 101.
I'm having to walk around here on eggshells. All right, man, I got to make sure, I got to feed him? That's what it's. Now, I may be overdoing it. I've done that before. But that if I'm Stephon Diggs, I'm sure taking it that way. And I'm hot about it because I done kissed your ass all off season, to be honest. I talked about how good you've been.
I took the high road all
off season. And
Josh knows what he was doing.
Let me hear that one more time. Let me hear Josh one more time to make sure, because I heard it. I said, damn, the hell? Well, he ain't talking about Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis didn't talk. He ain't talking about Mitchell Morse, the center. I mean, when you say something like this means to me that you didn't have this all previously. This one more time, let me hear it.
fun and wonderful thing when you had a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats, they don't care about the touchdowns. And again, I think throughout practice, we've just had this mindset of like, hey, let's just do things the right way. Ball games, what we're doing right now.
Do things the right way. Champ on YouTube and Twitch said, definitely I'm overdoing it. Okay. I don't know, boy.
I mean, it feels like a very passive-aggressive, very hidden message. Hey, I'm going to put this out there. Maybe he'll see it type of thing.
I just know Josh is smart enough to know exactly when he says that where that's going.
Yeah, I don't think that in his mind he was like, I'm going to take this shot at Diggs, but I do think he's probably it's refreshing to not have that situation at practice. And in speaking about it, you can't help but think that it's about Diggs. You can't help but, even if you're not talking about him directly, you can't help but think the atmosphere that was last year and the guy that was the most targeted until mid-year last year and then left the system was Stephon Diggs. It's hard to not think that whether he was talking about the situation or Diggs specifically, which I don't think he was talking about Diggs specifically like in his mind, but indirectly it's damn sure about Diggs and what had been going on in Buffalo before.
You think Diggs responds to this, though?
I think he'll be asked about it.
I hope not.
This feels like,
just keep doing what you're doing, Stephon.
This feels like something he might respond to. Champ said he's more with you, Clint. That makes more sense. I'm just saying, Josh Allen has been in the league for a long time. Josh Allen had to go to the media damn near every day and talk about all this with Diggs and understands any kind of words or any kind of looks or any kind of body language could be taken some kind of way. And then after their 3-0 start, he stepped out to say that. Like a guy,
yeah.
Like.
Well, look, he's not. I mean, I don't blame him. Like I don't. There's nothing worse than, and I've said this before. Whether it's directly about Stephon Diggs or it's indirectly about like what the coaches had, an offensive coordinator had allowed to happen in Buffalo. There's nothing worse. And what Buffalo proved was that it doesn't matter how talented you are. You just simply can't win with that mindset. And the mindset I'm talking about is dropping back and trying to, no matter what the defense throws at you, trying to throw the football to one person and feeling like an offensive coordinator that doesn't have just an open mind of I can call any play under the sun right now, and my guys are going to do their damnedest to execute it with no kind of pushback. Like if you don't have that, if in any way, shape, or form you've got the mindset going into a game is like, man, I got to get this guy the ball or all hell's going to break loose. I've got to get this guy the ball to blow these stats up or whatever reason. Even if it's innocently, I got to get this guy the ball because it gives me the best chance to win ball games. Like if that's your mindset going in and you have those kind of blinders on, you're just not going to win. Doesn't matter how good you are. Josh Allen's got the biggest, strong, and nobody was more targeted over the last handful of years than Diggs, and it still didn't work. So, I think he's talking more about the situation, the reality that was Buffalo, that just happens to indirectly be including Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I'm sure Steph took it that way. I'm sure Diggs took it that way. I think Gabe Davis might have cussed him out to himself. Did that at the crib. All right, something else with Diggs there that I think a narrative that's been built that I think it's time to kind of close the door on as well. And looking at the entirety of the AFC now, do you view the Texans differently? Now we've seen 3 weeks. We've seen the entirety of the AFC. We saw what the Bengals did last night. We saw what the Jags did last night. Do you believe the place of the Texans has changed in the AFC now 3 weeks in? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, hey, check this out, man. We are still dead in the middle.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Promise you we will quickly get to where the Diggs narrative is and where the Texans sit in the AFC after 3 weeks. But want to give a congratulations. He's a teammate, right? Andre Ware.
Hell yeah.
You hear it's definitely one of Clint as you follow Andre Ware after every single game that the Texans play. Andre Ware, amongst everything, Heisman Trophy winner, played for the Houston Cougars, played in the NFL as well.
Wow.
And obviously calls Texans games every week with Mark Vandermeer. Congratulations to Andre. He is going to be a part of the 2025 Houston Sports Hall of Fame class. So congratulations to Andre Ware. They should get Tunsil up there to flinch. In the stance to flinch. right. Before it goes to speak, so he can hit Andre. So Andre can hit him with that hit what he hit him with Sunday. Andre boy was smoking like just have Laramie up there in a stance, and then let Andre hit him with this.
False start. Offense number 78. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
He got it out of the way early. Laramie Tunsil.
It's every week, though. I mean, you're a Pro Bowl player. There's no excuse for that. None.
He's amped, ain't he?
If he would have given us it's every week with this guy. That's what I was hoping he would say. With this guy. It's every week. You're a Pro Bowl. God, what did he throw?
I mean, you're a Pro Bowl player. There's no excuse.
What did Andre throw? God, I want to know.
Laramie Tunsil.
It's every week, though.
But congratulations to Andre Ware. It's a cool thing. We've been able to see these a lot as Bagwell, Biggio. We've watched Andre Johnson go in. We've watched countless people go in to the Hall of Fame. Cheryl Swoops, Roger Clemens went in that 22s class with Clyde Drexler. So congratulations to him as well as a great honor, is well deserved. Well deserved. All right, we were talking about Diggs a little bit ago. Can we cut this narrative? Can we all agree, the people as well, because many of you all have tried to send this in a lot. Can we cut is it official that we can cut the Stephon Diggs made Josh Allen thing? Can we I mean, just
I ain't never.
But you know how many people did? Like, how many times that rolled across? Oh yeah, Josh Allen ain't gonna be nothing this year. Stephon Diggs, man. What was it before Diggs? What was it? We'll see what he is after. Can we at least get with that? Like, Stephon Diggs, a great player, and Stephon Diggs absolutely did help Josh Allen and got him in the right. But he ain't make Josh Allen. Like, Stephon Diggs wasn't the only reason it wasn't going to be like, hey, Josh Allen, the top 5 MVP candidate, he loses Diggs, and now he becomes Trevor Lawrence.
No. I mean, look, if we're being completely honest, I've never subscribed to that, to be honest with you. But if anything, it's flip, right? I mean, Josh Allen made Diggs. I mean, you want to talk about when Diggs. Now, he had some good years in Minnesota, obviously, but you want to talk about when Diggs really arrived and became All-Pro and became a guy that led the league in targets. And I mean, Josh Allen's willingness to continually try to drive the football into coverage, no matter what coverage was back there, for Stephon Diggs. If anything, the reality of that situation is Josh Allen made Diggs. The reality is Josh Allen, you can argue, made Gabe Davis, throwing the football, driving the football down the field, giving him opportunities with his big body and giving him opportunity after opportunity after opportunity with that aggressive style that they played for a good chunk of while Josh Allen has been in Buffalo. So, yeah, no, I don't. I think at the very, I mean, by now, hell yeah. I mean, I would think some folks would want to put that to bed.
We could end that one because that one's a strong one. I mean, there were national people who were saying stuff like that. No, he's. Last night, that man hit 10 different receivers, and they have been rolling. So both of them are great players. Both of them will make the people around them better. But both of them, Diggs and Allen, aren't made by somebody. That's I don't think that's fair to either one of them. All right. Prior to the season, I think many people had the Texans. I don't know anybody in terms of the AFC. I don't know anybody that didn't have the Texans as a top 5 team in the AFC. As we've talked about it, Vegas had them behind the Chiefs and tied with the Ravens in terms of odds, best odds during the offseason to get out of the AFC. And as we sit and look at it now, Clint, there are 3 teams that are unbeaten: the Steelers, the Bills, who got to 3-0 last night, and then the Chiefs. And then there are other teams that are in the same boat as the Texans at a 2-1 record. The Texans, obviously, your Jets, the Chargers as well. They're 2-1, and then there are some surprises like the Ravens down at 1-2. The Bengals down at 0-3 with losses to the Patriots and the Commanders. Where do you now see in terms of we're now 3 weeks into the season? 713-572-4610. Those of you can jump in on this. I just saw someone text in. I got them 4th now. Texans, now that you've seen 3 weeks of them, where do you put them in the hierarchy in the AFC?
Man, that is a tough question, Ron. Because I think the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs and the New York Jets are ahead of them. I think when you get beyond those 3 teams,
I just can't put the Steelers over them yet.
Well, yeah. Look, I'm with you. Like the Steelers are.
That's getting better, Clint.
No, it's getting better, and they're dangerous. But again, we got to look at who these teams have played. The Steelers have beaten the Chargers, the Falcons, and the Broncos. Again, it's been in that fashion of defense and not turning the ball over. And while there's something to be said for that, it's not Super Bowl caliber. Like, they're going to have to get a lot more out of their quarterback, which is trending in that direction. They're going to have to get a lot more out of their quarterback to be in the same conversation with the Bills.
He took more chances against the Chargers this past
and he did. But so here's where I'd go. I'd go Buffalo, Kansas City, and New York. I would put them. I would put them as the top 3 teams in the AFC. And then there's a big group of teams that we just, whether they've played above their head, the Pittsburgh Steelers, or they've played below, which I would think the Texans are in that conversation. I think you've got the Steelers, the Chargers, the Texans.
I still got the Ravens in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. You're correct.
They're 1-2, Clint.
No. I take that back. The Ravens are in there with Kansas City and Buffalo.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
That Raiders loss at home was.
It hurts. There's just certain teams that just that have earned the stripes. They got the pelts on the wall. The Baltimore Ravens, for me, are in that conversation. They've not done enough to fall out of.
So I'm sorry. You have them in there with Kansas City.
Yes, it would be. It would be 4: the Jets, the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Baltimore Ravens. I have as your top 4 AFC teams, and then you've got teams that are on the rise, that have new coaches, that have played above board, maybe exceeded expectations. You got some that haven't. That they're in that, I don't know enough about them yet. The Steelers and the Texans are one of those. The Chargers are one of those teams, no doubt about it. I think the Dolphins would be, but you lose Tua, and right now you can't put them in the conversation.
You don't know when he's going to come back.
So yeah, I look at the Texans are in that second tier of AFC team right now for me.
Second tier. That's a good way to put it. Second tier. So I would have those 4. The Chargers. And someone just texted in, Clint, the Jets haven't earned anything. They didn't say anything.
You don't think the Jets ain't earned nothing?
When I came out of the darkness,
they said ish. Yeah, they're 2 wins against.
They're 2 wins. They've lost to the 49ers in San Francisco. They've got one of the better defenses. They've got one of the better quarterbacks in the game. I believe in them. But yeah, their 2 wins aren't much. That's fair. I think it's fair. Patriots and Titans.
Yeah. So I would probably have the Jets more. I would have the Jets in the Pittsburgh Chargers range. I don't know about them. If Herbert wasn't hurt, and Herbert might miss some time, they're thinking potentially high ankle sprain.
Yeah,
Herbert. And Joey Bosa has already had his annual lower leg injury that he has every single year. He is going to miss some time. Derwin James just got suspended a game as well. So that's not long term. But the Herbert thing, I believe their coach, a lot as was wacky and as weird as Jim is, I believe their coach and his success level. So I would believe a little bit more of them if Herbert wasn't injured, but the injury to Herbert could potentially be an issue. But I would have Kansas. To me, Kansas City and Buffalo have separated themselves. I believe in the Ravens, but I just can't. I just can't walk off. I mean, you just let Gardner Minshew just walk in for the second straight year. He did it with the Colts last year, where they walked into Baltimore and beat them in week 2. You just let them and the Raiders, and then the Raiders turned around and got their asses handed to them by the Panthers, who didn't look like a football team the previous couple of weeks. So I would bring them differently, but I would have the Ravens. Like, the Texans got to beat the Ravens for me. Like, that's just a team that.
The Texans have to beat the Ravens?
For the Ravens. For me to have the Texans to jump the Ravens, for me to feel like the Texans are a better football team than the Ravens, I got to see them on the field beat them. Because
after losing twice last year.
It just seems like, for me, it's just a matchup where I look like that's almost the Texans, hump.
When you, as a Texans fan, to me, when I watching the Texans over the last 5 years, I go back to the COVID year when I said this before, when Baltimore came in here with nobody in the stands but us. Yeah. It seems like since then they've been toying with us. It seems like since then they've just kind of been tiptoeing through the tulips and almost knowing after the game we're going to laugh, we're going to come over, we're going to shake hands, and it's been that way every time. It seemingly every time we come up against the Baltimore Ravens. It's borderline disrespectful at this point in time. So I agree with you. That is a huge hurdle for the Houston Texans. I don't know if it so much is for the team as it is for my ass, but I know it is for me.
For me, the Ravens could be 1-3 right now. I just we see and know what their ceiling is. Someone just texted in, did we watch the Falcons versus Chiefs game? They almost lost. I'll just say this, and you can take this however you want to take it. The Chiefs are just in a different level in terms of what their regular season games look like.
I like that one right there.
You clearly know that they turn and flip a switch, and that they're like the kid. They're like the kid who just takes just well enough and does his work just well enough until the big test comes.
Just good enough grades to stay on the football field.
Until the big test comes. And then their ACT, and then they're like, what the hell?
Until the final comes and to graduate 10th grade, they need to make an 80 on that final.
Yeah, and then
knock a 95 out.
Yeah, and you know what so I just think they're in a different case. I mean, they lost to the Raiders on Christmas Day, and they didn't give up after the first quarter, and then they won the Super Bowl. So, I mean, I think the Chiefs are just kind of in a different space if they play close games with him. All right, what you got coming up in the fourth?
All right, I got a Laramie Tunsil Would You Rather. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to tell you what it is when we come back, and I want everybody out there to get involved. 713-572-4610. I don't want to get too far away from this awful game that Laramie Tunsil played to circle us back to the penalty issue that is Laramie Tunsil. But I got a Would You Rather. A lot of folks out there wanted him benched. A lot of folks out there are maybe just making excuses. We will. I'll give you a Would You Rather, and I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
Time I have a party. Man.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
And it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. In the 5 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a pair of Texans tickets. And you might want to dial in. You might want to tune in. You're definitely going to want to call in when Ron gives you that old cue to call. And you know, you might want to call your mom and them, your friends and them, and make sure that they're listening as well. Better your chances of winning if you got more ears on the radio and you got more hands on the phone, if you know what I mean. So Texans Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you stay dialed in because today is Tuesday. Today is absolutely Tuesday. The other thing, real quick, tomorrow, 2 to 6 p.m., we will be at Pitch 25 in Edo for a live broadcast. Got a little day baseball, Astros day baseball, and we are going to be knee-deep in Edo at Pitch 25 during that game and probably for a couple of hours afterwards. 2 to 6, come hang out with us, and it's going to be a good time. I'm getting word Sagamore Rye whiskey is going to be there, and there are going to be some little tastings going on. And we're going to have a couple of giveaways, boys. I just got word, couple of $50 Specs gift cards to give away.
How about that?
The good news is coming in as we speak, man. As we speak, $50 Specs gift cards tomorrow. 2 of them will be given away along with that Sagamore Rye whiskey. And of course, good times at Pitch 25. Tyler's been there. I think that's the place where Tyler passed out on the crapper. I think
didn't do that.
I think that's where Tyler passed out on the crapper. Woke was closed, locked up, had to find somebody to give him.
I do frequent there, though. It's a great establishment.
Oh, that's not where that happened?
That never happened, first of all, but you accused me of it happening at McIntyre's.
Well done. All right, I got a little something for you. I don't want to get too far away from this game Sunday and still be talking about Laramie Tunsil. But there is Laramie Tunsil has lit the fan base on fire in a negative way. And we're talking about Laramie Tunsil has had 10 penalties in 3 games, all of which are pre-snap penalties, formation penalties, or false starts.
Hello.
The team as a whole has had 23 penalties in the last 2 games for over 200 yards of lost yardage there. If you look at Laramie Tunsil, he killed 3 of the first 5 drives this week against Minnesota on the road. Literally took 2 first down conversions off the board, and we're talking in drives in the first 5 drives of this football game. You want to know how it got to 14-0? You want to know how it got out of reach pretty quickly? Is you had these types of issues going on, and the headliner for the Houston Texans in the penalty department is definitely Laramie Tunsil. So a lot of frustrated people out there. Would you rather, fellas, I need you to play along here. Tyler, I need you to play along. Would you rather Laramie Tunsil have been benched, and C.J. Stroud gets sacked 4 more times because you're playing a backup tackle, rookie tackle, or would you rather leave Laramie Tunsil in the game and get 2 to 3 more illegal formation, false start penalties that kill drives? 713-572-4610. Text in if you're on Twitch and you're on YouTube. Go ahead and get involved.
Give the people that one more time.
Would you rather? 713-572-4610. Oh, the question.
Yeah,
give
it to him one more time.
Here's the would you rather. Would you rather Laramie Tunsil have been benched in that game and C.J. Stroud gets sacked 4, 5, several more times because you've got a backup rookie tackle in there? Or would you have rather seen them do what they did, leave him in there and him get more illegal or false start penalties?
That's a good one. That's tough.
How pissed off are you at Laramie Tunsil? Would you have benched the highest paid player on the Houston Texans team?
I'm pretty pissed off.
And created that monster? Or would you have just said, nah, that's Laramie, man, I got to let that ride?
Well, the thing is, he is so good when he's not starting too soon. Tunsil is top tier when he's not making those stupid-ass mistakes, and I care very much about the health of C.J. Stroud. That's my biggest thing. Yeah, I think I got to start him.
Yeah,
you're leaving him in there.
I'm leaving him in there just purely based off he makes the health of Stroud, I think, in a better spot. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not about seeing C.J. get hit 4 more times. I'm good on that. Yeah, I mean, that to me is the big thing. I would trade, or I would accept the frustrating as they are, the false starts or the not lined up well enough. Then who was it? Our man Michael Dieter just letting people just run around him with quickness. People are texting in, bench his ass. I would rather leave Tunsil in. I treat him like Petrie benching.
CJ's too important, man.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'm really struggling here with the.
I got to find another way to teach him a lesson that don't involve somebody else.
Well, it's not going to be having him run laps at practice like everybody else did. So it's going to have to be extreme, right?
He'd have to practice.
I'm going to tell you. I think I would, in a game like that where you didn't have a chance to win that game anyway. I think I would have liked to have seen them in that third quarter benching.
I'd have been CJ too then.
Well, I would not have benched CJ. I would have moved Titus Howard to left tackle because Titus has clearly made it a point like, hey, if you throw a flag on me, I'll gladly move up on the line to not kill another drive. And I'd have brought Blake Fisher in at right tackle. That's just the knee-jerk, hothead Clint response is at some point in time, I'll be honest with you, as a quarterback, especially in that moment, I don't know how C.J. Stroud didn't say something. I don't know how C.J. Stroud wasn't extremely animated and didn't say something to Laramie Tunsil about killing drives. I don't know how there wasn't something on the TV copy that said, boy, C.J. ain't happy with this. That's the next step C.J.'s going to have to take, by the way. I'm not saying he needs to bench his left tackle, but that's the next step that C.J.'s going to have to take. I believe I would have liked to see DeMeco Ryans bench him in the third quarter.
Because I'm going to tell you what, like when you speak about the C.J. thing, CJ back at it. CJ reacted when the defense didn't get a stop on 3rd and 1 in the third quarter.
Good point.
CJ had just thrown a pick. If you go back in it, CJ had just thrown that pick where, like we said, he tried to force it in, and it was a 3rd and 1, and Aaron Jones got a run off the edge, and CJ reacted in a way that you think he should have reacted that way 4 or 5 times to Laramie Tunsil, as many times it happened.
Yeah.
So it's definitely there because he threw his hands up.
Yeah.
And come on, something I couldn't completely read his lips, but he was feeling some kind of way about the defense not getting that stop after he had just thrown that pick.
Yeah, I'll be the one in the room. I would have liked to have seen Laramie Tunsil bench. Now, the calmer side is like we know that DeMeco's not going to bench the highest paid player in the game. We on the Texans. We know that he's not going to do that. But it does bring me to this, guys. Like at some point, the nice guy stuff from C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans got to be shelved, right? As it pertains to this issue, at some point in time, those two guys have to shelf the nice guy. Like DeMeco and C.J. Stroud have to show some level of frustration in the moment. In press conference, like at some point in time, they've got to shelve we're just going to protect our guys and say the right thing and tell everybody how thankful we are to take the field with these guys every day. Like at some point in this game here, if there's a couple in the first half, what do you do? I mean, if he has a couple of alignment issues in the first half, after the head coach has come to the media and said, "No, Laramie Tunsil knows where to line up. We'll fix these problems," and they're all pre-snap issues. They're all very fixable. What do you do? And I'm not asking you to answer the question in terms of like what do you do in the moment, but like at some point, these guys are going to have to drop the nice guy act, right?
I mean, yeah, you can drop the nice guy act. You can. But he's still going to play.
So your response is like it don't matter what Laramie's untouchable.
For me, I'm thinking he is. For him over there, for me to have to swing Titus over to right tackle and put the rookie Blake Fisher in.
That's
right
the move.
Tackle
That would be the move. Yeah.
Or leave or put Blake at left tackle with CJ, and we're trying to win, and he's my highest paid player on the team. That one would be hard.
I think that's probably the fear of most Texans
because
fans.
you also got, and this is something that people who manage people have to deal with. You got to understand the type of people you're dealing with, and you
signed up for that already, right?
Well, not just signed up, but you could completely lose a player that you need. Laramie Tunsil is somebody you need. We know Laramie Tunsil. He'll roll out with a finger.
But the question at that point depends. That goes to me that one, if a guy is capable of doing that, then you don't need. If he can't, he killed 3 of the first 5 drives last week. Like how good does a guy have to be to overcome that? I get the point of he's one of the best pass blocking tackles in the game. I get how good. I get good. I get how good he is at his best. But if this continues to be an issue, and even not at the clip that it was last week, even if it's just a couple of times a game you're killing drives, like to be untouched for a tackle to be untouchable. I mean, I think more damage could be done by not touching him, by soft shoeing everything.
I don't think
nobody ever calling him out. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, man.
You got to call him out. Yes.
The way that Laramie Tunsil is handled in the media right now, and not the media, but by the Texans so far, is a joke. Like it's not just we're too nice down here, man. I mean, this is for the coach to not address Laramie Tunsil's issues directly, as in, you said it yesterday. DeMeco, have you talked to him? Have you had a conversation with him?
He knows where to line up. Don't worry about it, Clint.
Yeah, don't worry about it,
bro.
Like that's the extent of the conversation. I mean, like I don't know, man. That like it's wild to me how just because if I were DeMeco, that's how I'd open my presser. Like my presser yesterday. We would have. I wouldn't have given you a chance to answer the question. Hey guys, I'm going to talk to y'all about these penalties right here. Our goal is to win a Super Bowl. Our goal is every Sunday to go out there and give ourselves a chance. I don't give a damn who the opponent is. And I understand. You better bet your bottom dollar, bet your ass that we're going to get these penalties fixed. And it starts with our highest paid player. We've had a conversation. He understands how important it is. Instead, you just let all these – like I heard a story yesterday. I don't even remember who it was. I don't even remember what show I was listening to. Maybe it was TV. I can't remember what the hell I was listening to. But they were talking about an old coach or somebody, maybe it was on social media, talking about an old coach basically circling back and talking about Laramie Tunsil. Like the team had to negotiate with him to get him to practice at times. Not this team, not DeMeco, but in the past in his career with the Texans.
Which is
like in my mind, I'm thinking like that's who you're dealing with. Like it's at some point.
Which leads to the point is you've decided.
Right, you signed up for it,
and you've decided to extend him not once but twice.
Yes.
And not just you. What DeMeco was a part of this when they decided to do this. Now, if he is just being a Richard head and just saying, "Nah, man, I'm gonna do. I don't care. I'm just doing it." I don't think Laramie doesn't go out there and not give a damn. I think Laramie wants to win and doesn't like hurting his team. But I'm just saying.
Well, but the question though, Ron, is not. I mean, I think everybody wants to do that. Are you willing to do whatever it takes so that doesn't happen? That's the question with Laramie.
The thing is, if you are going to, and I know many people are saying bench his ass, and that's cool when you not have to deal with people. But if you are going to do that, understanding how Laramie Tunsil is. You had to negotiate with him to practice. We've watched him sit out an entire season, 8 games because of a finger. If you know who he is and you're going to take the move of embarrassing Laramie Tunsil and benching him in a Super Bowl level season to then move Blake Fisher in the lineup and Titus Howard maybe out of position, if you're willing to potentially lose Laramie Tunsil, whether you think he's soft or not, but that is, you embarrass Laramie Tunsil. You think he ain't in now? He damn sure ain't going to be in. If you embarrass Laramie Tunsil like that, whether he deserves it or not, I'm just saying, as a coach and a leader, you have to take all of that into account. And if you're going to do it, you better trade him. You better trade him. You better do something. I'm just saying. Real talk.
The point is, when you pay him that kind of money, when you sign up for it, you know what you're getting. Now it has potentially reached a tipping point where if this continues, forget about how frustrated everybody is. You cannot win. You cannot win with turning 3rd and 4s into 3rd and 9s. You cannot win with 3rd and 10, 12-yard completion. No, I'll bring it back. It's 3rd and 15 because your left tackle can't line up right. Like you cannot win with that. So you're at a tipping point if this continues. You're not there yet because it's early in the season. Everybody can always lean on, it's early in the season. Don't worry about it. Nobody panic. But the reality of it is what we've seen from the Texans offensively. And really let's be honest, this isn't just a Laramie Tunsil problem. He's the biggest part of it. Hell, he's got damn near half the penalties. But if you look at it, this is a Houston Texans problem. So they got a would you rather have seen the Texans bench Laramie Tunsil, or would you rather have left him in and seen a couple of more, which is what they did, see a couple of more penalties. 713-572-4610. Keep them coming, Twitch. Keep them coming, YouTube. Before we get out of here real quick, I want to remind everybody, Pitch 25 tomorrow. Pitch 25 tomorrow, 2 to 6, live broadcast. Edo, right down there by Minute Maid Park, so the atmosphere is going to be popping. Come on through and see us. It's going to be a good Wednesday afternoon.
Yep. All right, coming up, an update, the latest update on Yordan Alvarez. He actually spoke himself. We'll let you hear the words he had to say coming up next.
All right, let me take a minute.
sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. I'm listening tomorrow at 8 here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get to it here. Joe Espada spoke to the media today as they are looking to to try to end this thing, to win another division championship with a win tonight against the Mariners. Joe Espada spoke to the media, and still the big news with the Astros is Yordan Alvarez and his knee. He wasn't yesterday. That they did X-rays, and there was a little bit of swelling there, and that he would miss the series against the Mariners, but they did not rule out him not coming back at all before the regular season ends. But this is Joe Espada today, hot off the press, talking about the latest on Yordan Alvarez's knee.
Yeah, that's kind of the same feel I have from him. It's kind of day to day. The inflammation needs to go down. He said that he's feeling better than he did yesterday. So hopefully we get improvement every day by day. So we'll see. Time will tell. It would be great to have Yordan off the bench. It would be great to have Yordan in some capacity, but we want him to be able to do that. So we just need to give him some time and see how he feels the next couple of days.
He said he was feeling a lot better today. Is that encouraging that he is getting better?
Yeah, because that's what it's going to require for us to get him back on the field. Inflammation, mobility, more also for state of mind, right? That he feels like he can push off, he can do things on a baseball field that that he normally does. So we just got to wait and see.
All right, that was the latest from Joe Espada from the text line Champ Slice. So his season is over for real. Texans for life. So he's not coming back. LOL.
Well, this is not good.
That's not what Joe said. Yordan Alvarez, according to Chandler Rome, said he's able to put more weight on his leg today, but still isn't able to at all. I'd imagine my man's on some sort of assistance, crutches, cane, something.
Don't say that, Ron.
I'm just saying. He said he's unable to turn his knee at all. I would think that.
Hold on, so. I mean, can we not all just agree that this sprain and this? There's just.
I'll continue. He said he hopes to get some at-bats this weekend in Cleveland, but that's contingent on the swelling in his knee. No, we're not going to all agree with you, Clint, that this is not some sort of a diva.
I mean, you don't think there's a level of softness here?
No, I don't. I don't. I think he. We don't.
We slid into second base for crying out
but
loud.
they did imaging. He has a sprained knee. It's swollen.
Yeah, and I mean, I played 42 basketball games in high school on a sprained ankle. So what?
I'm sure.
If we had to play a playoff game tomorrow, he'd play.
I don't think he would. He can't turn his knee.
I mean, easy there, Dirty. I don't think the Robert E. Lee Ganders were playing at the level Yordan is, man.
He can't turn his knee, he said.
I don't know. You see me going to basketball court, man? I'm a hustler, bro. I go hard now.
Try hard.
I mean, go hard or go home, man. It's my only option. Wasn't talented enough.
That kid's got a lot of hustle.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. Toughest kid on the court, man.
Sneaky fast.
We'll see what happens here, man. They didn't rule it out, but I guess they said he woke up feeling better. I'm just saying, if he said he could put more weight on his leg today, that means he wasn't able to put any on it before. So I don't know. That is an Alvarez.
It's not ideal.
They hope to see him back. By the way, also Chaz McCormick took 30 swings today. I'll be honest.
You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
I almost forgot all about Chaz and his ability to potentially come back for the postseason. But he took 30 swings, 15 off the tee, and 15 soft toss, and was pain-free. So,
I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what the hell happened to him. What was it?
What was he has the
finger?
Finger, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I believe it was a small fracture in his finger. Yep.
Yeah. So, again, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's being a diva too. Damn finger breaks.
No, I mean, look, if you got a little break, look, gripping a bat,
was too.
Gripping a bat, and that kind of that's a little that's a little difficult with a broken finger. That's
guys,
just, I get it.
Don't do that. Don't stop texting in that Yordan has a torn MCL or an ACL.
What is going on?
Or a split kneecap. Joe's a liar. Stop texting that in, guys. Don't even know. Throw that out there. Hey, and listen, this is my bad, Tyler, because we haven't been able to pass along that Justin Verlander audio because he said something interesting over the weekend And when you think about the pride of a first ballot Hall of Famer and a first ballot competitor, a guy that, in my belief, is the best pitcher of this generation, better than Kershaw. When you hear Verlander after his last start where he gave up another million runs, when you hear him say what he said, like, I think it's pretty clear. I don't even know if he's going to be in a piggyback role. I don't even know when you hear him speaking the way he did. Here's Justin Verlander. After his start over the weekend, his place potentially in the playoffs.
It's not my decision, but I was away for 2 months, and all these guys were pitching fantastic. Seeing a bunch of guys really come into their own. Look, like I said, I see the calendar. I know what time of year it is. That's why I had to come back and try to find myself. There's only one way to be successful in this game, and as a pitcher, and that's to pitch against the best talent in the world. Sitting there trying to give myself time wasn't possible. I needed to figure out where I was at. It's been hard. It's been a tough lesson. But I don't regret it. I want to show up for these guys. I want to be there. Again, not my decision.
Yeah, when you hear that and you hear him saying that, Clint, I thought you put it perfectly the other day or yesterday. I'm not sure which day it was. Had to have been yesterday if it's Tuesday. He let Joe and Dana off the hook. Right now Joe and Dana can make the decision, which is the obvious decision. And maybe he stays on in the bullpen as a piggyback, but they've clearly made he's taking it off their hands. Because Clint, it could no. Listen, I want to compete. I still believe in myself. I still believe I can go, and I know what I'm capable of. I want to give it's their decision, but I want to. He could have gone that way and put pressure on it, but this way he took him up.
To me, that conversation has to be had around: do you want a spot on the roster, on the playoff roster? Right. That's not do you want one of the 3 starts in a wild card series, or do you want to be in the 4-man rotation as we start the playoffs? No, that has to be. I want to help this team. I want to compete. I want to give you my best. Okay, well we're gonna have to. We got 6 guys. Somebody's going to slide. 2 guys are going to slide down into the bullpen and be an emergency type pitcher. And we've seen the Astros in situations where they've gotten to a situation and didn't have another guy or didn't have a guy they could rely on. I would love to be in a desperate spot as an Astros fan and go, well, you can always turn to Verlander. Beats the hell out of turning to somebody that has no business pitching at that point in a series or a game, or even their best stuff isn't going to work. I mean, if you get into a desperate situation, whether it's a piggyback role or you something happens and you need a starter, I would love for Justin Verlander, even the struggling Justin Verlander that we've seen of late, I would love for that to be your emergency pitcher.
Yeah,
I mean
that had to come in.
Yeah, so that conversation you're talking about is like I think he took him completely. He took Dana Brown and Joe Espada completely off the hook. Justin Verlander, one of the greatest of all time, isn't in the starting rotation in a wild card series, or even in the first round of the playoffs moving forward. Like he gave him the leeway to say, all right, Justin's not going to be this or that. If there's a conversation to be had, it's about one of them long relief roles out of the bullpen and a roster spot on a playoff roster, not in the starting rotation.
Yeah, I think that time is done with him. But good for him. He let him off the hook, and now they can go ahead and do the thing. That was our baseball talk, which is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro. Coming up, we have been tricked, lied to, our eyes deceived. Hopefully, it gets better. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. It's legitimately fall now, and the weather is turning in Houston, and it's absolutely beautiful, man. It's going to get better for a month or so here, and I'm telling you, getting outside.
Beale Road, prizes from Yingling, and register to win a $5,000 mattress from Texas Mattress Makers.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, make sure you're with us here. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. In the next segment of this show, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Houston Texans take on the Jacksonville Jaguars coming up this Sunday on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. The fellows on Payne and Pendergast hooked you up earlier. The guys are in the loop. They did as well, but your chance will come in the very next segment, so make sure you're listening. Let everybody know. Don't say you weren't warned. Wait for you to hear me to give you that signal, and then at that time, you can call in. You'll know when it is. You won't mess that up. So those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you get the phone as well. I see many of you sometimes complain about us not taking care of you all. No, you got a chance too. 713-572-4610 when that time comes in the 5 o'clock hour. Have your chance to get a pair of those tickets at a big game. I would imagine the Jags are going to be giving everything they have in that bad boy because
bring on the
nobody
Jaguars.
makes the playoffs at 0-4, I don't believe.
Schefter actually just tweeted the last team to make
Steelers?
the playoffs. What?
Was it the Chargers?
It was the Deshaun Watson-led Texans.
Were they 0-4?
0-3.
Yeah. I think 0-4. I think the Chargers, Stan Humphrey, led Chargers team made it to the playoffs after starting out 0-4.
That's a long time ago.
But yeah, the last 0-3 was a Texans team right here in Houston not too long ago, led by Watson.
There you go, 0-3, and then they went on that 9-game streak, I believe, right?
Correct.
Yep. They lost to the Colts in the playoffs. That game, for some reason, just wasn't particularly close. What the hell was that about? I just never. Yeah. But 0-4, that Chargers team. Stan Humphries, Natron Means, Mark Say, that was the crew there.
It's Junior, ain't it?
Huh?
Was it Junior?
Junior's on that team, yeah. Yep. Leslie O'Neal on the end. Yeah. Good team. All right, let's get to it here. Man, it feels like the Texans week one was like, that young lady who's got a real good weave in. I mean, a real good weave. Not like the one Pam Oliver has on. Yeah, don't know what's happened to her weave. I don't know who's doing that. It's just rough. But a good hair, maybe some extensions, whatever. Good look. Got a bunch of makeup on. Got her some nails. Maybe got some veneers in. Just got some eyelashes and everything. And next thing you know, like, you see him, you're like, damn. Feel the name, whatever the name is. Ashley, Jennifer, Madrika, whatever the name is. Fill the name in. You know her. And then next thing you know, later on, you see her later on, and her hair's, that weave is out. She got her regular hair in. She ain't got them eyelashes.
You're stupid.
She ain't got no makeup on.
Just like your mom.
She bites her nails. She ain't got no nails. She ain't got that good supporting bra that she had on that one time. And she just looked real different. And you like, damn, that's not who the hell
She ain't
I
got
thought.
them Spanx on?
That's not who I saw when I first met you. That's not who I saw.
Oh, God.
That's what the Texans, I believe, did to us on week one. Week one, boy, that offensive line, man, they tricked the hell out of us. They had a good weave in, had their good teeth in, got their nails done.
Good teeth.
Good bra, got one of them Twin Peaks
push-ups,
laid up lady bras that Aaron Rayburn told us about.
Twin Peak lady bra.
They look at, and then they didn't have that stuff against the Bears, and they didn't have that stuff definitely with the 38 yards they had against the Vikings. This offensive line, Clint, they tricked your ass so much they had you saying, "Boy, this is contender. This is what that team looks like." And now, Clint, the last 2 weeks they've struggled to run the ball and protect. They struggle to protect against the Colts too, but this week they don't pass protect well. They don't run the ball well. This offensive line, I could argue through the first 3 weeks, was rougher than the ones we saw last year, Clint, and that was without multiple starters and injuries last year. This offensive line Hell, I didn't know it was going to be. I'm surprised it's been this rough, especially the last 2 weeks. They haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is – it's turned into what my biggest fear was this team is more of what we saw last year, and they're going to be able to run it against piss-poor run defensive football teams, and then it's going to just completely disappear against above-average defensive football teams. It's going to completely disappear. That's what we're staring at right now with the Houston Texans. There's no doubt about it. I thought Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts, I thought their personnel was better than it has been. I thought as a unit they would be significantly better than they have been. And clearly, running the football against them is no feat, right? And it's nowhere near the bar that the Texans need to be running the football at. And yes, they tricked me. They trick that run game that we saw week 1 with what we've seen C.J. Stroud and Tank Schultz do. That right there is a Super Bowl caliber performance. The problem is it only happens versus non-playoff defenses. It only happens versus defenses that that you can just run through. And so hopefully that changes, but right now that's where we are as a Texans unit right now.
And the part that's really disappointing, fellas, is, and the people you can chime in on this, as I see you are on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line, is I thought we could pencil in, all right, I don't know how good they're going to run the football, hopefully with Joe Mixon and another year in the system from Pierce and guys playing in their positions like Titus not playing guard, that they'd be cool. But we thought we could pencil in pass protection. And we thought if we were going to see struggles in pass protection, it would come from the interior young guys.
Yep.
It would come from Juice and it would come from Kenyon Green. I'm not saying they haven't given up any pressures, but it doesn't stick out to me that it's been coming from there. Right? A little bit in the Bears game, I would say, but especially in this last game, it was, I think, the poor planning of how they were going to handle protections. But it seems to be coming from the inside, and from the outside, and it is Jonathan Grenard working Shaq Mason over, and like that's the part that's really kind of concerning. Is you thought you could at least depend on this group to be able to pass protect, but their pass protecting, you could argue it's been worse than their run blocking this year. And that's an argument. Every single game, C.J. Stroud has taken sacks and gotten hit hard.
Well, now, like the conversation we're having has shifted, right? Now you turn into how concerned are we that this team offensively isn't who they were last year. Like whether that's different personnel make for a different dynamic, or defenses have seen Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud now for a year and they've adjusted. Or maybe it's the approach of C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick trying to be more aggressive. But either way you slice it, I think for 3 games now, we've yet to see anything remotely close to what this offense looked like last year. Like the good Texans offense last year was definitely C.J. Stroud driven, and it was effortless at times. It was on time. I mean, it was a well-oiled machine at times. We're 3 games in, and we ain't seen that once. So when we go from, we can have a conversation about the run game, but clearly it doesn't look like the run game this year is going to be any better than it was last year, with the exception of, I think, Joe Mixon is going to make a difference once he gets healthy. But the real question is can they still spin it around the park with all these weapons the way that they did? Can they get back to that? Or is it the aggressive approach, the dynamic in the wide receiver room? What the hell's going on? The adjustments that defenses have made.
The pass protection was better last year, up to like what we've seen. Like it seemed to have more time to do things last year than he did this year.
Well, I mean, look, when you're getting the ball out quick and on time, and you're focusing on a screen game, you're covering up a lot for what the offensive line is doing. You're getting the ball out before they ever even have a chance to make a mistake, if we're being honest.
And maybe they're thinking that they had the ability to, which I can understand why Bobby Slowick would think we have the ability to have more longer routes.
Well, Ron, it ain't no secret. That was the focus in camp. I mean, that was the next step this offense was going to take. Is that why they're struggling? That's the key. Is that why they're struggling, or is it the adjustments that defense have made? I don't have that answer right now. Yeah. We haven't seen enough football to know, and they haven't been able to protect long enough to allow us to kind of figure out what the plan really is. But that's the bigger, because hell with the run game. At this point in time, I'd be okay with just putting it in CJ's lap and letting him spin it around the park. But can you do that?
Yeah, from the text line, look at the data, but this team didn't score a lot last year. Listen, I don't have the data in front of me. Their passing offense was better than this. But you know what I mean?
You can't look back. Like, looking back at C.J. Stroud's first 2 ball games as a pro, I think, and comparing them to this year, I think is I mean, there's not a whole lot there for me. Do it if you'd like, but there's not a whole lot there for me. Like, I'm not talking about forget the box score. Just look at the way that C.J. Stroud played the game last year. When they really took off, when they really spread their wings and took off, it was they're doing things differently because the offensive line is injured. Once those guys got healthy, now they're doing things differently and having to overcome all the receivers being injured. And they were doing it in a much more impressive fashion. I don't care what the box score said then or now. Right now, year 2 for C.J. Stroud, it just doesn't look – it has not at this point in time looked the same.
Clearly it hasn't. All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up. And your chance. I'm telling you, be ready and make sure you're near a phone. Be ready, because your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Jaguars. You'll have a chance to win those coming up next.
All right, check it out. Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all.
and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Blonde Bomber, and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. The latest is, first off, 5 o'clock fires brought to you by Kirk. 5 o'clock fires. Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Remember, this is the segment, so stay tuned right now for your chance. Not now, when I give out the number is when. But this is the segment when you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Jacksonville Jaguars at NRG. So stay tuned for that. That is coming up in this segment. Before we get there, here is Joe Espada. Joe Espada, the manager, speaking today as the Astros look to try to close this AL West out and punch their ticket into the postseason. Joe Espada spoke to the media on the latest with Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, that's kind of the same feel I have from him. It's kind of day to day. The inflammation needs to go down. He said that he's feeling better than he did yesterday. So hopefully we get improvement every day by day. So we'll see. Time will tell. It would be great to have Yordan off the bench. It would be great to have Yordan in some capacity, but we want him to be able to do that. So we just need to give him some time and see how he feels.
He said he's feeling a lot better today. Is that encouraging that he is getting better? Yeah,
because that's what it's going to require for us to get him back on the field. Inflammation, mobility, more also for state of mind, right? That he feels like he can push off, he can do things on a baseball field that that he normally does. So we just got to wait and see.
All right, that was Joe Espada. Also, Yordan Alvarez spoke as well, according to Chandler Rome. Yordan Alvarez said that he is able to put more weight on his leg today, but still isn't able to turn his knee at all. He said he hopes to get some at-bats this weekend in Cleveland, but that will be contingent on the swelling in his knee. So for me, fellas, listen, hopefully they can go ahead and close this thing out. It's going to happen, but they can close this thing out, Clint, and punch their ticket. For me, I would hope and want him to get as right as possible, right? Obviously, you continue to let him start to get swings when he's ready to get swings. But for me, I don't see the reason to have him play the rest of the way. What do they got? 6 games? 5 games? The rest of the way, I don't get the thought of putting him in there. Just make sure you get him healthy, control it. And I know I joke around a lot, but honestly, knee swelling, knee sprain, just get him as right as you possibly can before the postseason.
Yeah, I do wonder how much. I don't want Yordan Alvarez not swinging the bat for the next 5 games, and then all of a sudden we got a wild card playoff series.
Yeah, not swinging the bat. No, I mean, he gets his swings in.
But I ain't talking about the cage, though. My man's got to get some action.
Oh, sure, he can get some controlled action.
I mean, for me, he's got to see pitches, man. There's got to be, and that maybe he's comfortable with not seeing anything. I don't know. I guess my overall point is if he's got a DH and fill that DH role and not play in the field and get some at bats and take it easy getting to first base, again, especially if you lock down the division, they're useless games anyway ultimately. But seeing pitches and swinging the bat, I would think that getting him back as soon as possible is in the best interest of the team. Like, man, you can't go into a damn 3-game. You can't go into a 3-game wild card playoff with him not swinging the bat for 5 games.
Yeah, no, I mean, you wouldn't be good with let's say Verlander or Ronell or somebody on their side day throwing him bullpen and throwing him legit pitches.
No, if he can do that, he can swing in a game.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to. But then he's had to run and move to first base.
I don't need him playing left field, but no, I would think that. Look, if he says it doesn't matter and he'll sit these 5 games or whatever and then just play in the wild card, cool. But I would think that he would like to get some at bats in them last handful of games to make sure that he's seeing it well and can do his thing come wild card time.
Yeah, I guess my thought is, he's 80% or something. If there's still a bit of an issue, but he can play in playoff games, I'd want that to happen in the playoff game and not quite before he has to, especially if it's meaningless games. All right, let's do it right now. Your chance. Caller number 4. 713-572-4610. Caller number 4, 713-572-4610. Your chance right now to win a pair of tickets to see your Houston Texans host the Jacksonville Jaguars coming up on Sunday. Tyler will take care of you. Caller number 4, 713-572-4610. Your chance right now to win a pair of tickets to see your Texans host the Jacksonville Jaguars.
5 o'clock fire.
There it is. There the people are. They're filling up right there as the people have a chance to get it done. Have yourself a great time out there. It will be a good time, and it should be a good game, and it should be everything the Jags can try to give, because Doug Peterson's job might be on the line. I'm certain. I believe that's what happened to Bill O'Brien. He lost his job after they started off and lost that Jaguars. 4th game to the Minnesota Vikings. So it'll be a big game into the division, and should be an entertaining game with that team. All right, Clint, as we said earlier, they've got a chance, the Astros, to go ahead and punch their ticket into the AL West yet again. Here is the lineup today. Altuve will be leading off at second base. Kyle Tucker, with Alvarez out, will play second. Lord knows if Kyle Tucker starts getting hot in the 2 spot, you never know with Joe. Hell, he may just stay there and they may just bump Alvarez down. Who knows what happens? But with Alvarez out, that's where Tucker is in right field. Bregman's at third base, batting third, with Diaz catching today. Singleton is the DH tonight, with Caratini at first base. Pena's at short, Hayward in left, and then in center field is Mauricio Dubon as Jake Myers gets the night off. All right, so that is the lineup, and they've got Framber going tonight. I just making sure from you all, Framber, is he the number 1 starter for you? First game, whoever they play right now. I think it's the Tigers. Yep. The Tigers have just taken.
I'm going lefty, righty, lefty. You're going to see Framber. You're going to see Hunter Brown. You're going to see that old Kikuchi.
That's your 3.
That good stuff. Huh?
That's your 3.
That's right my there. 3 right there out of the gate. And I'm going to have a stable of cats that if something happens early in a game, a stable of them. If something happens in a game, I can yank your ass out, and I got another big gun coming in there. So absolutely.
Yeah,
that's where I'm going with.
Listen, Framber has been. I mean, he's absolutely been sensational. I mean, he has come back out of nowhere. The one thing we were asking, can you just give us some sort of stability, any kind of level of consistency out of you? And he has done that and brought that. And I think when you look in the American League with where they've got to face, Clint, I can't believe I don't know how many other teams feel better about their number 1 starter that's going to be in the postseason. I mean, there's some other teams. I think the Yankees feel good about Garrett Cole. I think there's some other teams that feel pretty good about players. But I'm not sure if anybody feels as good as Joe Espada does about his number 1 starter in Framber Valdez. Because as good as Hunter Brown has pitched, it's not even an argument. I don't think.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, look, here's the deal: is we need Framber to do tonight what Hunter Brown did last night. We need Framber to just continue his dominant ways, and then you shelve him the rest of the way. We'll be able to shelve him for the rest of the way, right?
They've got 5 games left, counting tonight.
So you'd be able to shelve him and potentially Hunter Brown before that series, and have them good and rested before you rock and roll here. So yeah, we just need Fromber to follow in Hunter's footsteps and have you a good outing. You don't have to strain that thing. Get through 6, about mid-80s, low 90s pitches. Get back in that dugout. Get that arm iced up and let's ride.
Yeah, and that's big for them. That's to me was just wild. Like Hunter Brown, as well as Hunter Brown has pitched, like it's not even an argument of who would be the. I mean, it's probably more of an argument between Kikuchi and Hunter Brown than it is, 1-2, just because Kikuchi is Kikuchi.
Kikuchi.
Sorry about that. Kikuchi. You say Kikuchi.
Kikuchi.
Has been as dominant as those two since.
She say Kikuchi. He say Kikuchi.
A lot of people do. Yeah.
We all say Kikuchi.
There we go.
all say Kikuchi.
There we go. But it's close between those two. So big start tonight, and hopefully, right, that they can go ahead and get this thing closed down, right? I mean,
just finish it, man.
Just go ahead and finish it off.
Just put the mermen of Seattle out of their misery.
Nobody needs to see anything weird happen to where the Mariners somehow sweep this thing, and now you got the pressure of these last 2 games to try to.
No, let's not do that.
Win one of those. Like let's not have to bring that in. And the Ray Framber is pitched. He's liable to throw a no-hitter or a perfect game. No, he walks too many people. I just don't think Framber can throw a perfect game. He has to walk somebody. So that is the latest there.
I'll see you in October.
5 o'clock fire.
Again, Tyler, who was our winner?
Mr. Brian out of Pearland. He was amped, too. He was pumped.
Brian out of Pearland is our winner. Congratulations, Brian. He should be amped and pumped. Brian was just going to go and I'm sure maybe just chill at home and maybe watch the game and watch it on TV. I don't know who the broadcasters are going to be, but just watch it on TV. And now he's going to be in the building.
I feel like we should meet up, Brian.
It's a thought.
They raise him right down there in Pearland now.
I got his number. We can text him and set up a meet.
There's a good chance. Are you going to be at the game? Are the Texas fans allowing you to go to the games again?
Well, home games are no problem.
Oh,
I don't. Well,
I mean, I'm undefeated at home games this year.
I might set the one right
just
after.
Just the right
Minnesota.
after. Yeah, I was thinking that.
No, I'll be there. I'll be in the house.
No, man, just attack
it. You have your jersey on?
Nah.
Attack it head on. From the text line, F that guy, Brian from Pearland. That's a little strong.
Damn. It's your fellow Houstonian.
Try next time. All right. The next week should be a Texans Ticket Tuesday next week.
Mm-hmm. You never know. Didn't we do a Texas Ticket Thursday a couple weeks ago, opening week or something?
We did.
First couple weeks. I think we did. I know we did. We turned around and gave away on Thursday, too. I know we did.
Yeah. I think it was a preseason
Tyler,
game.
You've been through a lot since then.
I think
was it a preseason game?
I think it was a preseason game. I don't know if we'll be able to
Wasn't
have
the home
those
opener?
Yeah, I don't think it will.
And they say no.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, Mike Tomlin, he's all about this, ain't he? Mike Tomlin saying there's no need to name Justin Fields as a starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Even though the Steelers are 3-0, despite preparing for quarterback, Justin Fields is likely to start his 4th consecutive game for the undefeated Steelers Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts.
We do not care.
Coach Mike Tomlin declined to name him the starter going forward over veteran Russell Wilson, who has been sidelined with a, and I'm in quotes, lingering calf injury.
That's right.
I believe Russ is through that calf injury. This is
play if he wanted to. I just think I look at this. I think Justin Fields is much more of a Pittsburgh guy than Russell Wilson. Justin Fields is much more of a Mike Tomlin kind of guy than Russell Wilson. So I think we're seeing him get better on game day. I'm sure in practice it's even more impressive. I'm sure in person every day the athletic ability and the arm talent that this dude has is even more impressive. So yeah, look, I got to believe right now what Russ did was crack the door for Fields to get enough reps to where Mike Tomlin sees it every day and then goes, damn, boy, if these stars align in Pittsburgh with Justin Fields, I got my defense rolling. Boy, this could be, we could make another run, and with him as young as he is, you could make a couple of runs over a handful of years. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think they've seen enough from Justin Fields to think, Like there ain't no reason. There's no reason in derailing the kid at this point.
And Clint, it's not just cracking the door. Like he cracked the door for. He was clearly not, well established. This wasn't like CJ having some sort of an issue and he cracked the door for Davis Mills.
Right.
Like this was a competition to begin with, and it could come down to who played the most in the preseason. And that's what happened. And when you look at it, Clint, and Gary, as Russ is kind of delusional. And I think Russ still believes he's a starting quarterback there.
Unlimited.
And I don't know if it's really like come to Russ's thought like this thing may be over. I've been picked. But clearly we've seen a change in the last 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks, Clint, 17 of 23, 156 yards.
Dub.
He ran it 14 times. The next week, he only threw it 20 times. He's 13 of 20 for 17 yards, seeming like everything
17 yards.
For 117 yards. And he rushed it 8 times. Seemed like they were just being careful. And then against the Chargers, he's 25 of 32 for 245 and a touchdown and a pick, which means he's throwing the ball. It's not just, hey, let's be safe with everything and bang out a bunch of screens and easy short throws. They clearly opened it up for him this week as if to see, all right, let's see what you can do. Let's not just keep the pacifier on him. And now it's open because it is a guy where, all right, he gets more confidence. He gets in there. We already know who has the more natural talent right now between the two of them. And they let him open it up, and they didn't lose him the game. And they scored the most points that they've scored all year. And I know George Pickens is over there. Please, let's have this. So
let's rock.
Yeah, man. I think this is. This is a wrap.
Russ was early camp, and it was still. Man, let's go with the safe bet. Let's go with the guy, the veteran, the guy that, we feel the safest about. Now he doesn't mess around and let the more talented guy get some run, and they realize he's not only safe, but he is you're betting on the come right there as well. The ceiling, if this kid can play near or at or above his ceiling, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a problem.
Yes. All right, we saw Monday Night Football last night. And we saw the Texans' next opponent, and wait till you hear what Clint has to say that his damn expectations are for that game coming up on Sunday. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Academy Sports.
Inside info and your reactions starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. As you heard there, just a little programming note, we will be at the Pitch 25 in Edo tomorrow, Wednesday. Tomorrow, make a programming note as the Astros have a little day baseball. Hopefully, they have already clinched winning the division, and they won't need to win that game, and Joe Espada and Dana Brown can start kind of positioning this team and their rotation how they want to, and they can get ready for the postseason. Hopefully they take care of business tonight behind their ace, Framber Valdez. But there will be some day baseball tomorrow, and we will be at the Pitch 25 in Edo, so come hang out with us and have a good time, man. It's always a good time. We're out on a beautiful Wednesday. Should be a great day out, as we'll be right near Minute Maid, so come hang out and enjoy your time with us tomorrow at the Drive. Not going to the game? Come hang out with us tomorrow on the Drive. All right.
Come hang out with us. Little Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Couple of more gift cards. Come on down.
That's right. You say some Specs gift cards?
Two $50 Specs gift cards. Take a little tasting, a little Sagamore Rye Whiskey tasting. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That sounds fun. All right, let's get to it here. Last night, man, he's got mollywop last night, man. That just wasn't even close. I'm sitting here, I'm talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Clint, I'm sitting here, I'm at football practice. These kids had to hit conditioning. Sorry for them bear crawls out there for
make them strong, man.
Them bear crawls out there for the Southside Saints that y'all had to hit. But I pulled the phone out, checked the score. It's about 7:40. I checked the score. It's 27-3.
Boy, fast.
We're in the second quarter. I said, what in the hell has happened? The Jags got beat the hell down by the Buffalo Bills. And listen, the Bills, I think they right now, we'll do power rankings, and I know a lot of power rankings have the Chiefs. It's just people view the Chiefs as the champs, and they're just in a different type of thing. But to me, if there were lists that said the Buffalo Bills are playing the best, I think they are. I think they have looked to be the most impressive team in the league the first 3 weeks. So that's one part. They've blown out the last two opponents they've played. 47-10. That's just embarrassing for a team that don't have no major injuries, really, that we could speak of that had playoff aspirations. And I know when you're watching that and you saw this and you saw how bad it looked with Trevor and that interception, they've showed multiple angles of that interception he threw. I mean, he overthrew that receiver by, I mean, like he thought it was Manute Bowl going up to get that thing.
It will not be a good night.
I mean, he thought it was. I don't know who he thought. Victor. He thought that was who was throwing that ball up to over his head and gift wrapped a pick to DeMar Hamlin. It looked really, really bad. But I know it drove you to say Jacksonville's coming into town next week, and you got now expectations for the Texans.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Texans need a get-right game. I mean, the Texans haven't played what we would call even A-rated Texans football yet as a team. They need a get-right game, and damn it, the Jags are just that. After watching them last night, look, the Bills rolled up 47 on them. It could have been 60-plus, man. They scored a touchdown on their first 5 possessions,
Mitch
Ron.
Trubisky got in the game.
I mean, the straight possessions, touchdowns, and it was messed through a goose easy, man. It was so easy. And if you the TV copy, you can't always tell what the hell's going on. But if you listen to it was Dan Orlovsky, what's
Spears?
No, was Spears on there with him calling that game?
Oh no!
I just saw the private jet they were taking home. But anyway, they were just they were talking about it. And I mean, and during the game, they're talking about it, and it's like at halftime. At halftime now, not after the first 2 touchdowns, at halftime, after 5 straight touchdowns, the commentators are talking about, yeah, man, look, if Jacksonville doesn't quit playing man defense, they're just going to get torched. They clearly don't have answers and can't cover Buffalo's guys. I'm like, really? That's where we're at with the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're at a spot with them where they're afraid to play zone defense.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
The defense was awful. And then by the time you get to Trevor Lawrence, like Trevor Lawrence looks rookie quarterback lost. Like we've all seen that. And not CJ, obviously. We didn't have to deal with it here. We didn't have to deal with it, to be honest with you. We didn't deal with it with Deshaun either. But you know the rookie quarterback, like the guy that's playing because he was drafted early on and he's deer in headlights and has no business being on the field, and you can tell the game's moving way too fast for him and he's not seeing things clearly. You can say that about Trevor Lawrence last night. I don't know about the first 2 games, but last night you can say for the majority of that game he looked like deer in the headlights, not sure what to do with the football, not sure what this defense is doing to me right now, and I have no answers. I didn't think we would in a horror movie. I didn't think we would ever see that Trevor Lawrence because he played so much in college.
Going on, man? It's
bad, man.
He looks.
It is.
He's played a lot in the NFL.
Yeah. No.
Why were people saying that this was the year? Like, it feels like the last 2 years, really, like the prodigy that is Trevor, like this great quarterback. Like, why was it going to be year 4 whenever he showed up that way?
Because year 2, he played at a damn near Pro Bowl level and helped lead his team.
Damn near
to the second. Well, I mean, Pro Bowl's tough in the AFC.
I know, but if Trevor Lawrence is going to be what people say or thought he was going to be,
well, I'm just saying
should be achievable.
The last 2 years, I think, because of coming off that season, and they took the Chiefs to the limit in the second round of the playoffs. The thought was like, oh boy, here they come. You saw him come back against Herbert and the Chargers in that year. And then the last 2 years, some people looked at injury was a case, but that's not just injury wise. Yesterday, I mean that interception I can't get over. I mean he just I don't even want that. I mean he was open too, Clint. You could see him coming across. And
that's the scary part. Is you're talking about a guy that. Like even at halftime of last night's game, I'm thinking back to that first round playoff game that they won before playing Kansas City. I'm thinking
they were down.
He threw 4 picks in the second half. And I'm thinking, I said, well, if we've seen anybody do it of late, it's been Trevor. So let's see if he can make this interesting. That's how bad it was, and it was more of the same in the second half. I'm just telling you, Texans fans, like this is exactly what the doctor ordered. The Jags are coming to NRG Stadium on Sunday. They absolutely stink on both sides of the football. And here's the thing. When you look at Trevor, and like the most alarming thing, if I'm a Jacksonville fan, is it looks like in his mind, and if you watch his feet, like the game is moving really, really fast. And guess what DeMeco Ryans likes to do? Defensively disguise and do some different things that are really pressure-wise that are going to make you like slow the game down mentally. Like he's going to have Trevor Lawrence in a blender.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be – he's going to have Trevor Lawrence in a blender.
They better find some answers.
Oh, yeah. So
for their sake.
Yeah, this is –
So let me ask you and the people this as we roll through. Let's say they come in here and the Texans win this game 27-21. Because you said they better go ahead and blow the doors off this group. They win 27-21. What's the reaction? How are we going to be?
Well, I think it depends on how that goes down. I mean, I just
and not a 27-21 where the Jags tackling something late.
Yeah,
it's a game.
I think again, if the Jacksonville Jags, they have players, so it's not like it wasn't last year when Allen their rush edge.
Tunsil, yeah. Oh yeah,
right. Well, I'm gonna tell you what
they came in here and won.
He didn't abuse nothing last night.
Yeah. I'll tell you what 27-21 would tell me. It'd say I start stacking them up against a team we think is one of the best in the AFC, and that's the Bills that just took care of them. At that point, I start thinking Texans
at home.
Yeah.
Both teams are at home.
Absolutely, Tyler. There's no doubt about it. Now, if Trevor Lawrence comes in here and he just is dropping dimes and lights the stadium on fire, which he's capable of doing. We've seen him do it before, so it's not. Now, if that's the case and the Texans get into a shootout or the Texans it's a tighter game, then I can play the card of, hey, it's the NFL. It's hard to win around here. That was a good game. That was a good win. But now, if the Texans play down to their level, we're gonna have some real problems.
Yeah, because now it's like, are you playing down? Did you? Because we could say they played down to the level of the Bears. They played down to the level of the Colts. Now that would be 3 down to the levels. Yeah, I'm with you. This should be, based off what we've seen, what should be a pissed off, ready to play Texans team. Now, they are going against a Jags team whose season's on the line. But the Texans probably wanted to go play yesterday after to get that bad taste out of their mouth at home in a home crowd that should be on fire. They should take care of business. This one shouldn't look like the Bears because we just watched what this defense had done to them. All right, coming up, as we continue here, should the B word be used with Laramie Tunsil? Let me clarify.
You raised my eyebrows.
Should the B word being benched be used with Laramie Tunsil, not any other B words?
I was like, deal.
Not that one. Laramie, I meant benched. We'll discuss that like that makes him feel better. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
To wind and storm damage. 281-441-4179. 281-441-4179. It's AbilityTrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up behind us, the Players Show. Dare Ogunbowale will join the Players Show with Indy Kalu, so stay tuned for that. As Texans All Access will then follow that, as they will have their matchup edition from 7 to 8. And then Area 45 is back. As I look behind me, I see Sean Bijani, and I know Patrick Creighton will be in there, and Chris Santiago is holding it down behind the glass as well. So stay tuned for that live until midnight right here. And I want to jump right into this. I said this on the other side here, and I see people chiming in. When I said B word, I meant bench. That in my mind, that sounded real good.
It's like a good tease
until it came out of my mouth. And
Hold on, Joe.
Let me clarify the B word. That would have been funny though if I'd have said, "Yeah, do the Texans need to start using that B word to describe, or that B word to handle Laramie Tunsil?" And then Tyler just bam went to break. That would have been whoa. What, talk about a tease. Maybe somebody may have set through a commercial for that. But no. Here is the thought, because I honestly, God, and maybe this is the first part you guys may disagree with, because I do think this is a conversation for all of these people. Should we be at a point where DeMeco is at least entertaining having the conversation with Nick, Cal, and Hannah about benching Laramie Tunsil? Should we through 3 weeks in, and what'd you say? He's got 10 penalties himself.
Oh my God!
He's on pace to lead the league in penalties the way that Jawan Taylor did for the Chiefs last year, who had 24, I believe, personal penalties himself. So he's well on pace to do that. Do you think we're at a point where DeMeco, because I think if he's going to bench, I think this is one where he just gets to go, where he's just, hey, I'm going to sit him down. This is one where he's got to give some people some heads up with the highest paid player on the team. Do you think that they should at least even be at that point to have the conversation?
No. Yeah. I don't think that. That's
not what the text line is saying, by the way. There.
Yeah, no. Look, I don't think that conversation. We're 3 weeks into the season. We've clearly got something that we need to address. DeMeco Ryans needs to address, and needs to address it personally. Needs to address it with the team. It's a huge problem with this football team so far. The penalties overall, and it's a big problem with Laramie Tunsil. But the thought that they should be discussing benching Laramie Tunsil at this point, I think is at this point is crazy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
As personally, like I would have liked to have seen it happen last week when all this crap was going on and the game was out of reach, and it was like, hey, let me prove a point. Let me prove a point. But no, at this point, it needs to be addressed obviously from a locker room standpoint, but taking it up the chain of command, I don't think is necessary. No.
From a couple of textures going in here, someone said, "Show, it's Ron. Why not bench him?" I listened to another expert talk about how it was rumored that the team negotiates about him practicing. He made excuses. I don't think he cares. Another person said whether they are have the convo or not, they're absolutely not going to bench him. It's the NFL, not high school. Listen.
Thanks for letting us know, friend.
Well, I kind of agree with that thought process. I just turned to a guy. I think you missed him clearly in Dallas, Clint. But Jimmy Johnson has left Michael Irvin running on the tarmac to try to get to the plane. Saw him running, and told the pilot not to wait, to go anyway. He has made people run stairs all day long. He's the one that's once famous to saying, "Yeah, if I saw such and such asleep in the meeting room, I'm gonna cut his ass. If I saw Troy Aikman asleep in the meeting room, I'm gonna go and bump him and say, hey, wake up."
Where's your damn head at?
Listen, I'm sure Emmett's got some stories of things that maybe Jimmy got on him. But I tell you what Jimmy didn't do. Michael Irvin's ass played that game. Michael Irvin may have had to find his own way to get to wherever the hell they were going, but he ain't missed a game. He found a way to play. And when you are in a situation where the Texans are, and this is one of your best players, this is your highest paid player, and you understand the drop-off to swinging. I think if he sat down and benched him, it is swinging Titus Howard to the left side and Blake Fisher to the right side. When you're trying to win all these games and when you're trying to get to an AFC Super Bowl contender, like, there's got to be a whole hell of a lot before you reach the point in week 3 talking about benching him. And, hell, I think there's got to be a whole hell of a lot later on in the season speaking about benching him. So I don't get the sense that's it.
Yeah, look, here's the thing, man, is with Laramie Tunsil, we're at a point where there needs to have been a real come-to-Jesus meeting with DeMeco Ryans and Laramie Tunsil. You can't walk around eggshells around this guy because he's the highest paid or because he likes to do things, beat to his own drum, which we've seen them allow him to do in training camp, right? You can't tell me. I've seen players that jump off sides in front of in training camp have to run laps for jumping offside. You can't tell me that many guys are going to survive not getting benched or not getting yanked out of the game what Laramie Tunsil did. So at the end of the day, there needs to be a strong message that this needs to get better. For me as a fan, Ron, the one thing that I would love to hear, and this is what chaps me, man, like the total avoidance of it in the media. And this is not he's always going to defend his players and he's never going to throw his guys under the bus and he's not. No, this is an extreme situation. It's like C.J. Stroud goes out there and throws 5 interceptions on Sunday and you lose the game and nobody wants to ask about C.J. Stroud throwing interceptions. And the coach doesn't want to comment on C.J. Stroud throwing 5 interceptions. No, it's excessive. It's ridiculous. It's unprofessional. With Laramie Tunsil reputation, something that needs to be at the very least responded to. So I would personally, I would feel tenfold better if I just heard DeMeco Ryans, Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud. If I just heard those guys say, there's been a conversation had. Everybody understands we can't win football games with that kind of stuff going on.
You don't even need to hear what the conversation was.
Just let me know that it's been addressed.
To hear that. Yeah.
That's it. That as a fan, that's all I want, and we hadn't heard it. So I think that's so. Instead, what you do is now it just continues to be a point to harp on about Laramie Tunsil and about his past and about this negotiating with him to practice and him not, belling on the season over a thumb a year ago and this or that. In reality, I don't think anybody wants inside information. I don't think anybody wants to know exactly what was said, but just acknowledge that it's as bad as it's been and reassure us as fans and us as the media that it's at least being addressed.
Yeah,
to me, that's all I don't care what specifically you say to him. I don't give a rip. I mean, like you said, he's the highest paid. You're not going to bench him. I don't really care how it's like. Just make me feel real nice and comfortable that my head coach and my offensive coordinator and my quarterback and my organization has the guts to it at the very least, when excessive this is, to address it.
From the text line, y'all make great points about not benching Tunsil, and I cannot argue against them. Is the compromise that Tunsil loses all of his quote-unquote veteran days and is required to practice every day unless he physically cannot?
Well, but Ron, that is
cannot walk.
So this is Laramie. Let's be honest. Laramie Tunsil does whatever the hell he wants to do. That's the thing. You knew Nick and DeMeco and everybody knew exactly what they were doing. What his get down was.